This meeting will please come to order. Will the assistant clerk please read the call of the meeting and the return to service? Tara Wakefield.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Commonwealth of Massachusetts, Town of Duxbury, Town Meeting Warrant. Saturday, March 14, 2026 at 9 a.m. Duxbury Schools Performing Arts Center, 73 Alden Street, Duxbury, Massachusetts. Plymouth SS, greetings to the constable or town clerk of the town of Duxbury in said county. In the name of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, you are directed to notify and warn the inhabitants of the town of Duxbury qualified to vote in elections in town affairs to meet in the Duxbury Schools Performing Arts Center, 73 Alden Street, in said Duxbury on Saturday, the 14th day of March, 2026. Next, at 9 o'clock in the forenoon for the transaction of any business that may legally come before said meeting. And you are hereby directed to serve this warrant by posting attested copies thereof as prescribed in Mass General Law, Chapter 39, Section 10, and by Chapter 2, Section 2.3.1 of the Town of Duxbury General Bylaws, at least 7 days before the time of holding said meeting. Hereof, fail not and make due return of this warrant with your doings thereon to the town clerk at the time and place of this meeting. Given under our hands this 26th day of February, 2026. Select Board, Brian E. Glennon, II, Chair. Amy M. McNabb, Vice Chair. Fernando Guittard, Clerk. Michael McGee, Cynthia Ladd Fiorini. Plymouth SS, February 27, 2026. Pursuant to the warrant, I have this day notified and warned the inhabitants of the town of Duxbury, herein described by posting the warrant in precincts 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, to meet at the time and place and for the purposes as described by the bylaws of the town. A truant test copy. Susan C. Kelly, Town Clerk of Duxbury.
For presentation of colors, we have the Duxbury Honor Guard. Now, if you'll join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance.
I
Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We have a number of housekeeping things to run through at the beginning of the meeting here. I'm going to recognize Brian Glenn as Chairman of the Board of Selectmen for a few resolutions.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good morning. Thank you all for being here. I have several resolutions to present this morning, well-deserved, and I'm sure you'll agree once I read these. The first is a resolve to honor and recognize Nancy O'Connor. Where's Nancy? I know she's here. Oh, there she is. She's hiding. Whereas Nancy O'Connor began her full-time professional service to the town of Duxbury nearly a dozen years ago. Whereas Nancy O'Connor has served her colleagues, the town manager, the select board, and Duxbury's residents with enthusiasm, friendliness, and distinction. Whereas Nancy O'Connor's numerous achievements include her immeasurable efforts in coordinating the seawall FEMA/MEMA reimbursement grant and construction easements, establishing processes for remote meetings to enable vital government continuity during and after the COVID pandemic, spearheading a change to the town's bylaws to allow for meeting warrants to be published electronically, resulting in significant savings of money and resources, the efficient preparation of the annual town report and coordination of countless projects, grants, meetings, and board and committee appointments, and in addition to her years of professional service, Nancy O'Connor has volunteered in Duxbury extensively, including the Art Boosters, the Special Education Parent Advisory Council, the Chandler and Alden PTAs, school department ad hoc committees, Girl Scouts, and youth softball. And whereas Nancy O'Connor was the 2009 recipient of the Duxbury Community Volunteer Award. Whereas, by and through her lifetime of examples, Nancy O'Connor has served as a model for highly admirable professional and volunteer service. Be it resolved that on this 14th day of March 2026, the town of Duxbury, through the select board chair and the town manager, does hereby recognize Nancy O'Connor with sincere appreciation and gratitude for her years of dedicated and professional and volunteer service to our community. Thank you, Nancy. Retiring after this, are you?
Yes. I just want to thank everybody, thank the select board, Rainey, because I know you had something to do with this, and somebody obviously did their homework. Okay, thank you. And so it's been my pleasure serving the town of Duxbury and being in this position since August of 2014. So I thank everybody for working as a team, and I've enjoyed every minute of it, and I'm actually speechless, so I have nothing else to say but thank you, and I will see you at future town meetings on that side. Thank you.
And if you'll indulge me, I have two more. We have two departing planning board members. The first is Jennifer Turcott, and this is an honor, a resolve to honor and recognize her. Whereas Jennifer Turcott was elected to the planning board in March 2011 and gave 15 years of dedicated service to the board, including serving as the board's clerk from 2024 to 2026. And whereas Jennifer Turcott's contribution and expertise over the years has been crucial to the planning board's long-range goals to ensuring conformance with local regulations and bylaws, and to upholding the duties and responsibilities of the Zoning Act and the Subdivision Control Law. And whereas Jennifer Turcott has served as Duxbury's delegate to the MBTA Advisory Board in 2015 and served as the Planning Board's representative to the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Steering Committee from 2021 to 2026. And whereas Jennifer Turcott's demonstrated commitment included contributing to comprehensive plan Envision Duxbury and assisting with the first phases of the plan's implementation. And whereas As a public servant, Jennifer Turcott has exemplified her commitment through sacrifice and her time of talent, and by contributing her expertise and thoughtful deliberation in the best interest of the town of Duxbury and the residents she was elected to serve. Now, therefore, be it resolved on this 14th day of March 2026, the town of Duxbury, through the Select Board and Town Manager, offers Jennifer Turcott its appreciation and gratitude for her commitment and her years of dedicated service to the town and its residents. Is Jennifer here this morning? If not, we'll present this at an appropriate time. But congratulations, Jennifer. Thank you for your service. And finally, a name I think everybody's familiar with. This is a resolve to honor and recognize Wayne Dennison, also a departing planning board member. Whereas Wayne Dennison was elected to the planning board in March 2023 and served as the board's vice chair from 2025 to 2026, and furthermore continues to serve as the chair of the Zoning Board of Appeals. And whereas Wayne Dennison's contribution and expertise over the years has been crucial to the planning board's long-range goals to ensuring conformance with local regulations and bylaws, and to upholding the duties and responsibilities of the Zoning Act and the Subdivision Control Law. And whereas Wayne Dennison served as the planning board's representative on the Open Space Committee in 2024, as Duxbury's delegate and then alternate to the Metropolitan Area Planning Council from 2024 to 2026, and as chair of the Halls Corner Working Group from 2024 to 2026. And whereas Wayne Dennison's demonstrated commitment, including assisting with the first phases of implementation of the comprehensive plan Envision Duxbury, and whereas as a public servant, Wayne Dennison exemplified his commitment through the sacrifice and time of his talent, and by contributing to the expertise and thoughtful deliberation, and all in the best interest of the town of Duxbury and the residents he was elected to serve. Now, therefore, be it resolved on this 14th day of March 2026, the town of Duxbury, through the Select Board and Town Manager, offers Wayne Dennison its appreciation and gratitude for his commitment, for his years of dedicated service to the town and its residents. All right. I see Martha. I see Martha's here. Martha, would you like to come up and accept this on Wayne's behalf? All right. That's great. Thank you very much.
I want to start by thanking you all for coming out for this meeting so that we can conduct the important business of the town. First, some introductions. Let me introduce you to the people you see facing you in the front of the hall. On your right is the Board of Selectmen, the Select Board. Brian Glennon, Chair, Amy McNabb, Vice Chair, Fernando Guitart, Clerk, Michael McGee, and Cynthia Ladd-Fiorini. Seated with them are Renee Reed, Town Manager, and Mary McKinnon, Finance Director. On the stage to the right are Town Council, Jeffrey Blake. In front on your left are seated the members of the Finance Committee, Betsy Sullivan, Chair, Fred Weiler, Vice Chair, Ashley Maher, Jackson Kent, Kathleen Glynn, Al Hoban, Mark Hokinson, Charlie Wellbrunner, and Ted Flynn. My name is Jim Hartford, and I'm the moderator. John Tuffy has been sworn in as an assistant moderator in the event that the need should arise in the overflow room. If we exceed the capacity of this auditorium, we will seat non-voters in the cafeteria, where they will have audio and video of the town meeting. I'd like to review with you certain town meeting procedures. On checking in, registered voters will be issued a handheld voting device. Voting device allows you to be seated in a voting section. The voting devices are color-coded and will only work in a voting location that is the same color as on their device, which I have those colors here. Green for the pack, yellow for the pack, white for the pack, and blue for the gymnasium, which I assume nobody has had one of those issued to them yet. If you leave the designated room, confirm that your voter handset is powered on upon return. The handsets will not work in the DHS cafeteria. If you have an issue with your voting device, please go to the teller's desk, which is in the hallway immediately outside the main entrance to this room, and they will issue a new one. The voting process will be as follows. After debate is over, the moderator will call for a vote. I will announce, please vote, and you will see a green light to my left. Voters will have 30 seconds to vote. When 30 seconds have passed, the moderator will announce that the voting is closed and the light will turn off. To use the handheld device, press 1 for yes, 2 for no. If you wish to change your vote at any time prior to the light going off, press the correct button. The screen on the handheld device will indicate that you have voted, and the green light will indicate that your vote has been registered. As part of the check-in procedure, the tellers have been authorized and instructed by the Board of Registrars to require positive identification in cases of doubt. Assisted listening devices are available. Where are the assisted devices? Out at in the back of the room. They are provided by the Municipal Commission on Disability. The fire chief has requested that I point out the fire exits from this room. There are 2 fire exits on the lower level of the auditorium, one to my immediate right, your left, and one on my left when you entered the room. There are also 2 fire exits on the upper level of the room at the rear of the hall on the left and the right. Please do not block these exits by standing or placing anything such as chairs in front of them. Fire chief has also requested that you not sit in the aisles or on the stairs between the balcony and the main floor. I request that all cell phones be turned off while the meeting is in session, except for public safety officials. For your information, the meeting is being taped. On the subject of non-voters to be permitted to speak, at this point in our town meeting, we customarily vote to give permission to non-voters who are town employees, officials, and invited guests who are not registered voters in the town of Duxbury to speak to town meeting. Accordingly, I will entertain a motion to allow our town employees, officials, and invited guests to speak should the occasion arise.
So moved.
Second.
I'll now take the vote using your handsets. 1 for yes, 2 for no.
John Whitney's new grandchild. Lucy. He's over the moon.
We need more planners in this world.
Motion passes, 117 yes, 4 no. This meeting is covered by the statutes, our town bylaws, and the book titled Town Meeting Time. In addition, I suggest that we abide by the following procedures so that we may conduct the business of the meeting in an orderly fashion. After I have announced that we are considering an article, the article will be moved by the Finance Committee, and their recommendation will be heard. I will then give the proposal of the article the opportunity of making their opening remarks, and I request that all presenters limit their remarks to a maximum of 5 minutes. On completion of the presentations, the matter will be open for general debate. If you wish to speak, I request that you go to one of the microphones. Microphones for your use are located in the back of the lower section of the auditorium and at the foot of each of the balcony aisles. These are the only microphones. If you are seated in the cafeteria, you will need to come to the auditorium in order to ask a question. After you have been recognized by me, would you please identify yourself by name and street address? I also request that all speakers limit their remarks to a maximum of 5 minutes. And ask that speakers do not attempt to be recognized for a second time on the discussion of any article until every other person who wishes to speak has had an opportunity to do so for the first time. Important to note is that questions will be addressed to the moderator. If a subject matter expert or department head is identified as someone appropriate to respond to the questions, when they are done speaking, I ask that you do not ask follow-up or new questions or other matters other than are directed at me as moderator. Any lengthy or complicated motions or amendments should be submitted in writing so that we will know precisely what is being voted on and so we can maintain an accurate record of the proceeding. Town council is available to assist if we have any questions about the drafting of any such motion. Procedures regarding a motion for the previous question. To move the question is a motion to end debate. It takes a 2/3 vote. It's a useful motion at town meetings, but there is some concern that it not be abused or used unfairly. To that end, we now have 2 special procedures that we will follow. I will not move the question from someone who has just finished speaking.
I'm sorry, I can't hear a thing you're saying. Can you move your microphone? I can't hear, can you just, we can't hear back here, and I feel like it's kind of common. Are we feeling it? Okay, no, we can't hear you. Can you suggest it so that
I cannot adjust it. If there is somebody from the pack that can turn up the volume a bit. Thank you. All right. Revisiting, I will not move the question from someone who has just finished speaking on an article. This eliminates using move the previous question as a vehicle to get the last word. The second procedural rule is intended to ensure that both the proponents and opponents of an article will have an opportunity to speak before debate is ended by a move the previous question. So until the article is open for general debate, I will not accept a move the question. Reconsideration. As in the past, a motion to reconsider requires the same quantitative vote as the original motion, must be made at the same session as the original motion or the next succeeding session, may only be made once, and a motion to reconsider may only be considered if the proponent provides, in the opinion of the moderator, factual information that was not available during the session when the original vote was taken. If we are unable to finish the annual town meeting today, I will ask for a motion to recess until a date to be agreed upon.
Second.
There are 2 warrants for us to take action today on. We will open the annual town meeting, take a motion. We'll open the annual town meeting, take a motion, and take a vote to recess for consideration of the articles of the special town meeting warrant. Special town meeting warrants articles concern matters that need to be addressed in this fiscal year ending June 30th, 2026, as opposed to the articles in the annual town meeting warrant, which concerns matters for the fiscal year commencing July 1st, 2026. After voting on these articles, we will adjourn the special town meeting and reopen the annual town meeting. I now call the meeting to order and ask if there is a motion to recess while we consider the articles of the special town meeting warrant.
Second.
All in favor? Sorry, I will now accept a vote. Motion passes. 122 yes, 6 no. I think that given that we have a relatively small number of attendants this morning, we should probably move the clock on the vote to 20 seconds, keep things moving along. I will call to order the special town meeting and ask ask the Assistant Town Clerk, Tara Wakefield, read the read in the warrant.
Commonwealth of Massachusetts, Town of Duxbury's special town meeting warrant, Saturday, March 14, 2026, at 9:10 a.m. Duxbury Schools Performing Arts Center, 73 Alden Street. Plymouth SS, greetings. Plymouth SS, greetings. To the constable or town clerk of the town of Duxbury in said county. In the name of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, you are directed to notify and warn the inhabitants of the town of Duxbury, qualified to vote in elections and in town affairs, to meet in the Duxbury Schools Performing Arts Center, 73 Alden Street, in said Duxbury on Saturday, the 14th day of March, 2026. Next, at 9:10 a.m. for a special town meeting for the transaction of any business that may legally come before said meeting. And you are hereby directed to serve this warrant by posting attested copies thereof as prescribed by Mass General Law, Chapter 39, Section 10, and by Chapter 2, Section 2.3.1 of the Town of Duxbury General Bylaws, at least 14 days before the time of holding said meeting. Hereof, fail not and make due return of this warrant with your doings thereon to the town clerk at the time and place of this meeting, given under our hands this 26th day of February 2026. Select Board, Brian E. Glennon, the second chair, Amy M. McNabb, vice chair, Fernando Guitart, clerk, Michael McGee, Cynthia Ladd Fiorini. Plymouth SS, February 27, 2026. Pursuant to the warrant, I have this day notified and warned the inhabitants of the town of Duxbury, herein described, by posting the warrant in precincts 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, to meet at the time and place and for the purposes as described by the bylaws of the town. A true copy attested, Susan C. Kelly, Town Clerk of Duxbury.
I'll call the special town meeting to order and address Article 1.
Article 1, subject supplemental appropriations. I move that the town authorize the below-listed transfers to supplement fiscal year 2026 appropriations for the line items in the budgets of the various town departments as follows. Line 1, this is not going to be a surprise, snow and ice. Cover deficit in the FY26 snow and ice budget, $703,969. Funding source is free cash.
Second.
Is there any discussion on Article 1 of the special town meeting warrant? If not, we will move to a vote using your handheld devices. Motion passes, 165 yes, 12 no. Article 2, unpaid bills. Mrs. Sullivan.
Article 2, subject unpaid bills. I move that the town appropriate $4,844.29 to pay the following unpaid bills of previous fiscal years as follows, with said funds to be expended under the direction of the town manager. Line 1, Standard Repair Company Vehicle Maintenance, $65. Line 2, Colonial Ford of Plymouth Vehicle Maintenance, $195. Line 3, Makaba USA for facilities, $412.80. Line 4, AFA Protective Systems, $330. Line 5, AFA Protective Systems from facilities, $967.96. Line 6, AFA Protective Systems, $330. Line 7, AFA Protective Systems, $967.96. Line 8, AFA Protective Systems, $330. Line 9, AFA Protective Systems, $967.96. T-Mobile, $277.61, for a total of $4,844.29. Select Board voted 4-0-0 to recommend. Finance Committee voted 7-0-0 to recommend.
Second.
9/10 vote required.
Yes.
Funding source free cash.
Funding source is free cash.
We'll move forward to a vote. If you heard, it is a 9/10 requirement for unpaid bills from prior fiscal year. Motion carries 96% yes, 4% no.
Article 3, subject, other post-employment benefits. Excuse me. I move that the town appropriate the sum of $300,000 to the Other Post-Employment Benefits Trust Fund, otherwise known as OPEB, and to meet said appropriation, transfer the sum of $300,000 from free cash to such fund. Select Board voted 4-0-0 to recommend. Finance Committee voted 7-0-0 to recommend.
Second.
We'll move to a vote. This is a simple majority. Article passes, 168 yes, 21 no. Article 4.
Article 4, Stabilization Fund. I move that the town appropriate the sum of $150,000 to the Stabilization Fund, and to meet said appropriation, transfer the sum of $150,000 from free cash to such fund. Select Board voted 5-0-0 to recommend. Finance Committee voted 7-0-0 to recommend.
Second.
Move forward with the vote. We've been told we need just a minute to complete the counting on that. We need just a minute to complete the counting on that. Were you looking to speak on this article?
I had a question.
Let's hold and complete this vote, and then I can take the question.
Hi. This article originally said, I'm sorry, Colleen Breyer, Toby Garden Street. This article originally said 600.
We're just going to wait a second and get the count on that prior vote, and then we can move forward.
Which one? The Article 4?
Yes. Yes.
There was a question on Article 4. Just a
Sorry?
quick question on Article 4. I know it's too late because we've taken the vote, but the 653,000 that was originally, and now we're doing 150, I'm guessing that went to ice and snow instead? That's a yes, Betsy? Say, yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
We appear to have lost voting communication with the gymnasium where the overflow is. We need to determine if there's actually anybody in there.
not, as the case may be. It's the range.
You should all autograph it. You want another one?
Nobody ever does, sweetheart. And my entire
You do
life.
planning board photo ops?
It was a candid. All right, ready?
Okay. What we've done is we've asked the two voters that were in the overflow facility to come to this room. If I could. Bring this back to order. We've asked the two voters that were in the overflow if they could come and join us here. I just want to clarify for those people that if they have come here, to please swap out their handset to the appropriate one for, because it's communication is different for the ones used in here versus for the ones in the overflow room. Any color but blue. So on Article 4, we're going to reopen the voting on that now that we have everybody in one place, and I will call for that vote now with your handsets.
Can we have discussion on Article 4? I think there were some questions.
If there is somebody who wants to speak to Article 4, since we have it open again, yes, we can.
Yes, I have a question. Mike Thorpe, 5 Dickens Path. The stabilization fund is over $7 million. Is that at the 5% level of general expenses or at the 10% level?
I'm so sorry. I couldn't understand what you were saying to begin with.
It is at 6.6, which is within the town's financial policy target.
Okay, I know how important it is to keep a AAA rating. If you brought it down to 5%, could that money be used for some of the expenditures that we'll be talking about today? And still keep the AAA rating?
So the AAA rating is wholly dependent on, I'm sorry, Mr. Moderator, may I answer? Sorry about that. The AAA rating is dependent upon Standard & Poor's opinion.
Right.
And so one of the factors that they look at and weigh significantly is the town's overall reserves, and making sure that our reserves are continually replenished and held at a certain level. So I can't speak for Standard & Poor's, but I would be very concerned if we were to take additional funding out of the stabilization account today. Last year at town meeting, the town meeting approved the use of $400,000 worth of stabilization, and we were intending to replenish that today at this town meeting. We were unable to do so because of the snow and ice deficit. So we know that we are already down the $400,000 that we utilized last year. It is not my recommendation to continue to utilize stabilization for articles here today.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Failing us today. I don't know if they know you're not working.
Is there anyone else that wants to speak to Article 4? And we will move to.
Dan Kostreva, 239 Elm Street. I have a related question. Most of these articles in the special town meeting are funded by transfers from free cash. How much free cash was accumulated at the end of last fiscal year on June 30th? How much more free cash was accumulated from the fiscal 25 budget?
Mrs. McKinnon, you want to speak to that?
The town's certified free cash was 5.4 million.
Was that new money or was that the total?
That's the total certified free cash.
And how much was accumulated and added to that at the end of fiscal '25?
So free cash gets recalculated every single year, and it starts from zero.
Oh, I see. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. No further comments on Article 4. We will move to the vote.
The DOR calculation starts from zero, and free cash is formula, that is the net of the cost.
Article 4 passes. 160 yes, 11 no. Mrs. Sullivan, Article 5.
Article 5, subject accrued liabilities and compensated absences fund. I move that the town appropriate the sum of $150,000 to accrued liabilities and compensated absences fund, and to meet said appropriation, transfer the sum of $150,000 from free cash to such fund. Select Board voted 4-0-0 to recommend. Finance Committee voted 7-0-0 to recommend.
Second.
Hi.
Mrs. Breyer?
Colleen Breyer, Toby Garden Street. I'm just trying to clarify on this voting thing. So if it just says received, did our vote go through, or does it have to say yes received or no received? Because a couple of times I pushed it, it just said received, and last time I pushed it 3 times, and it finally said yes received.
If it says received, then that vote, your last keystroke that you pressed will be
Okay,
counted
so
as
it
your
doesn't
vote.
need to have which way you voted, it just has to, okay, thank you.
Any other comment on Article 5? Move forward with the vote for Article 5. Article 5 passes, 159 yes, 16 no, 1 abstention. Article 6.
Article 6, subject matching grant funds. I move that the town appropriate the sum of $150,000, and to meet said appropriation, transfer the sum of $150,000 from free cash to be expended under the discretion of the Select Board and/or town manager, to be used to provide for the town's local match gifts and/or grants committed to and/or received by the town from time to time. Recommendations: Select Board voted 4-0-0 to recommend. Finance Committee voted 7-0-0 to recommend. Fiscal Advisory vote 6-0-0.
Second.
Any discussion with respect to Article 6? Seeing none, we'll move forward with the vote. Article 6 passes, 181 yes, 21 no. Article 7.
Article 7, subject, fund collective bargaining agreements. I move that the town appropriate the sum of $630,000 for the purpose of funding the cost items of the first fiscal year of collective bargaining. Agreements with Duxbury Police Union, MCOP Local 376B, Duxbury Public Safety Dispatchers, MCOP Local 376A, Duxbury Permanent Firefighters Association, International Association of Firefighters Local 2167, Duxbury Free Library, Service Employees International Union, Local 888, for the period beginning July 1st, 2025, and ending June 30th, 2026, and to meet this appropriation, that the sum of $512,000 be transferred from free cash, and the sum of $118,000 be transferred from the ROC revenues to the appropriate operating budgets. The amounts being transferred: Duxbury Police Union, MCOP Local 376B, $230,000. Duxbury Public Safety Dispatchers, MCOP Local 376A, $118,000. Duxbury Permanent Firefighters Association, International Association of Firefighters Local 2167, $255,000. Duxbury Free Library, Service Employees International Union Local 888, $27,000, for the aforementioned total of $630,000. Select Board voted 3-0-0 to recommend. Finance Committee voted 7-0-0 to recommend. There you go.
Second.
Any comments with respect to Article 7 of the special town warrant? Move forward with a vote. Forward in the vote in 1 minute.
Let's allow them. Bring the
Test.
Bring the kids in.
There you go.
What's that?
Voting is open. Article 7, special town warrant.
We hear you now.
So bring them in. That's what he announced the
We are
other day.
cooking
It was
with gas.
a minute ago, 2 people. Bring them in. Yeah. Let the kids run around.
Let's tell him he's too loud.
Come in.
No, don't touch
They
it.
can catch a football over there. There's- Yeah. I'm sorry? Yeah. If they yell loud enough. Bring 'em in.
Article 7 passes, 162 yes, 17 no. Someone was to want to make a motion to adjourn the special town meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Take a voice vote on that. All in favor to adjourn the special town meeting? Aye. Opposed? Move to the full warrant for the annual town meeting. Article 1.
Article 1, subject, election. No vote is required. Article 1 is a notice to inhabitants of the coming election and to bring in their votes as follows. Annual town election, Saturday, March 28th, 2026, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m., precincts 1 through 6, the Lieutenant Timothy Steele Athletic Building, 130 St. George Street, Duxbury, Mass. And the list of open elected positions and ballot questions are located in the back of the warrant.
No action is required on Article 1.
From me?
Article 2.
Article
Mrs.
2.
Sullivan.
Article 2, subject, reports. I move that the town receive the reports of town officials, boards, committees, and commissions. Recommendations, Select Board voted 5-0-0 to recommend. Finance Committee voted 8-0-0 to recommend.
Second.
Comments on Article 2? Move to a vote on Article 2. Article 2, acceptance of reports, passes 176 yes, 11 no. Article 3.
Article 3, subject, compensation of elected officials. I move that the town fix the compensation of the elected town officers for the 12-month period beginning July 1st, 2026, as set forth in the column entitled Finance Committee Recommended FY 27, as printed in the warrant. Select Board voted 5-0-0 to recommend. Finance Committee voted 8-0-0 to recommend.
Second.
Any discussion on Article 3?
Freeling, 1041 Union Street. I'm just confused looking at this. Does that mean that we're increasing pay right now when we are still trying to balance our budget?
Who would like to field that one?
What is she? No.
Yes, it does.
For the town clerk.
Yes, it does mean that, and in fact, the budget is balanced. Yes, it does include a raise.
Town clerk. Town clerk.
Thank you.
Other comments with respect to Article 3? Otherwise, we'll move forward with the vote. Article 3 carries, 185 yes, 28 no. Article 4.
Article 4, subject, funding of salaries. I move that the town appropriate the sum of $167,467.66 to implement the personnel policies and provide funding for any other salary or compensation not addressed by the personnel policies as printed in the warrant, and to meet said appropriation, raise and appropriate the sum of $152,652.67 appropriate the sum of $9,070.50 from Rock Enterprise Fund revenue and transfer the sum of $5,744.49 from the water retained earnings. Said funds to be expended under the direction of the town manager. Select Board voted 5-0-0 to recommend. Finance Committee voted 7-0-1 to recommend. The one was an abstain.
Second.
Comments with respect to Article 4?
Hi, Colleen Brewer, Toby Garden Street. So just to be clear, we're actually voting a budget item here. It's not just what the HR has determined salary should be. Is that correct? We're actually spending money in this article.
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to question the town engineer. If someone could talk to that, why we're hiring a town engineer, it seems.
So the funding for the town engineer is not in this article?
The funding for the town engineer is not in this article. These are only for employees that are
But the
current.
position is.
The position is, but not any financial implication.
I don't get it.
We don't
Well,
have
we don't have one.
Let me explain if I may, Mr.
Thank you.
Moderator.
Yes, please.
Years ago, the town would vote the entire personnel plan, every word of it, who got what days off, all the positions. We have pared that back probably a decade ago. So what we do now is, in this, we make a request of the voters to consider the idea of adding a position. Now, that doesn't mean we're funding it, it just means we're including it in the personnel plan. So in this case, the town engineer, it would be to include it in the personnel plan, and with that, there would be a job description that would follow. And if approved under Article 5 or 5A, 5B, whatever, that's where the funding comes in. This is just to include the language. Because there are positions here in the personnel plan that may or may not be filled, but we don't remove them from it. It's just to add the position, not the money. The money's in the next article.
Okay. So, yeah, that's why I was asking, are we actually spending money here? So we're not actually spending
Not
money.
on that position. We're
Not
spending
on that
money.
position.
Yeah, the money that we spend here is for it's for the existing employees.
Okay, and those are just increases in the personnel plan of where their salary range is going to be? And we'll have money then to pay them that range?
Yes, and that is correct, and it includes a 2.25% cost of living allowance.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions with respect to Article 4, funding of salaries?
Here we go.
Yes.
Freeling, 1041 Union Street. Typically, in past years, the first three lines here, the town manager, fire chief, and police, I believe have had numbers next to them, and now we're on contract. I'm just wondering when and why that changed, and if we know the amounts.
Actually, I believe it's been that way since I've been here.
I'll bring the old one back after lunch, but I believe
Okay.
here's the numbers.
Thank you.
So we don't know how much those three make, or listed somewhere else here?
Not in that document. That information is available on the town's website, though.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Other comments with respect to Article 4? Hearing none, we'll move forward with the vote.
Pierce.
Article 4 passes, 196 yes, 34 no. On Article 5A, for the general operating budget, Mrs. Sullivan's going to read in the motion, and The way we typically do this is if you want to comment or have questions with respect to a particular line item, please be at the microphone to announce that you are requesting a hold on that item. Mrs. Sullivan.
Hi. This is a long article, and the way that we try to manage through it to be somewhat time efficient is as we go, if you have a question on a particular line, you can step to the microphone and say, hold. At that point, we will mark the item as being held and return to it after we've read the entire article. It's done this way for the last few years, and it seems to have worked well and made a somewhat long dissertation a little bit easier to manage. So please, if you've got a question, hold, not the question, and then we will return to you. Thank you. Article 5A, Motion 1. I move that the town appropriate the sum of $98,335,253 as the general operating budget of the town as printed in the warrant in lines 1 through 93 of Article 5A for the purposes and in the amounts specified below, and to meet said appropriation, the town raise and appropriates the sum of $97,268,425, transfer the sum of $200,000 from the pension reserve fund, transfer the sum of $12,548 from the sale of real estate fund, transfer the sum of $119,819 from Waterways Improvement Fund, transfer the sum of $285,000 from PEG Access Fund, transfer the sum of $14,350 from the Seawall Betterment Reserve, transfer the sum of $146,304 from Water Enterprise Fund Reserve, transfer the sum of $50,009 from Rock Enterprise Fund Reserve.
Revenue.
Oh, sorry, revenue, thank you. Transfer the sum of $238,798 from fund balance reserve for bond premium, and with $98,335,253 said funds to be expended under the direction of the town manager. Recommendations. Select Board voted 4-0-0 to recommend. Finance Committee voted 8-0-0 to recommend. Yep. Mr. Moderator, would it be time to have folks speak the article? The presentations?
Do we have a set?
The presentations. The
Okay,
budget.
yes.
By FinCom and by the
Yes.
All the folks?
So we'll, we
I
start
know
with,
they don't want to miss this.
we starting with you?
I didn't do that. What?
Are we starting with you?
Yeah.
Yes, okay, Mrs. Sullivan.
All right. I didn't want to deny you this throw. Thank you.
I don't think it's
I've never
working.
been told I'm too quiet, so I appreciate that.
Betsy, I don't think that's. Tap that. No, dog.
Want to turn this
It's
on,
like this
gentlemen? Want to have it continue to be turned on?
How about the one at your seat?
Mine's on.
I'm going to use my mic. How's that?
Betsy.
No, well, whatever. We're having a little trouble with the microphones today. Sorry about that. All right. The financial articles before you today represent nearly 2 years of work. In March of 2024, we all shared concerns echoed by the Finance Committee, Town Manager, Finance Director, that Duxbury's ability to fund essential services were at risk. Following the FY25 annual town meeting, a task force was formed to examine our revenues, expenses, and potential reductions. Our findings were presented to the Select Board and to the community, and from that work began the effort to develop both a balanced budget and an override proposal. The balanced budget was only possible with cuts across every department, and the override proposal was calculated with a 5-year window to withstand inflation, staffing to support a larger population, especially in public safety, and the need to increase our commitment to maintaining our existing infrastructure. As you know, that override did not pass at the ballot. As a result, we implemented the reductions reflected in the FY26 balanced budget. While disappointing, that outcome also provided important lessons. We heard clearly what matters to most of our residents, and we were challenged to return with a solution that is focused and responsive to community concerns. I believe that the Select Board, Town Manager, Finance Director, and schools, with the cooperation of many boards and committees, have provided that solution. The proposed FY26 override is approximately 1/3 the size of last year's request. It focuses on the community's highest priorities: public safety, education, cost-effective staffing adjustments, and critical facility and infrastructure maintenance. The process has been thorough and transparent. The Finance Committee met more than 20 times to review budget proposals and participated in numerous joint meetings. The School Committee met nearly 30 times with significant attention to financial planning. And the Select Board has met regularly since the June special town meeting. I did count it, and I got 28, but I'm sure they've met more than that. I have had periodic updates on budget development. These meetings were open to the public. Many were recorded and posted online, and budget materials were made available on the town website. There were over 78 meetings that were available for public participation, comment, and knowledge being shared. Local media and community forums have also provided ongoing coverage. I would be remiss if I didn't publicly thank Mary McKinnon for her diligence and dedication to this process, Rainey Reed for presenting 2 budgets and being open to our input and questions, which were numerous, and especially all of the department heads for making the tough calls that a process like this entails. You have been in the trenches every single day and have dealt with some very difficult decisions, and we have not lessened our requests for service that did not reflect those cutbacks. Thank you. I think that the town should say thank you in unison. I hope today answers any outstanding questions you might have, and you remember to vote on March 28th as well. A friend of mine in a conversation that I had reminded me that many people that are here today, voting in 2 weeks is something that might slip past them. I encourage you to take out your phone and enter into your calendar that March 28th is ballot day. And however you feel about this initiative, go to the ballot and vote. There's also going to be, and Sue, you could help me with this, as far as voting at Town Hall, and we also have some mail-in ballots.
Early voting in person is Monday, the 16th through Wednesday, the 23rd. We will be open on Friday at Town Hall. No weekend voting, and the deadline to apply to vote by mail is Monday, the 23rd. So it's Wednesday, the 25th, in person.
Okay, so there is absolutely every opportunity in the world to have your voice heard, and we encourage you to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Betsy.
Comments from Mr. Guitart on behalf of the Board of Selectmen.
Excellent. Thank you. So, yeah, on behalf of the Select Board, I will share with you this morning the 5A and the 5B budget, right? So I will talk about those and hopefully provide you with information to make an informed vote. But let me start off by saying that we, the Select Board, have a vital duty to the residents of this town, and that is to hold ourselves accountable to the taxpayers who fund our budget and to ensure that town services are provided in a fiscally responsible manner that meets the needs of our community. Meeting those needs has grown increasingly challenging as costs continue to rise, while our revenues to balance that have not grown equally. With that reality, we are unanimously recommending two articles today. We have two articles, Article 5A, the balanced budget, and Article 5B, the 1.89 million Proposition 2.5 override. The override is tightly focused on town needs and does not include any excess levy capacity. To put this in perspective, the last time this community voted in an override was 37 years ago, in 1989. That override was for $1.1 million. In today's dollars, right? In today's dollars, that's equivalent to 2.6 million. Today, we're asking for 1.89, less than what this community approved nearly 4 decades ago. That speaks for itself. This town has consistently lived within its means, never asking for more than necessary. We are asking now because the need is real, the case is clear, and the record shows that your select boards over this past decade and the town administrators have been and will continue to be fiscally responsible to you, the taxpayers. Next. Article 5A, the balanced budget in the amount of $101 million. In developing the 5A budget, we have successfully managed to stay within the 2.5 property tax through new growth in property values and targeted fees increases at the transfer station, beach, and cemetery. Fees that reflect the true cost in delivering these services. Within that framework, the 5A budget accomplishes the following. Restores 3 positions cut last year in accounting and DPW, and adds 2 new full-time positions in facilities and DPW, and one part-time position in recreation. These new positions aren't simply additions to headcount. They represent smart, cost-conscious investments. A dedicated facilities position will help shift us from costly, reactive maintenance to proactive, preventative maintenance. An in-house town engineer in the DPW reduces our reliance on expensive outside contractors, and expanded recreation staffing will protect revenue at the pool through programming. It's worth noting that 70% of the 5A budget is devoted to essential core services, public safety, DPW, and education, as well as debt service. These are not discretionary expenses. These are obligations we've made to and also made by our community. It is also important to note that this figure does not include the allocation of employee benefits and shared costs to these services. This serves to highlight the reality of the 5A budget. It is the primary driver of the budget. The primary driver of the budget is the cost of delivering essential core services to the community. Article 5B, the override for $1.89 million. Even with a well-managed, balanced 5A budget, there are needs that we cannot meet within the levy cap. Article 5B total of $1.89 million is a 1.8 increase over 5A and is specifically targeted to address those needs. For the town, the 5B budget restores 3 full-time positions, 2 in DPW and 1 in the Select Board's office, restores 2 part-time positions in HR and municipal services, and it adds 2 patrol officers, 2 firefighter paramedics, 1 beach operation position, and 1 part-time position in DPW. With regards to the public safety positions for fire and police, these are designed to fill open shift vacancies, which currently require calling back staff on their days off. This will ease staff burden, will help reduce overtime cost, and ask less of mutual aid. The beach operations position will also ease demand on existing staff and aim to improve beach access to residents and visitors alike. With regards to the part-time position, that's a $12,000 ask, and that is to help keep our new, soon-to-be new DPW building operating as it should do. For the schools, the 5B budget aims to restore 3 positions, 2 elementary classroom teachers and 1 district technology director. It also aims to implement universal full-day kindergarten and maintain current staffing levels. Taken together, 68 of the positions added in the override amount is directed towards public safety and education, which includes full-day kindergarten, and when combining the 5A and 5B budget, the overall budget remains consistent. 70% of the budget is for public safety, DPW, education, and debt service. And as already stated, the primary driver of the cost for delivering this is the primary driver for those costs, right? 70% is for delivering these core essential services to the community. Thanks. So this is not an easy decision. There will be a cost to us as residents of this town, and like all of us, we do not like paying more in taxes. But we, the Select Board, can say with confidence and unanimity that this request is fiscally responsible, that it reflects our honest assessment of what this town needs to function well and deliver the level of services that our community expects and more importantly, deserves. So finally, what does it mean for me? Hopefully this presentation has given you the information you need to make an informed decision. The final step is to see exactly what this means for you personally. Simply visit the Town of Duxbury Home webpage and using the link above, enter your address, and you'll find the full fiscal year 27 impact on both the override and the Alden Primary School feasibility study, which we'll be discussing shortly. Thank you for listening, and on behalf of the Select Board, we respectfully ask for your support of both the 5A and 5B budgets today, and especially at the ballot on March 28th. Thank you for your time. Much appreciated.
For a fiscal year 27 public schools presentation, we have Dr. Danielle Klingerman.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for your time. I'm Danielle Klingerman, Superintendent of Duxbury Public Schools. And I wanted to start off today by acknowledging someone very special to the school department. Last Sunday, we learned of the passing of one of our Alden school teachers, Ms. Lori Aldrich. Lori was a dedicated educator serving Duxbury for the past 23 years, and she was scheduled to retire at the end of the school year. Through the years, Lori touched the lives of many students as well as her colleagues and was genuinely one of the kindest people around. Lori's services are happening right now here in Duxbury, and I know a lot of the Alden school teachers and staff are there in support of Lori. So we're thinking of Lori and sending thoughts and prayers to her family, and I just wanted to say thank you for allowing me to pay our respect to this valued teacher who generously served our community. So today I'm here to provide a brief update on the state of the schools and the potential impact of the budget articles before you today. Many of you have attended town-wide meetings or forums over the past months and are familiar with the town and the school department's FY27 financial situation. Next slide. So we have incredible students, and I know many of you are proud parents, grandparents, and Duxbury Public Schools graduates yourselves. I share that pride, and I'm honored every single day to serve this district. The annual town meeting is the only opportunity some of you have to hear directly from me about the state of the schools, so I would never stand here and deliver only doom and gloom. So I do have a little doom and gloom later on in the presentation, though. So we are working with the wonderful students in this community, and there are always good things happening in our schools due to the community support we receive, as well as the commitment of our faculty, staff, administrators, and of course, our families as partners. While there are successes at every level, I'll mention just a few today. We are pleased that we were able to implement our new high-quality, research-based K-5 English language arts curriculum. That's going very well. And due to a grant written by our assistant superintendent, 2 years ago, we were able to implement a new rigorous math curriculum at the middle school, and we're in year 2 of that program. We continue to focus on supporting all learners from early childhood through high school with high academic expectations and providing the supports where needed. We are seeing strong growth with our students on benchmark assessments as well as with the state MCAS testing. In 2025, for their MCAS achievement, DHS has reached the 98th percentile in accountability. We're very proud to report that we are an advanced placement honor roll school for the student success demonstrated on earning a 3, 4, or a 5 on the AP exam. And we're proudest of the high number of students accessing that AP coursework. Finally, we have many students earning the seal of biliteracy for demonstrating proficiency in another language, and some of our students even in more than another. Sometimes our students are doing 3 languages and showing proficiency. So there are some common factors that every public school district in the Commonwealth faces that are driving school budgets to rise at a rate faster than would be preferred. Due to the inflation we all face in our own budgets, utilities and maintenance costs continue to rise exponentially, especially over the past 5 years. Technology, hardware, and infrastructure need to be maintained to ensure our operating systems function properly and that we can support the thousands of users who access our network daily. Cybersecurity and data privacy are top concerns, and we take every precaution to ensure that our network and users are protected. Federal grant funding has been precarious over the past year, and we are hearing once again that our federal Title I funding is at risk of being reduced or worse, not being allocated at all to the district due to our declining low-income population as reflected in the U.S. Census data. Finally, our schools often face costly, unfunded mandates that we are required to adhere to at the expense of the district. Some examples of these include the homeless student transportation that we're required to provide, there are graduation requirements and other mandates that the Department of Education ensures that we're following. Special education services that the students in this community are entitled to and deserve often come at a significant investment. Out-of-district special education costs and special education transportation, which is really unregulated, have risen at an astounding rate that's not commensurate with the state's circuit breaker reimbursement. Okay, this is the doom and gloom slide. With last year's failed 5B or override budget, the school department lost just over 18 positions that would have been filled, in addition to the already reduced 5.8 positions that we had consolidated in our 5A budget. So that's around 23 to 24 positions that we are functioning with less this year than we were last year. The schools faced a significant challenge this year, and like many other of our town departments, it has been a difficult situation to manage. And as a result, we did see an increase in our elementary classroom numbers. Within those cuts, we reduced a significant number of administrative positions, including slashing our content area curriculum support in half. And we lost a portion of a key data position that ensures that our state reporting is accurate and that our student and staff data integration happens successfully every minute of the day. The loss of that data support resulted in several significant interruptions to student learning. We lost our Director of Instructional Technology, which is essential in 21st century schools, ensuring that our data privacy is protected and that our students and staff are able to be trained and to utilize our curriculum programs that all have substantial online components. This position allows for the months of MCAS administration to be seamless, and we're now heading into MCAS season without this pivotal person. And while I have seen discussions online about completely eliminating technology from schools, that is not realistic for preparing students for future college and careers in a tech-driven workforce, or for our students to be productive citizens in the ever-changing landscape of technology, including the way AI is changing our world. Advances in technology have also allowed schools to personalize learning, while we always remain mindful of screen time, emphasizing the essential learning and interaction that take place when the devices are put away. Staffing reductions at the middle school and high school have significantly negatively affected student course selection and schedule development, which has been detrimental to our students, where we attempt to support their interests and passions and what makes the students want to come to school each day. And finally, our kindergarten families continue to bear the burden of paying tuition for a program that provides twice the instructional time of our young learners, leads to higher academic achievement in literacy and math, and reduces achievement gaps for disadvantaged students, which we do have here in Duxbury. And it also allows for better social and emotional development and improved school readiness. Next. And I want to start this slide by correcting information that was shared in Wednesday's Clipper about the budget and what we would be discussing today. The school department is not proposing to restore any curriculum supervisors or administrative positions that we are not speaking about today, so that was not accurate. So today we are not asking to restore the 18-plus positions that were eliminated in the FY26 budget. We approached this year's budget with a very conservative outlook. We are requesting the most essential needs after assessing the impact of last year's reductions. The 5B, or override budget, accomplishes 4 things seen here on this graphic. It restores 2 elementary classroom teachers, enabling us to maintain 10 classroom sections per grade level. Our enrollment numbers are steady. We have approximately 200 students in each grade level, with 2 grades that are just under 190 and 2 grades just over 220. So mostly our classes are steady at around 200 students per class. This budget restores the Director of Technology position for all of the reasons I emphasized a few moments ago. This position has shifted from managing hardware and basic technology skills to serving as the architect of operational intelligence, AI governance, and instructional equity. Without this position, we are facing fragmented systems, security risks, malfunctioning access to curriculum and assessment programs, as well as missed instructional opportunities. The 5B budget supports slight adjustments to essential staffing, allowing us to offer an additional section of STEM at DMS, we have one of the larger classes of about 230 students will be advancing from grade 5 to 6 this year. This budget would allow us access to an introductory world language course at DHS, and it would provide an additional hour of nursing support at DHS. Finally, with 5B, we can provide universal full-day kindergarten. And I already explained the why behind full-day kindergarten, but I do want to share that. We often hear people say online and just in conversation, I attended half-day kindergarten, or my children attended half-day kindergarten, and they did really well. But we can't emphasize this enough. We're not seeing the same 5-year-olds with the same level of readiness as we were seeing pre-pandemic or even 5, 10, or 15 years ago. Thousands of students filter through our schools, and we see the benefit of the full-day kindergarten program. And we can tell you with certainty that children today require increased exposure to academics and social opportunities. And there's the wonderful people that we serve every day. So thank you for your time and for sharing your children and grandchildren with us and for allowing me this time to speak to you all about what is going well, as well as some of the challenges we are facing in Duxbury schools, and that other districts like ours are facing as well if you read what's happening around the South Shore and beyond. And I said this last year at town meeting, teaching today and operating our schools has become much more difficult, which is why having a strong infrastructure of support is required. The lack of future educators entering the pipeline has reached a crisis level, and those of us who work in schools understand why. Technology, social media, inflationary costs, academic expectations, and increased student needs have created a high-pressure situation for educators and our students alike. The challenges of public education today are unprecedented. Schools are vastly different than when many of us went to school, and we always appreciate your support as we request this essential funding for our departments. Thank you.
Mr. Reed?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good morning, everybody, and thank you all for attending this year's annual town meeting. Appreciate you being here. Since we all last assembled here last year, I, along with the board, committee members, department heads, and their respective staff members you have seated here before you here today, we've had numerous conversations as a result of last year's budget vote. We've all been carefully listening to the Duxbury community. We have heard your concerns. We clearly understand that we are faced with rising costs at home, and with that in mind, we have taken a number of steps to bring forward to you today the proposed 5A and 5B budgets, which we believe will provide the town with the means to deliver the services to our residents and businesses. We knew that the budget would be heavily driven by the need to address structural deficits, rising costs, employee benefits, and debt service from major capital projects. In fact, the major factors that set the stage for the development of the FY27 budget included structural deficits. Our forecasts have shown potential structural deficits reaching $3.9 million by 2030, necessitating careful management of the FY27 budget to maintain long-term stability. Debt service and capital projects. Sustainable debt service is expected from major infrastructure projects, including the $2.7 million, the $27.4 million DPW building project. Boy, I just saved a lot of money with that mistake. The $15 million for the seawall repairs and future PFAS design costs for our water systems. Employee benefits and fixed costs. Rising fixed costs for employee benefits, health insurance, and pension obligations are also key drivers in the need for increased spending. Revenue limitations. As 97% of property tax revenue comes from residential taxpayers with little commercial offset, the town faces limitations in funding increases through tax levy alone. Striking a balance. We knew we had to find a balance between the need for providing high-quality public services, being mindful of the impact on taxpayers, both short-term in our property tax bills and long-term, maintaining the town's AAA credit rating. The Select Board was involved in this year's budget process at an unprecedented level. As you've heard, beginning last summer, the board met on several occasions to analyze our revenue projections as well as identify and rank several priorities for the upcoming fiscal years so that we could develop the FY27 budget message and articulate their collective policy decisions. With that in mind, in this year's budget message to the department heads, we acknowledged these continued financial challenges and stated that the failed override has highlighted the need to prioritize essential services and ensure that our limited resources are allocated effectively and efficiently. This will require additional sacrifices across the organization and may impact our ability to maintain the high-quality services that we as Duxbury residents expect. We also outlined the board's key priorities, including funding compulsory fixed and shared costs, including debt service, pension assessments, health insurance, property insurance, state and county assessments, Chapter 115 veterans benefits, Mass DOT required street lighting, Medicare payroll taxes, and compliance with the Clean Water Act, and at a minimum, maintaining our current staffing levels in the police and fire department and the DPW. To that end, we asked each department to prepare 2 operating budget scenarios for FY27, a 5A level services operating budget and a 5B contingency or override budget. In the 5A level services operating budget, we requested that the department heads create a conservative budget reflecting the ability to provide the same level of service to the community. In the 5B contingency override budget, we recognized that many important initiatives and staffing requests had not been fully funded in prior years. However, recognizing the potential impact to taxpayers, we set the parameter to request only critical staffing and expenses not fully funded in prior years. Our department heads once again rose to meet the challenge, and the net result is presented to you today as a balanced 5A FY27 operating budget, which totals approximately $105 million without any layoffs necessary to achieve that balance. The 5A budget itself. In addition to reflecting the board's key priorities as noted above, the 5A budget presented here today includes an overall increase of 3.77% for standard operating expenses, plus a 1.82% increase for voter-approved, debt-excluded projects. Combined, there is an overall 5.89% increase in the budget. More specifically, the 5A budget includes 2 police officers, which had originally been funded by stabilization funds at the June 16th special town meeting last year, 2 firefighter paramedics, also funded using stabilization last summer, 2 DPW employees, 1 mechanic in the vehicle maintenance division and 1 equipment operator in the highway division, both of which were RIFs, but were vacant positions at that time, 1 new part-time aqueducts director position, 1 new town engineer position in the DPW administration, 1 new administrative assistant in the facilities department. An additional $189,000 increase in the facilities department for repairs and maintenance, a 7.5% increase in Plymouth County retirement, an 8% increase in health insurance, a 9% increase in electricity to power our buildings, and an additional $100,000 to cover the new DPW facility, a 17% increase in natural gas serving our buildings, and an additional $95,000 to cover the new DPW facility, a 10% increase in technology to strengthen cybersecurity defenses and cover software price escalation, and a 3% increase for the school department. We do not yet know what the FY28 budget will hold, but we are cautiously optimistic that the recent and in some cases long overdue increases in fees will help bridge the gap beyond FY28. The proposed 5B budget addresses these concerns and the needs not met under the 5A budget in concert with the guidance of the FY27 budget message. The 5B budget. Using the FY27 budget message as a guide, the 5B contingency override budget seeks to fulfill departmental requests only for critical staffing, either lost to previous budget constraints or to address crucial service needs, or to fund some of the expenses not fully funded in prior years. Knowing that any increase beyond the balanced 5A budget would be a burden to the taxpayers, we carefully considered any additional funding being requested in the 5B contingency override budget and weighed the merits of those proposed increases. While the majority of those proposed increases were all worthy of consideration, certainly not all of them were included in the 5B budget that you have before you today. In terms of staffing, the 5B budget includes the restoration of 1 full-time admin assistant position in the Select Board's office, 1 full-time skilled laborer position in the Lands and Natural Resources Division of the DPW, 1 full-time equipment operator position in the Highway Division of the DPW, 1 part-time benefit specialist position in the HR department, 1 part-time administrative assistant position in the Municipal Services Department. The proposed 5B budget also includes the addition of 2 full-time patrol officer positions in the Police Department, 2 full-time firefighter paramedic positions in the Fire Department, 1 assistant director position in Beach Operations, 1 part-time custodian position in Central Buildings Division of the DPW, and 1 part-time home-delivered meals position at the Council on Aging, now known as the Center. We understand that there may be some resistance to adding new headcount to our staff. However, we have vetted the merits of each of these requests with the Select Board and the Finance Committee several times. Our department heads and I are able to provide further answers to questions you may have about these proposals. Further, there is a spreadsheet handout that was made available at the tables outside entitled Article 5B FY27, which provides additional details on each of the 22 lines that will be reviewed in Article 5B. Looks like this. The budgets presented here for your consideration represent the collective body of work of boards, committees, and our valued staff to allocate resources to meet the evolving expectations of the community. We hope that you will support them today and on March 28th. I think I'd get the date right. In closing, we knew that leading up to this moment that the FY27 budget would be an especially challenging year, and we were right. Our ability to provide services to the levels citizens expect is an ever-growing challenge, and that challenge remains. However, we have faced and solved difficult budget cycles in years past, and I know that we will all continue to dedicate ourselves to develop new and creative ideas to maintain our high quality of services, meet our fiduciary obligations, and work within the financial framework presented here to you today. I want to thank all the department heads and their staff for the work that they have done to help with this process, and I truly appreciate all of your tireless efforts. Also, my thanks to the Select Board, the Finance Committee, the Fiscal Advisory Committee, the School Superintendent, and the School Committee for their important contributions, input, and support in formulating this budget. I know it is often a thankless task, but you certainly have my deepest appreciation for all of your work. To my friend and colleague, Mary McKinnon, I want to offer my sincerest gratitude for all of her efforts in helping assemble this information and presenting it in a clear and understandable way. You continue to do absolutely terrific work, and I am truly grateful. Thank you. And of course, to my friend and coworker, Nancy, I'll never be able to adequately thank you for all of your years of service. I will miss seeing your smiling face every morning and everything you've brought to our little party over the last 11 years. Your positive attitude, happy demeanor, and strong work ethic, all of which have been a gift to everyone you've encountered. You will sorely be missed, and I wish you a long, healthy, and happy retirement. There, I got through that part. And finally, to all of you today here in the audience, thank you for your time and attention and for attending today's town meeting. I encourage all of our residents to continue to stay informed, be involved, attend meetings, listen, ask questions, and offer solutions at any time. Your voices matter. We want to hear from you, and we appreciate your participation in this process. Thank you all so much. You ready?
Just as a housekeeping reminder, the fire marshal has requested that the area by the doorway be kept clear. If people could take a seat and keep that area clear. Mrs. Sullivan?
Okay.
Continue with the motion.
Well, I will be reading only the FY27 Finance Committee column. There are other three columns in your warrant, but the number that we voted is the number that is submitted at this time. Okay, at the end of each section, as I had said before, we're going to do holds. When I finish general government, we'll pause, revisit the holds, and then move forward to public safety. Okay, general government, town meeting, Department 113, line 1, expenses, $2,500. Department 114, moderator, line 2, salaries, $40. Line 122, selectman manager, line 3, salaries, $282,173. Line 4, expenses, $14,410. Department 691, Historical Commission, line 5, expenses, $1,000. 131, Finance Committee, line 6, salaries, $3,500. Line 7, expenses, $230. Department 135, Accounting, line 8, salaries, $420,234. Line 9, expenses, $21,115. 136, audit, line 10, expenses, $60,000. Line 141, assessors. Line 11, salaries, $245,455.
Hold.
Okay, thank you. Line 12, expenses, $47,298. Department 145, treasurer collector, line 13, salaries, $331,408. Line 14, expenses, $144,070. 151, line 15, expenses, legal services, $215,400. 152, human resources, line 16, salaries, $214,719.
Hold. What was that?
Line 17, expenses, $49,362. 155, information systems, line 18, salaries, $300,113. Line 19, expenses, $695,343. Okay, one moment. Got it, Fran?
Yep, got it.
Okay, thank you. 156, public television access services, line 20, expenses, $285,000. Line 158, tax title, 21, line 21, expenses, $10,000. 161, town clerk, line 22, salaries, $232,361. Line 23, expenses, $51,290. 171, Conservation Commission, line 24, salaries, $148,864. Line, hold, right? Thank you. Line 25, expenses, $15,840. Planning Board, 175, line 26, salaries, $161,715. Line 27, expenses, $9,980. 197, facilities management, line 28, salaries, $354,532.
Hold.
Line 29, expenses, $691,045. Okay, so that would be a subtotal for general government, $5,008,997. We can revisit the holds.
First one is
Oh,
assessor's salary.
I'm sorry, Betsy, I misunderstood. I thought you wanted us to wait to the end and not yell out holds. I had some other holds.
I'm sorry, Colleen, what?
I thought it's Collingbury, Toby Garden Street. I thought you wanted us to wait to the end to tell you all of our holds. I didn't yell out like everybody else did. So I had a hold on 8 and 9 as well.
So to be clear, as we go through, the
Okay.
holds will be offered as the line is read, and then we'll revisit them. I probably misspoke, God only knows, right? But at the end of that section.
Okay, I thought you were just doing it a different
So,
way. So 8 and 9,
Line in accounting?
yes.
Yes.
Line 8 and 9 in accounting, salaries $234. Hold.
Yep.
And expenses, line 9, $21,115.
Yes,
Correct?
correct.
Okay, great.
Line 16, Human Resources.
I'm sorry, again?
Line 16, Human Resources.
It's already been
Salaries,
held.
okay. Town Clerk, line 22 and 23, Salaries and Expenses.
Town, hold on.
No, she didn't hold on.
No, which is it again, please?
22 and 23, Town Clerk.
So salaries, $232,361.
Correct.
And expenses, $51,290.
Correct.
Okay?
And then lines 28 and 29, Facilities Management.
Okey-doke. Salaries, $354,532. It's already on hold, and expenses were already on hold?
No,
Okay.
they were
Nope.
not.
All right, so adding expenses, $691,045.
Thank you.
Questions?
Okay. Starting at the beginning, accounting, line 8. Is there
Okay.
a question?
Well, there is, but I do have a question for that will make a difference now, but we don't vote on it until later on. Lines 94 and 95.
Let's stick, can we?
Well, this is important. Line ROC, for the ROCCC budget, it looks like we have a $3 million grant for this year, and I didn't know how long that grant lasted, because it may make just changes. If that's a one-year grant for $3 million, that means we might not want to be adding new positions this year that next year won't fit into our budget. That's why I'm bringing it up now. So I'm just curious how long that $3 million grant
Rainey, did you
is
want-
good for.
It's an enterprise account, and the grant is delivered by the state for 911 funds, and it has been an annual grant since the program began.
Okay.
It is renewed annually. It is applied for in the spring, I believe, and is, out of all of the grants, I think the most reliable.
Yeah,
As
okay, and
is
it doesn't
funding
affect the
from the state.
general budget then? It doesn't affect the rest of the budget then?
No,
Okay, thank you.
you're welcome.
So, accounting, it looks like the salaries went up 19%, the expenses have gone up almost 64%. I was wondering if someone could talk to that. Is that a new position, or are we restoring a position? I can't remember what it had
It's
said.
a RIF. And Mary, did you want to address what the position entails? But last year, there was someone laid off from that department, and this is reinstating a position to that department.
Excellent. Does this work? Before I answer the accounting, if I could just also add a little bit more to the grant. The ROC grant is actually engrossed in legislation at the state level, so the risk of us losing that grant is extremely low, because it would take an act of the legislature to make a change for that.
Thank you.
With respect to the accounting department, the increase that you are referencing that is included in the 5A budget is to address the restoration of a position that was eliminated or reduced in the FY26 budget for an assistant town accountant. And the reason that this position is being requested to be restored back into the 5A budget is that the accounting office is solely responsible for processing payroll for the entire organization, all town departments. It is also the department that processes all of our vendor payments for our entire organization. We have one person who is dedicated to payroll and one person who is dedicated to accounts payable. There's absolutely no redundancy. So when we're at a very significant risk of not being able to process payroll or accounts payable, should those people either be out or those positions be vacant. So it's critical that we have redundancy available in the office. In addition, it is critical that we have the staff available to perform timely reconciliations and respond to our outside requests from our auditors and from our state reporting agencies. And right now what we are experiencing is a delay in being able to accomplish that with the bandwidth that we have in the office. And we also have as we continue to have these more challenging budget cycles year over year, The demand for more data analysis, and the ability to respond to questions effectively really requires some budget analyst skills that would be engrossed in the position that is being requested here. With respect to the expenses, we have had turnover in that office, and we have new staff that require the additional training. So there are certification programs that are available through our professional associations in order to achieve that professional development. And so there's increased costs in order to be able to send our staff to receive the proper training.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Assessor's salary, line 11. Did someone have a hold? Like to ask a question?
Freeling, on Union Street. I always live.
Free with the microphone heading to the ceiling. It's not working. There you go.
Is that better?
Yeah, no. A little bit.
Better?
Sure, but I'm
Okay.
deaf as a haddock, so.
Freeling, 1041 Union Street. I love to see numbers go down. I'm a little curious, though, seeing the salaries go down and the expenses go up. I'm just looking for an explanation.
Our long-term assessor has retired, and we hired a new person to that position, and as such, there was a salary adjustment.
Wonderful, thank you.
You're welcome. Number 152, Human Resources Salaries. And who had a question on that? Tag, are you going to the mic? Okay. Okay.
I think that was my home, and I had this.
Good, you got to go to the microphone and identify yourself.
Same question, Bree Ling, 1041 Union Street, of the decrease in human resources. Love to see the numbers down, just looking for the explanation.
There was a RIF last year that has not been reinstated. So, okay.
That was the same.
Information system, oh, I'm sorry, Colleen.
I'm just saying, same question, so.
Okay. Expenses, someone had a question? IT?
Yes.
Oh, there you go, Tag.
Tag Carpenter, Summer Street. I note that the information system expenses line increased 14%. Check this. In a couple of years, we'll be spending $1 million. I'd like to ask, and I don't mean to go into detail here, has the accounting department or the town broken that down in terms of equipment, software subscriptions, and established or identified a strategy to control and limit those expenses? Because what we see happening in industry is that the software industry is under threat and will continue to extract revenues where they can. Municipal government is vulnerable to this type of strategy, more so than commercial entities. And so I sense a great deal of fiscal risk in this line item. And I guess I'd just like to ask in future years, probably too late this year, for a more detailed breakdown of this $600,000 item that's trending towards $1 million, so that we can understand how we're getting a handle on it. That's really my comment. Thank you.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Mike Woodford. I'm the Chief Technology Officer for the town and schools. Thank you for the question. So I would agree with you. The costs are continuing to rise. I mean, the vast majority of this increase is simply due to our internal costs increasing for mainly software as a service. So we've seen an average of 5 to 10% increases across the board. So internally and behind some of those numbers, most of them are, I mean, they're in the operational budget. They are operational costs, not hardware or capital replacement costs. Some of those costs have gone up. I mean, our hypervisor services, for instance, by more than 100% this year. So there are breakdowns sort of within that number. The majority of them are software related, as you noted. We're doing everything we can to make sure we stabilize those costs and put them in the right place and kind of make sure the outlook is there. But beyond that, yeah, I think we're trying to be as responsible as possible and anticipate the continued increase. But that's, at the end of the day, the sort of the bumper sticker message for why that increase is there. Our costs have gone up. Sounds good. Thank you very much.
And the next hold is town clerk salaries and expenses.
Collingbury, Toby Garden Street, so so 15% increase in salaries and a almost 19 increase in expenses, and just would like someone to speak to what those are.
There's a midterm primary, there's a midterm election, and we've had request from, to have increased details to cover those elections.
Are those all under expense, or that include
I
salaries?
will tell you that the town clerk's budget will go up and down depending on the voting cycle, so,
Okay.
yep.
And that, those include the expenses, the salaries as well, or that's just expenses that are for those increases?
No, that would be the salary for the people that actually work those elections.
Okay, the polls,
And,
okay.
and then the expenses would be for the details.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Next hold is conservation salaries.
Hi, Mark McDevitt, Chestnut Street. Might be a small point, but the Duxbury Clipper, in its write-up for the town meeting, indicated that one of the CPA articles indicated that as part of their administrative fee, they were responsible for 20% of the Conservation Committee salaries and expenses. And number one, I thought that that was prohibited by the CPA for use of operating expense money using CPA funds. But secondly, is this number reflect the 20% discount that CPA is promising to pay according to the Clipper?
Okay.
Let me take it.
Mary?
I'm sorry. Oh, here we go. I like jumping up and down. To answer your question, yes, the amounts that are displayed here in the warrant booklet are net of that 20% allocation to the CPC fund. So that has been factored in here. And under administrative expenses, it is a valid use of CPC funds. The state allows a 5%, up to a minimum of 5% administrative expenses to cover salaries and expenses in the operation of CPC. And given that the Conservation Department does extensive work on behalf of the Community Preservation Committee, it was agreed that the Community Preservation surcharge would absorb 20% of the salary for the conservation staff.
Okay, thanks.
Sure.
It's not part of general government, but I have a general expense question that I didn't know where to ask.
It's not tied to any line item?
It's related to expenses, electricity, basically.
Oh, utilities?
Utilities.
Yeah. Have you opened your bill lately?
Yes, I have.
We opened the same bill, only it's a lot bigger.
My question, and I'm sorry, but my question is, the town and everybody in the town recently got invited to join some Community Utility Act for electric bills. I'm assuming that these utility expenses that are buried in the line items reflect the rate that the town chose to use as a member of that community utility group. And my question is, did the town select the lowest available rate when it signed up for the utility provided under the community program? Thank you.
Ms. McKinnon?
Yep. It's a very good question, and ironically enough, the town does not participate in the municipal aggregation program for our town facilities. The town has contracted through competitive bidding for a fixed price for our electricity rates. The town has been doing that for decades so that we get the best municipal price that's offered. So we have a contract already in place that is outside of the municipal aggregation program.
Next one was facilities, salaries, and expenses.
I think that's our existing holds. Mrs. Sullivan, Public Safety?
Facilities.
Still more.
Facilities, sorry.
No, facilities.
Sorry.
Was there a hold for planning board? And I apologize.
Not on planning.
No
hold
for
planning.
Not on.
Facilities.
Facilities. Okay, sorry. I don't want to add any more.
Salaries and expenses.
No, we did have
Okay,
a hold on
salaries and
28 and
expenses. Colleen, is that you?
Yeah. Hi, Collingbury, Toby Garden Street. So the facilities management, can someone explain how many positions we actually have in that department now, and what they're actually doing. I'm wondering if is there a report we can see on the expenses, where they went to which buildings? And is there a plan? I know one of the reasons we started this position was with Tarkiln, and again, similar situation, limited funds, and we needed like a 5-year plan, a 10-year plan. And does that exist somewhere that we can all see? I know I asked a lot of things.
You want to come on down? You want me to help you?
I will defer to our facilities department head.
Thank you.
Our rock star.
If I don't answer everything correctly, just remind me what you asked.
Well, I hope you answer it correctly, just maybe not all of them.
Oh, geez. Uh-oh. Stop. Somebody's down. 16 firemen. God love them.
Let's take a brief pause here
Yeah.
while we.
What if we take a recess for a minute?
I'm Katie St. Clair, the facilities director. Most people think of facilities work as emptying trash and sweeping floor. In reality, our department is responsible for keeping 63 buildings, nearly 1 million square feet of property, and hundreds of mechanical systems running safely and reliable for this community. That includes $234 million worth of properties, 921 square feet of buildings, 909 HVAC units, 803 toilets, 548 sinks. That's 3,100 work orders a year. We are currently doing that with 2 staff, 1 HVAC technician, 1 maintenance technician. Right now, I spend a large portion of my time doing paperwork and managing 63 buildings. The new position allows for the department to focus on maintaining the town's infrastructure instead of chasing invoices and scheduling contractors. The new position would operate the work order system, vendor coordination and schedules, purchase order and invoice processing, contract tracking, compliance reporting and records, communication within the departments and the community, and they would also do inspections of properties for any additional damage may have been missed.
Okay, thank you. And do you have reports of where our money, which buildings are receiving most of your time and
Yeah, so our work order
expenses?
system tracks the properties, the expenses, and what was done in each of them.
Do we have a report somewhere?
I can get you one.
Yeah, that would be nice.
Yeah.
I think next year to include for the town meeting.
Sure.
And also, do you have a 5-year, 10-year plan for the maintenance of the buildings and replacement of systems, et
Yes.
cetera?
So
And
in the work order system, we can track all that, the PMs, the 5-year plans, when we have to do certain, pole pumps, things like that. We also use capital and we work close with the capital and capital planning.
Sure.
So we do a 10-year span for that.
Okay, and is that report available somewhere?
Should be.
Okay. And so just so I'm making sure I heard you correctly, right now you just have two people that are existing, and they're tech people, and you're hiring a clerical to help you.
Yeah, and when we
Okay.
say clerical, I just want to make sure it's not sitting
No,
doing
no,
paperwork.
but they're
She's-
not going to
she
be
or he would
repairing
be-
the systems.
Would be physically out there meeting
Yes,
contractors.
yes. Thank you.
Yeah.
Set? Thanks. Okay. Public safety. Department 210 Police, line 30, salaries, $4,401,908. Line 31, expenses, $455,770. Line 220, fire. Line 32, I apologize.
It's a radio.
Oh, okay. Never mind. Line 32, salaries, $4,164,272. Line 33, expenses, $473,425. Department 241, municipal services, line 34, salaries, $652,483. Hold.
Is there,
Got it? Okay, thank you. Line 35, expenses, $33,725. Okay?
No hold on that? No, she just retracted.
295, harbor coastal management, line 36, salaries, $311,642. Line 37, expenses, $55,810. 299, regional dispatch, commonly known as ROC. Line 38, assessment, $615,000. The subtotal for public safety, $11,164,035.
Municipal services.
Municipal services, there's a hold. Could you please ask your question?
Colleen Bird Street. What is included in salaries for municipal services? What is that department? And if we could just explain the decrease, did we lose a person again?
We did lose a person. Jim, do you want to speak to it, Jim?
And I really didn't mean to
We're
hold
going to
on.
ask the department head to address your question if you
And I
don't.
didn't mean to put a hold on the expenses, so you can strike
Okay,
that. Thank you.
She does remove the hold for expenses. What do you do, Jim?
I don't. What do I do? Hi there. Just to clarify, I think the first question was, what does that department include
Introduce
in
yourself.
municipal services?
Introduce yourself.
Right?
Introduce yourself.
Oh, I'm Jim Wazalewski. I'm the Director of Municipal Services, also the Building Commissioner. So municipal services encompasses the Health Department, Sealer Weights and Measures, and the Building Department. Salaries include my health agents, my inspectors, and that's pretty much it. Does that answer that question for you? Excuse me?
The RIF.
Decrease in the number.
There was a decrease in your budget, which we're happy about, but just
Yes,
curious.
thank you. We had a long-term health agent that retired, and we hired a new health agent, so there was a reduction in cost. Was there a question on the expenses for that,
No,
too?
she went that-
No,
she went
okay.
through that.
Great, thank you.
Okay, schools, Duxbury Schools, line 39, salaries, $37,506,466. Line 40, expenses, $8,200,000 $155,089. Subtotal $45,661,555. Good. Public Works. 192, Central Building Services, line 41, salaries, $57,279. Line 42, expenses, $193,650. 194, Tarkiln Community Center, line 43, expenses, $6,713. Line 292, Animal Control, line 44, salaries, $102,441. Line 45, expenses, $8,390. 294, Land and Natural Resources. Line 46, salaries, $528,706. Line 47, expenses.
Excuse me, was there a hold?
Or did somebody sneeze? Nope, sneeze. Yes? Oh, I'm so sorry.
is a hold.
Okay, thank you. Good ears. Line 47, expenses, $56,370. 418, Central Fuel Depot, line 48, expenses, $280,000. 419, DPW Administration, line 49, salaries, $423,503. Their hold.
Yes.
Line 50, expenses, $336,450. Hold. Okay. 421, vehicle maintenance. Line 51, salaries, $193,808. Line 52, expenses, $196,500. 422, highway and road maintenance, line 53, salaries, $524,096. 54, expenses, $95,150. 423, snow and ice, line 55, salaries, $63,750. 56, expenses, $141,800. Department 424, streetlights, line 57, expenses, $21,750. Transfer station, Department 431, line 58, salaries, $266,205. Line 59, expenses, $791,548. 440, sewer, line 60, salaries,
Nope.
blank. 61, expenses, $388,980. Department 491, cemetery, line 62, salaries, $496,062. Line 63, expenses, $341,735.
Hold on, DPW add. Oops, nope, up one. Lands and
Lands and Natural Resources,
Salaries.
salaries.
Question?
So Collingburg, Toby Garden Street, there was a 9% increase. It looks like possibly, is that a new hire or is that just salary increases of the 51,000? I mean, I'm sorry, the 9% increase.
For land and natural?
Yes,
Is this for land and natural?
resources.
Yes.
Yeah. Do you want this one, Sheila, or let me take it?
Take it. Sheila Scarzi, DPW Director. So actually, in the Lands and Natural Resources salaries in FY26, there was a clerical error. So there's an adjustment for that, as well as just AFSME contract obligations. So
Thank
it's
you.
not a new position.
Okay, thank you.
Next is DPW admin.
It was my clerical error. Oh, it was my error.
Okay. Again, Colleen Berry, Toby Garden Street. So I think you've included an engineer in your new budget. What is the amount for that position that were included in that salaries?
115.
We had budgeted $115,000 for that.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
$115,000.
Okay. I would like to make a motion to decrease the DPW budget by $115,000 and remove the new engineer position.
Any reason why, Colleen?
I don't see the need for that position, so I thought we'd get it in discussion, and then people can
Okay.
tell us all about it. So I made a motion.
I did not hear a second. I'm sorry. Okay. There's a second?
There's some people.
Okay, great.
Would you like me to speak to that position?
Sure, that'd be great. Thank you.
So actually, you may not know this, but we proposed this position originally in the B budget. It was shifted to the A budget because of the cost savings the town will realize by implementing the position. The salary can easily be offset by savings in engineering consultant expenses. Now, the position will not eliminate the need for outside engineering consultants, but it will reduce our reliance on them. The example I've been giving, a recent project that's actually still underway, the Washington Street sidewalk. So the town spent $89,600 on an outside consultant for contract administration and part-time inspection for 2 months. An in-house engineer could have easily done that work, saving the town almost $90,000. So there's a considerable opportunity for cost savings with this position. I have a long list of tasks for this engineer, being an engineer myself. Just to hit on a few, small-scale engineering designs, drainage design, water main design, sidewalk curb ramps, RFP writing, specifications, bid preparation. Every year we put out an annual well cleaning contract. That costs this year $11,000. An in-house engineer can do that. Construction administration, construction inspection, plan reviews, grant writing, regulatory compliance, asset management, GIS, board and committee support, capital planning, budgeting, road paving, culverts, bridges, the list goes on and on.
Okay.
So we have just to clarify, we have the motion, and we have a second, and we have some initial commentary on the motion to amend this by reduction of $115,000. I just want to make sure.
And so I appreciate you wanting to save us money, but I'm concerned there's also all the other costs that are involved, OPEB, their health, and et cetera. So in the short term, it may be saving us money, but I don't know that in the long term it would be. So I would urge people to vote for this amendment. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that wants to speak to this article?
Tom Moreland, North Street. I was wondering why you don't have anything in for salaries and sewer.
I do. Sorry, I didn't hear that question.
Why are there no salaries and sewer? All the staff are paid out of the water enterprise.
Yes, the sewer is part of the water and sewer department, and all of those salaries fall under the water enterprise fund.
This discussion on the amendment.
Hi, testing. Can you hear that?
Yes.
Okay. Excuse me.
Identify yourself.
I'm sorry. Yeah, Rich Vians, 21 Hunt Farm Drive.
Thank you.
The expenses, you might have rolled some of that in your discussion just now. That's going up $244,300. Is that utilities?
It's primarily utilities for the new DPW facility. We think we are very conservative with that, but the facility's 34,000 square feet. There's a lot of expenses that we didn't have in the prior facility. It's a lot bigger. So we want to make sure we have enough money in the budget to operate. So we're hoping that goes down next year.
Okay. Is it possible some of this money could be used for the firefighter position and/or the police officer position in this 5A, and by reducing that amount, or is that not possible?
I'm just going to interrupt you for a second. What we need to do at this point is move forward with the motion on the amendment
Okay.
before we have further discussion in general.
Okay.
So if anybody else has discussion on the amendment specifically?
I do. Hi, Tom Mayo, 273 Tremont Street. I just wanted to applaud the town for putting together a change in the budget that adds an engineer. An engineer is a vital component to municipal operations. It's creative budgeting. It's a great way to save money and get more functionality out of our operations. So I applaud this motion.
Thank you.
Sorry. Are you going to speak to it?
Is there any further discussion on the amendment proposed to line 49?
I just was going to present the Finance Committee's position. Thank you, Kathleen Glenn, Finance Committee. The reason we went and approved the engineer was for all the reasons that Sheila just described. And in order to keep the lights on in the new facility, we need to increase our utility budget. Thank you.
Any other discussion on the amendment? Move forward to a vote on the amendment only. This is just limited scope to the amendment to reduce the salary of line 49 salaries by approximately $115,000. If you vote yes, you are voting to remove the proposed hiring of an engineer for the DPW department. If you vote no, you are voting down the motion to remove the proposed increase in by one engineer. One for yes, two for no. The amendment fails. 335 no, 37 yes. Any other holds in DPW? I think not.
That's the holds.
Thank you.
Human Services.
Human Services?
Yep. Human Services, 541, Council on Aging, line 64, salaries, $682,094. Expenses, $193,219. 543, Veteran Services, line 66, salaries, blank. The line 67, expenses, $168,384. 840, Plymouth County Cooperative Extension, line 68, expenses, blank. Human Services, $1,043,697 in total. No holds. Library and Recreation, Department 610, Library, line 69, salaries, $1,100,152. Line 70, expenses, $392,153. 630, Recreation, line 71, salaries, $269,444. Line 72, expenses, $6,670. 631, Percy Walker Pool, line 73, salaries, $292,146, sorry. Line 74, expenses, $189,822. 632, North Hill Golf Course, line 75, expenses, $1,500. 633, Beach Lifeguards, line 76, salaries, $52,920. Line 77, expenses, $4,650. 634, Beach Operations, line 78, salaries, $382,074. Okay. Line 79, expenses, $96,534. Okay. 692, the celebrations, line 80, blank. So the total for library and recreation, $2,788,065. Hold is placed on beach operations salaries.
Hi, Colleen Berry, Toby Garden Street. So that's an 11% increase, and we're also looking at adding a new position in the override. So I would like someone to maybe speak to the 11% increase, please, already.
Mr. Studley will address.
And this basic same thing with the expenses. There's almost 18% increase in expenses. So if you could speak to both of those, please. Thank you.
Steve Studley, Recreation Director. The increase in the part-time salaries is due mainly to which used to be referred to as off-season coverage. The winter season has now increased greatly. Previous to the past 2 years, we averaged about $6,000 sold in off-season permits. The past 2 years have averaged approximately $30,000 in off-season due to the snowy owls. So the season has increased. There's also a slight 50-cent average merit increase to returning staff to try to retain our beach rangers.
Thank you. And the expenses, I'm assuming, are related to the same?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thanks, Steve.
Debt service, town and school, line 81, 710, principal, $5,676,000. Line 82, line 551, interest, $2,714,969. 83, short-term debt, blank. Line 84, 753, bond expense, $10,000, for a total of $8,400,969. Town and school shared costs, employee benefits, line 85, 916 Medicare, $876,586. Line 86, 915 life insurance, $13,260. Line 87, 914 health insurance, $9,408,868. Line 88, 911 contributory pensions, $7,097,677. Line 89, non-contributory pensions, blank. Line 90, 945 workers' compensation, $251,184. Line 91, 945 unemployment, blank. For a total of $17,647,500. We're getting close. Other shared costs, line 92, 945, fire liability insurance, $905,472. Line 93, 132 reserve fund, 200,000, for a subtotal of 1,105,472, and a general fund total of 98,335,251. I don't believe there was a hold, Colleen?
No, I missed it. Conley Road, Toby Garden Street. I'm just curious, the unemployment went from 550,000 to zero.
I'm sorry, say again?
The unemployment line went from $550,000 to zero. Are we not expecting anyone to collect unemployment?
We have enough funds
Okay.
for any anticipated expense.
Okay, great. Thank you.
That completes
Ready to vote, sir?
the motion. Did we have a second on the initial part of the motion? We did, okay. Any further discussion on the 5A general operating budget? If not, we'll move forward to the vote. There are no pending amendments, so we're voting on the overall motion to approve the general operating budget. Yes is 1, no is 2. Motion carries, 337 in favor, 23 opposed.
Motion 2?
Article 5A, motion 2, yes.
Okay. Subject, Rock operating budget. I move that the town appropriate the sum of $2,105,054 from the Rock Enterprise Fund revenue for the purposes and in the amounts specified below, and further that $50,009 be raised from Rock Enterprise Fund revenue to fund indirect costs associated with the Rock Enterprise Fund appropriated in the general fund as identified in Article 5A, Motion 1, said funds to be expended under the direction of the town manager. Further, the Rock Enterprise budget, 299 regional dispatch, line 94 is $715,666. Line 95, expenses, $1,439,397 for a subtotal of $2,155,063. There's a note.
There's
yes,
a hold.
Hold, got it. There is a note that the FY27 grant funding will be entail $2,653,593 for salaries, expenses $334,938 for a total subtotal for grant funding of $2,988,531. Where the votes, the select board, thank you. The select board voted 4-0-0 to recommend. Finance committee voted 8-0-0 to recommend.
Second.
So we had a
Hold on the rock.
hold on the rock on expenses.
Question on the rock expenses.
Lester Lloyd, 21 Washington Street. So could you explain a little bit, does this mean that the net cost of the rock to the town is a savings of, or there's a savings of $500,000 due to the grant added to the subtotal, since this states that that subtotal does not include grant funding?
So thank you for the question, Lester. This budget that is before you right now is not the town's share of the cost of being a participant member in the ROC. The assessment that we voted under the 5A budget, under public safety line, where is it? 615. Right here, line 38, under the 5A budget, is the town's assessment for participating in the ROC. Then this article here in front of you is the operating budget for the ROC. So there are 6 other member communities who participate and pay an assessment like we do in order to provide the funding for the operation of the ROC facility. That total dollar value of $2.1 million that is collected from member assessments, that goes into the ROC's enterprise fund, and that is the budget that is before you today. Town meeting needs to authorize that the ROC can utilize the funding from the member assessments to pay their salaries and expenses. The note below here with respect to the grants, and almost $3 million worth of grants, that funding is used to support the operation of the ROC, but that funding does not require town meeting approval, which is why it is now separated below the operating budget. So lines 94 and 95 are what we are asking the community to approve as an enterprise fund, but for transparency purposes, we've also included the notation that the ROC operation is also supported by an additional $3 million worth of state grant funding.
So, pardon me if I don't understand, but
sure.
That means that we really do have to approve the 2.1 million. The total cost of the ROC is not, that amount is not offset by the grants.
That is not. The total cost of operating the ROC is over $5 million. So it is the sum total of the 2.1 and the 2.988. That is the total cost of operating the ROC. But only a portion of it, the non-grant portion, is what town meeting needs to authorize to allow the ROC to operate their enterprise fund. Is that thoroughly clear as mud?
Thank you.
Okay.
Any other discussion with respect to Article 5A, Motion 2?
Nate Kelsall, 28 Mayflower Lane. So does that mean we're only paying $615,000 from line 38? Where we're approving the total 2.1?
So the town of Duxbury's share for participating in the ROC is $615,000. That $615,000, it then goes over to the ROC. But in order for the ROC, just like any other town department, in order for them to operate, town meeting has to authorize a budget allowing them to spend money. So that 2.1 million is separate from the 6.15. Let me say this, the 2.1 million is not coming out of tax dollars.
Got it. So the rest of that 2.155 million is being paid by other towns.
The rest of the 2.155 comes from the communities of Halifax, Plimpton, Rochester, all of the other communities that participate in the ROC.
Thank you very much. I was not clear. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Moving on to a vote for 5A, Motion 2. 1 is a yes, 2 is a no. No?
There you go.
Voting is open. Motion carries, 249 in favor, 13 opposed. Article 5A, we also have a motion 3.
Subject, Water Enterprise Fund. I move that the town appropriate the sum of $4,144,953 from the Water Enterprise Fund revenue for the purposes and in the amounts specified below, and further, that $146,304 be raised from Water Enterprise Fund revenue to fund indirect costs associated with the Water Enterprise Fund appropriated in the general fund as identified in Article 5A, Motion 1, said funds to be expended under the direction of the town manager.
Second.
Operating budget water, 450, Department 450 water, line 96, salaries, $1,192,952. Line 97, expenses, $2,002,457, for a subtotal of $3,195,409. Line 98, 750, principal payments, $780,149. Line 99, 451, interest on bonded debt, $305,699. Line 100, interest on temporary notes, blank. Line 101, 753, bond expense, $10,000. Subtotal water debt, $1,095,848. Subtotal water, $4,291,257. I'll save the total for all budgets unless you want to hear now. Total for all of the previous budgets, $104,781,571. Recommendations were the Select Board voted 4-0-0 to recommend. Finance Committee voted 8-0-0 to recommend. No holds.
Second. I did it twice.
Discussion on Article 5A, motion 3. Move to a vote. 1 for yes, 2 for no. Motion 3, Article 5A passes 308 in favor, 17 opposed. Article 5B.
Article 5B, subject, contingency budget. I move that the town appropriate the sum of $1,891,916 to supplement the annual town budget adopted under 5A of this warrant, lines 1 through 93, for the purposes and in the amount specified below in the FY27 contingency budget, and to meet said appropriation, raise and appropriate $1,891,916, said funds to be expended under the direction of the town manager, contingent upon passage of a Proposition 2.5 ballot question under General Laws, Chapter 59, Section 21CG. Recommendations. The Select Board voted 5-0-0 to recommend. The Finance Committee voted 8-0-0 to recommend. Here's the following. All right. 122, Selectman Manager, line 3, salaries, $50,000. Line 4, expenses, $25,000. 152, Human Resources, line 16, salaries, $36,514. Line 17, expenses, $3,450. Facilities Management, 197, line 28, salaries, $4,000. 210, Police, line 30, salaries, $157,465. Line 31, expenses, $9,250. Line 220, Fire, line 32, salaries, $138,400. Lot 241, Municipal Services, line 34, salaries, $30,930. 295, Harbor Coastal Management, line 36, salaries, $4,235. Duxbury Schools operating budget, line 39, salaries, $812,946. 192, Central Building Services, line 41, salaries, $11,937. 294, Lands and Natural Resources, line 46, salaries, $51,698. 419, DPW Administration, line 49, salaries, $7,500. 422, Highway Road Maintenance, line 53, salaries, $57,502. 541, Council on Aging, line 64, salaries, $29,209. Line 65, expenses, $29,000. 610, Library, line 69, salaries, $13,613. 634, Beach Operations, line 78, salaries, $90,525. Line 79, expenses, $7,500. Line 81, 710, Principal, $200,000. Line 87, 916, Medicare, $15,270. Line 87, 914, Health Insurance, $113,472, for a total of $1,891,916. That's the.
Hold on, what?
Hold them up. Right, let's hold. Yeah, you've got to hold on the whole amount.
Okay.
First one
I
is-
didn't know if you were joking with me.
Schools.
Duxbury Schools operating budget is a question.
I think we need a second first.
I'm sorry.
Second on the motion.
Oh. Did you second?
I had a question.
Second?
Okay, thank you.
I had a question. May I speak?
Yes.
Lester Lloyd, 21 Washington Street. I know an important part of this school's request is for all-day kindergarten, and I wondered if someone from the schools could speak a little bit about how all-day kindergarten versus half-day kindergarten compares with other towns. That is to say, how many towns in Massachusetts do not have full all-day kindergarten, and about the cost to the residents to pay for the additional half-day that is in place at present. And also a bit about the character of the towns that don't have all-day kindergarten.
Thank you for the question. Beth Wilcox, I'm the Assistant Superintendent for your schools. Full-day kindergarten is a proactive investment for all of our students. Currently, there are 15 communities who do not have universal full-day kindergarten. The cost range for residents paying in those 15 communities are between $3,000 and $5,000. Full-day kindergarten provides additional instructional time, leading to higher academic achievement in literacy and math. It reduces achievement gaps for students and allows for better social emotional development and improves school readiness. One thing that I would say about full-day kindergarten is that the expectations for our youngest students has changed. So it's really shifted, and our students are expected to be beginning readers by the end of kindergarten. So when we think about that, in the beginning of kindergarten, students who have been in full-day preschool programs, some of our students have been in part-time preschool programs, some of our students haven't been in preschool programs, and so they're all coming together in a classroom, and they're all 5 and excited with their kindergarten teacher, and they're ready and they're learning how to read. And so we just have 1 year to do that, and when you only have 3 hours in a day, that's really challenging. And so we really have to look at how do we best utilize our services, and we find that students who are requiring additional interventions, we want to do that earlier in their education, because research shows that that helps stop the gap from widening when they get older. And then we, as a school system, are not investing in as many interventionists, and we're really providing the services that our students need when they need it. I hope that answered your question.
So at present, we're one of 11 communities that don't provide full-day kindergarten out of some 315.
There are 15 communities out of 313.
Out of 313. And in fact, I suppose most of those communities have levels of family income that are considerably lower than ours.
The communities range. So there are different communities. There is a range.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Over here.
Yes, Peter Quigley, 32 Long Point Lane. Thank you for the follow-up, because I wanted to clarify there are 315 public school districts in the Commonwealth. Shame on us if we're one of 15 that don't provide full-day kindergarten. And also, trust the educators. They say this is the best investment we can make as a community in developing our children. And I believe in our educators' recommendations, advice, expertise, and please, let's get off of this notion that kindergarten is optional. Thank you.
Hi, Colleen Bird, Toby Garden Street. When we were listening to the school presentation, I heard a number of deficits at the high school and the middle school, and it concerns me that we're putting the money into the full-day kindergarten instead of the other programs that we heard deficits about. And just to be clear, the fee that everyone pays is not the actual full cost of what it costs to run the full-day kindergarten. And I would just urge the schools, I know we can't tell you how to spend your money, but I would urge you to consider using the money for other needs in the school and continue the fee for the full-day kindergarten. I don't want to go on about personal things, whether for half-day or full-day is best, but I just feel like we have the option of full-day kindergarten. I think our resources should go towards the other issues we have. Thank you.
What's that?
Dan Kostreva, 239 Elm Street. A sizable share of the 5B override is for our schools, and I'd like you to consider a couple things, and it's already been brought up, but I'll just reiterate it. Where did you learn to read? And what would your life be like if you didn't read? It's one of the most fundamental things in life we need to be able to do, and it's a very high priority, isn't it? Then where does it happen? I learned how to read at public school, at full-day kindergarten it had. You probably did too, and since the topic was brought up specifically today, our daughter Liza is now a reading specialist after teaching for many years, and she found specifically that kids really start learning how to read in kindergarten, or they should start to read in kindergarten, and the more time they have in kindergarten, the better readers they become, the better chance they have to have a profound educational experience for all their years in school. So if you and I learned how to read in public school, as most of us did, but it didn't stop with us, it kept going to the next generation. When our kids and our friends and our neighbors' kids went to school here, learned essential things that helped them to form their lives. My fellow voters, we all have the legacy of a good education passed down to us, and it's incumbent on us to make sure the kids of today and tomorrow get the same opportunity we did. It's priceless. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Over here.
Jay Sis, Valley Street. I'd like to take a moment to echo many of the sentiments that have already been shared, but first, to thank the town and the superintendent for putting together a 5B budget that is, in every respect, fiscally responsible and has assessed and answered some of the outcomes of last year's failed override. The reality is that the needs haven't changed. The needs are still real. The resources that stand to be provided from this current override will go some way into providing what we need to maintain, protect, and preserve the educational legacy we're privileged to have in this town. In response to the question on full-day kindergarten, I believe it's 96 or 97% of the towns in the state provide universal full-day kindergarten. And from my perspective, as an educator, and I'm privileged to see students at the other end of the spectrum when they come into class in the college and the university level, I can tell you unequivocally that not just the future of education, but the present of education is active and experiential learning. And that's what the students in full-day kindergarten are privileged to participate in. It's not just the curriculum as we would define it, the familiar subjects that are taught, math and reading and science and social studies. It's the experience of sitting at a table with their peers in a lunchroom. It's the experience of developing their artistic selves in an art class. It's the experience now more than ever of being participants in a global society through the exposure to and the study of languages at the age of 5. That unto itself is astounding, that my kindergarten children get to learn Spanish as part of their day in school. Those are the merits of full-day kindergarten, and I would echo the sentiments and the arguments of my fellow citizens in asking you to continue to support it. Last thing. I am deeply grateful to everyone in this town for the sacrifices that have been made in the past that have enabled the education in the schools of the present. Sacrifices have been made, overrides have been passed, though it was some time ago, and we benefit from that. Now it's our turn. Education comes from the Latin educare, to lead out of. So I ask you, where are we going? And what part will we play? Let's make sure that the future of education in this town is as good, if not better, than it is in the present. Thank you.
In the balcony on this side.
Mike Thorpe, 5 Deacons Path. Question on property tax. Could somebody tell me what the average property tax is for the average homeowner here in Duxbury currently?
I don't know, if we have that information
We
off the
do.
top of your head?
I'll take it. The average single-family home in the town of Duxbury is valued at $1.301 million, and the average corresponding tax bill is little over $12,900.
12,900?
Correct.
Okay. If we pass 5A and 5B, what will the new property tax be? And nothing subtracted, just as you have requested.
Just one moment, please. I got to take the feasibility study out. Okay. If 5A and 5B pass, the increase to the average single-family tax bill will be $1,200 for 5A, for 5B, and for all of the new debt exclusions.
And so what percent increase is that?
It's including the debt exclusions. Whoop, just a moment. Including the debt exclusions. Yes. Oops. And that would be a 9.3% increase.
Did everyone hear that? 9.3%.
Because this passed 5A, right?
Correct.
The question is going to pass 5B right now. So I think it's fair people understand the impact of 5B by itself.
Or the mic.
I can't hear what Fernando's saying.
I believe the point was that the question before us right now is on 5B, not the combination of 5A and 5B.
Mike, did you want to know the cost of 5B? Or did you want to know the total tax bill?
Total.
I heard the question as 5A and plus 5B, which is what I
Correct.
responded to.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yes.
As Fernando Guitart,
Yes.
14 Powder Point Avenue, I'd like to understand the tax impact of 5B in itself. That's the decision that's in front of us right now with this vote.
And the impact for 5B is $325 per year.
And what percent is that?
Hang on, Mike. That is a 2.51% increase.
But again, the property tax is going to reflect 5A and 5B, correct?
If 5B passes here and at the ballot.
Okay. So again, two of those are 9.3. I know we're talking just about 5B at the moment.
I think our discussion here at the moment is on the question of the hold that was placed on line 39 for the school department. I'm looking for other comments on that at this point.
I'm not done with my comment. So Social Security increase.
I'm sorry, I think we're going to move along to the gentleman behind you for further comment on line 39.
Hi, Kip Doble, Western Way. There seems to be concern related to the cost of universal full-day kindergarten, so let's just address that directly. We'll set aside the strong academic merits for this, the strong financial merits, well-demonstrated returns on investment for early childhood education. We'll set aside the fact that we are a big outlier on this in town here. 96% of students in the state receive universal full-day kindergarten tuition free. Duxbury is not in that 96%. But back to the cost. This is 24% of the 5B override budget. That's a real number, it's material, no one's discounting that. What's also true is this comes out to roughly, for the median typical household in town, $1.15 per week. So if you can kind of step, and no one's minimizing, every dollar counts here, but if we can say that for roughly $1 a week, we can be a community that lets every young child here start on equal footing with the same starting line, irrespective of a family's circumstances, that is what is at stake here. That's why this matters, that's why we're fighting for it, and I'd ask you to vote for it. Thank you.
Jim, can I interrupt you for
Of course.
a second? I've got a good news, bad news situation here. One of the lines that we read previously under beach operations is actually lower. That's the good news. The less good news is that it was a misprint, it was a clerical error, and although I hate that expression, it was an error. And the bottom line is still the same. So if you are looking at line 78 under beach operations salaries, and it says it's $90,525, it actually should have been $83,025. That number is also, the correct number is printed in your warrant. It was just the motions that, paperwork that I received that had the error, and I misread it. So, thank you. The warrant is the correct number. Jim?
Somebody had raised a hold on that. Was that the concern that was addressed, was being addressed by the hold?
No.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay. Collingberry, Toby Garden Street. I want to make a motion to reduce the beach ops budget by the 83,025 and remove that additional position. And if the beach ops would like to speak as to why, or Iraq, why we need an additional beach ops person full-time, that would be great.
Is there a second on that motion?
Second on the motion to take away 83,000 from the beach ops. Anyone?
All right, we have a motion and a second. Mr. Studley?
Steve Studley, Recreation Director. Thank you for correcting that. The 83,000 is the midpoint salary for that position. The current beach operations manager, which there's one of, currently manages approximately 60 total employees. In the high season, it's 60 to 70. During our slower season, which has now been picked up, it's about 12 to 15 employees. Per the lease, the town covers the beach 365 days a year. Approximately 5 months of the year, there's 2 to 4 staff out there 10 to 12 hours a day. The other 7 months, we have anywhere from 15 to 30 staff working. We're actually on site 12 to 18 hours a day. That's one person with the assistant of the recreation director helping him oversee and manage that staff. This assistant would help him with scheduling, payroll, coverage, budgets, attending meetings year-round. The current beach ops manager puts in, during that high season I discussed, between 60 and 80 hours a week. This is an easy case for burnout. This is not an easy position to fill. We struggled in the beginning to find the right person. In my opinion right now, we've got a tremendous person in there. I do think a town that has a beach and is known for the beach is going to look to keep the beach as part of our control, needs a succession plan as well. This being a unique skill set, a full-time person would not only do everything I've already mentioned, but would be able to learn from this unique individual that we have that currently manages our beach for us. So it's, again, 60 to 80 hours a week for 7 months a year. We're going to risk losing this person. And again, I've detailed all the time that we are down there, and I guess that's about all I have to say.
Thank you. Now, I'm not quite sure. My daughter was a beach ops person, and I believe we used to have part-time assistants. It just seems really aggressive to go to a full-time person with benefits, et cetera, when it's only a portion of the year. And so I urge people to vote yes to remove a full-time position of $83,025. $83,025. And I just think it's too much. Again, adding another unending expense to our budget that we're really tight. We're already going for an override. We could use that $83,000 for the police or fire or somebody at the schools, who knows. But at any rate, I urge you to vote yes to remove $83,000. Thank you.
Sure, I can say that from the time that your daughter was a beach ranger down there to now, responsibilities, coverage, times has changed. The town manager told me when Recreation took over the beach in 2020, this is going to take us 5 to 8 years to figure out what it is we're actually doing and going to need down there. And we're in that process now, and this is something we've determined that we do need.
So we have a motion and a second before us on line 78 and 3 and 5B to remove the $83,025 salary item from the 5B budget. Is there anybody else that would like to speak to that? I'm sorry? So one would be to remove the $83,025 from the beach operations budget. Two would be to retain it in the overall budget and leaving the $1,891,916 unchanged. Move forward to the vote. The motion for amendment fails, 305 to 64. Mr. Lampert, I apologize for keeping you waiting. I believe you wanted to speak on a hold on the 5B as a whole.
Jim Lampert, 148 Washington Street. I just wanted to, and this is probably for Mary, confirm my understanding of what this motion would do. My understanding is that all of the subjects in this 5B add-on are already in the 5A budget that we've already approved, but at a lesser amount. And that, which ones, that question, which are not, because I just asked Betsy, I thought they were.
All the line items.
All the line items are already in the 5A budget.
The specific department and salary expense, the
Exactly.
line item is,
All the
yes.
line items are there,
Yes.
but at a reduced amount.
Yes.
And that what this would do, and I recommend we vote it, is simply to add the amount of money that Mary, the board, select board, and a lot of other people have decided we really need to add if the town's going to do the job that we all want to do. Is that accurate?
That is an accurate statement.
Thank you.
Yes, up here.
I'm not sure if this is the best time to address both, but I didn't know if you guys are going to move on. And I just want to talk about, just a quick question I had about, both 5A and 5B. Sorry, Stephanie McGarry from Winslow Road. I don't know if it's the best time to address both 5A and 5B as a whole, but I didn't want to kind of, pass up this opportunity to just talk real quick. I did like a quick chat GPT search about the percentage of residential versus commercial property taxes in the surrounding towns. You know, earlier you said 97% residential versus 3% for commercial in Duxbury. Situate's 95% versus 5%. Cohasset 93% versus 7%. Marshfield 92 versus 8. Hingham 90 versus 10. Norwell 82 versus 18. We're the lowest in terms of like how much commercial business we have. Clearly there's opportunity to add more. What I'm asking is like what's holding us back from considering adjusting the mix? So that in the future, just like as a point, like we're not paying as much and we're not as responsible for these tax increases as the prices increase.
Thank you for that. My procedural hat on, I'm going to suggest that that may not be the right spot for that at the moment, but Mr. Reed?
I'm going to solve that problem right now. I'm just kidding. That is a great question. It is a question that this town has wrestled with for decades. We want a balance between what we see when we drive around versus what we'd like to have to help our tax rate. It's a tremendous challenge. That's a question that the planning board wrestles with, the select board wrestle with, the finance committee, all of us. It's something that demands a tremendous amount of work. We're not adverse to that work, but it's trying to strike that balance between what people see and what they look at when they value their property and what they want in terms of being able to help those property tax bills. It's a tough question, but you're right, 97%. By the way, every one of the towns that you mentioned either has had, is having, or will have an override within the span of the last year, this year, or next year. We're all facing the same problem. But thank you.
All right, we have before us 5B, currently unamended, for the total sum of $1,891,916. We have a motion, we have a second. We've had our discussion, I believe, and ready to move forward to the vote. One is in favor of passing the 5B article as presented. Two is a no. One is in favor of passing, two is against. Motion passes 307 to 73. So we've reached both a convenient breaking spot at 12:34. I think probably this is a good time to take a voice vote and look into taking a recess for lunch. Motion to recess? Recess. For 1 hour, let's reconvene at 1:30. 1:30.
So moved.
All in favor? Opposed? Thank you. Having called to order, let's move forward with Article 6.
Yeah, it is. It is going to be total meme. See those people?
Article 6. Motion 1, subject, general government capital budget, 2/3 vote required. I move that the town appropriate the sum of $4,319,799.
Wait, Betsy, hang on. They can't hear you.
Oh, it's on. I'm such a delicate thing. I'll start again. General government capital budget. Okay, everybody? Got it?
Yep.
Yep, okay, good. I move that the town appropriate the sum of $4,319,799 for the purposes and in the amount specified below, and to meet said appropriation, transfer the sum of $3,030,799 from free cash, transfer the sum of $62,000 from the Waterways Improvement Fund, transfer the sum of $27,000 from the Capital Improvements Trust Fund and borrow the sum of $1,200,000. Said funds to be expended under the direction of the town manager, and further, to authorize the treasurer with the approval of the select board borrow such sums pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 44, 7, Section 7 or 8, or any other enabling authority, and issue bonds and notes of the town. Recommendation, Select Board 500 to recommend, Finance Committee 700 to recommend, Fiscal Advisory 700 to recommend.
Second.
Hear from Alex Chen on behalf of Fiscal Advisory.
Hi, everyone. I'm Alex Chen, the Chair of the Fiscal Advisory, and I plan to spend the next few minutes talking through the capital budget. Next slide, Mike. Next one. This is just one more slide. This is just a quick overview of who we are and what we do. We are 9 volunteers, residents appointed by the moderator, and what we do is strategic planning, long-range financial management, making recommendations to the select board, town manager, finance director, finance committee, town meeting on overall financial management, policies and procedures, including capital expenditures and use of borrowed funds. Next, Mike. These are a few of the key questions we try to consider as we think about the capital budget. Do we have enough money to pay for these items in the current year? How do requests fit into the town's long-term plans and priorities, including capital expenditures and use of borrowed funds? Will we have adequate revenues to meet future needs? How can the town best prepare for future unknowns? This slide outlines what you'll be voting for in Article 6. I think the important thing to note here on this slide is the approved fiscal advisory approved requests of $5 million. The total amount of requests in 2027 was $14,428,937. It's important to note that roughly $9 million of unfunded projects is essentially just kicking the can down the road. While there are certainly some items in that number that are there because of their scheduled useful end of life, but they are still in relatively good working order, and we could, in good conscience, postpone them into the future. There are, however, items, mostly maintenance related, that are being deferred. Deferred maintenance puts us at a greater risk for more expensive future repairs or needing to replace items before the end of their normal useful life. There is also no budget for unanticipated repairs. Next. Fiscal Advisory also votes on a number of other capital items in this special and annual town meeting. A list of our votes are here. One mic. The next slide goes over sources of our funding for capital. Typically, we fund out of the first 6 accounts listed on this page, where the main source of funding being free cash. The next couple slides sort of outline financial policies, definition of capital. This slide goes through what it means to be capital, $25,000, greater than $25,000, and greater than a 5-year life. The town, per our financial policies, tries to spend 2 to 5% annually of the estimated property tax levy on capital. Continuing some of the additional financial policies that I'll outline here of how much free cash should be spent on capital and listing of other potential funding sources. One more, Mike. This slide outlines the current status of debt within the town. In the top left, just to give everyone an idea of what the annual debt service looks like for the budgeted FY27 period. The bottom right is a statement of outstanding debt in terms of things that are currently bonded, outstanding bans, and things that are issued, authorized, but have not been financed yet. So things that have not fully been financed yet. So things like the DPW building, seawall, the brush breaker facilities, and PFAS design. Mike. Some of the concerns we have, how do we provide existing services when costs are outpacing revenue growth? Next slide. This slide is there for illustrative purposes of what it would look like if we were to bond a $20 million project with a 20-year lifespan at 4% interest, what impact that would have on the average home, which would be about $250 annually. Some of the other concerns we have are there have been many studies in town, Envision Duxbury, coastal resiliency, town water studies, sidewalks, et cetera, but few have modeled out the costs, risks, and priorities, and because of this, it hinders our ability to develop a long-term strategic plan for these items. Also, as I mentioned before, the current budget does not adequately provide for proper maintenance for all the town assets. This deferred maintenance puts us at greater risk for unexpected repairs and/or early replacement of items before the end of their useful lives. Some of the recommendations we have. Well, we've certainly made strides over the past couple of years improving the capital budget process. We need to better organize all of the committees across town to develop and prioritize a list of these bigger project items. So there's a number of slides that are included in the appendix. Most of them are sort of an eye chart. There's a lot of good information there. I won't go through them all, but in the appendix, you should be able to find what the debt service looks like for the next 5 years, what debt is rolling off for the next 5 years, the 5-year capital plan for all departments except for water, the 5-year capital budget for the water department, and potential big-ticket projects that are coming down the pipe that are currently on our radar. Thank you for your time.
I'm going to read the project requests. Information technology, line 1, town computer replacement, $562,000. Line 2, school computer replacement, year 1 of a 4-year lease, $95,000. Line 3, Chromebook lease, year 3 of 4, $145,000. Facilities, line 4, Central Fire Station HVAC, repair, replace, $435,000. Police, line 5, replace 2 fleet vehicles, $186,950.
Oh, 590.
590, sorry. Okay, thank you. Friend, thank you. Fire, line 6, replace engine 1, $1,200,000. Harbor Master, line 7, grant match to repair, repower, update safe boat, MU4, $35,000. Line 8, town pier structural analysis / assessment, $27,000. Schools, line 9, Chandler HVAC, repair, replace exhaust fans, $60,000. Line 10, PAC roof repair, replace sections B, R, and AB, $270,000. DPW, line 11, fuel depot upgrade, $975,000. Line 12, Powder Point Bridge repairs, $300,000. Cemetery, RTV utility card, $29,209, for a total of $4,319,799. I'm sorry, him.
All right, thank you.
Did you have a hold?
Yes,
I'm so sorry, what is it?
two general questions on the
Okay.
capital budget.
Okay.
Lester Lloyd, 21 Washington Street. So I've heard mentioned the figure of 2 to 5% of estimated property tax limit as the recommended amount of the capital budget. Where do we stand in that percentage?
Lester, I don't have the exact number, but we are within that percentage. I'm trying to find my workbook here.
That's all I wanted to know. And my second question is, did I see that 3 million is from free cash and 1.2 million is from borrowing? What does that mean, borrowing?
I'll take that, Mr. Moderator.
Yes, please.
So, given the lead time, so for the fire engine, we will be issuing debt service in order to finance that fire engine. However, given the lead time that it takes for fire apparatus, it's probably going to be a minimum of 3 years before we even issue any debt related to that fire engine. So if it is approved here today, the fire department will start the process of placing an order, and we will issue a purchase order, but we will not actually finance and pay for that for about 3 to 4 years from now.
Thank you.
The other general discussion, questions on Article 6 capital budget? Hearing none, we will move forward to the vote. 1 for yes, 2 for no, for the whole entire article. The article passes 150 to 8. It is a 2/3 requirement. We're well past that. This is the second motion under Article 6.
Motion 2, subject, Water Enterprise Fund Capital Budget. I move that the town appropriate the sum of $715,000 for the purposes and in the amount specified below, and to meet said appropriation, transfer the sum of $715,000 from water retained earnings, said funds to be expended under the direction of the town manager. Water Enterprise, line 14, replace Caterpillar backhoe, $160,000. Line 15, repair, replace roof at Lake Shore Drive well site, $55,000. Line 16, water main replacement, $500,000 for a total of $715,000. Select Board voted 5-0-0 to recommend. Finance voted 5-0-0 to recommend. Fiscal Advisory voted 7-0-0 to recommend.
Second.
Hi, Colleen Berry, Toby Garden Street. How much money is in our Water Enterprise Fund?
$2.7 million.
2.7 million. And I saw there was a request for 1.5, but we only did 500,000. My understanding is that we're having water issues and the PPAPs. I don't know if this is the time that someone can talk to us about what the future looks like, and are we going to be using all that money? Are we going to be requiring capital, debt, or what the situation might be? Please, thank you.
Let me take it. Sure. Okay. So let me see if I can answer this appropriately, because so the certified retained earnings for the water enterprise was $2.7 million. We are utilizing in this particular article $715,000. The department head, our water superintendent, did request $1.5 million for water main replacements. But as we worked through the process and worked with the water superintendent, we recognized that at last year's town meeting, we had appropriated funding for system upgrades, and there is still funding available in those previous articles. So we will couple those previous articles with today's appropriation in order for the water department to do some of their larger scale upgrades for water main replacements.
Okay.
In a future article in this warrant booklet, and the number escapes me, it might be Article 19, I believe.
Okay.
I'm sorry?
I'm just
Oh.
saying, okay, thank you.
I believe it's Article 19. There is an article for 1.6 million related to water quality improvements, and that is directly related to the PFAS situation that you had raised. The 1.6 million that we'll be discussing shortly is to complete the design and engineering for water quality improvements at the Tremont Depot Street well, so that it will address iron, manganese, and PFAS remediation. Once that design and engineering is done, then we will know what the total cost of the actual construction will be. And so we will be coming back at a future town meeting to discuss the larger scale construction project. In terms of financing those larger scale construction projects, we took the water master plan, that's what it's called, the water master plan into consideration when we set our water and sewer rates last year. So we had done a water sewer rate study, and within that study, we contemplated both the water master plan as well as PFAS mitigation in order to set our water and sewer rates to generate sufficient revenue to cover the annual debt service that is expected to be accompanying those large-scale construction improvements.
Okay. So it's already been considered. It's in our water rate now. We won't be looking at debt in the future right now.
We will be issuing debt for those construction projects.
Oh, okay.
But the revenue, so on an annual basis, when we pay debt service, we need to generate sufficient revenues to cover the cost of that annual payment. So that has been incorporated into the water and sewer rates.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional discussion on Article 6, Motion 2? Hearing none, move forward to vote. 1 for yes, 2 for no. Article 7 passes, 169 yes and 6 no.
Okay. 6,
Article
motion
7.
2.
Sorry, yes, Motion 2. Article 7.
Article 7, subject, small equipment and minor services. I move that the town appropriate the sum of $155,102 in the amount specified below, and to meet said appropriation, the town vote to transfer the sum of $116,767 from free cash, transfer the sum of $30,835 from the Waterways Improvement Fund, and transfer the sum of $7,500 from the Transportation Network Company Fund, said funds to be expended under the direction of the town manager. Select Board voted 5-0-0 to recommend. Finance Committee voted 8-0-0 to recommend.
Second.
Project requests. Facilities, 197. Line 1, town-wide roof barricades, $21,000 for town buildings, $21,000, $221 from free cash. 210, police. Line 2, replace the AED life-saving equipment, money to come from free cash, $19,001. Line 3, replace traffic safety equipment, money to come from free cash, $6,154. 220, fire. Line 4, radio voice pagers, money to come from free cash, $19,764. 295, harbor master. Line 5, replace dinghy, monies to come from Waterways Improvement Fund, $800. Line 6, replace 2004 Marine Unit 5 trailer, water improvement funds, $13,500. Line 7, mobile radio purchase and install, Monies to come from Waterway Improvement Fund, $2,500. Line 8, repair, replace town pier gangway connections. Waterways Improvement Fund, $8,500. Line 9, thermal and digital day-night vision binoculars. Waterways Improvement Fund, $5,535. 422, DPW highway roads. Line 10, traffic signs from the TNC Fund, $7,500. 491, cemeteries. Line 11, replace cemetery processing station. Crematory, sorry, oh God. Replace crematory processing station, $23,932. 610, library, line 12, painting, interior, lower level. Money from free cash, $2,338. Line 13, carpeting replacement, the Lamon Room, from money from free cash, $2,357. 334, beach, line 14, UTV purchase, money from free cash, $22,000. Total from the general fund, $155,102.
Any discussion on Article 7, small equipment and minor services? We'll move forward to a vote. 1 for yes, 2 for no. Article passes, 186 yes, 2 no. Article 8.
Subject, fund collective bargaining agreements. I move that the town appropriate the sum of $754,550 for the purpose of funding the cost items of the second fiscal year, FY27, of collective bargaining agreements with Duxbury Police Union, MCOP Local 376B, Duxbury Public Safety Dispatchers, MCOP Local 376A, Duxbury Permanent Firefighters Association, International Association of Firefighters Local 2167, Duxbury Free Library, Service Employees International Union Local 888, for the period beginning July 1st, 2026, and ending June 30th, 2027, and to meet this appropriation, that the sum of $616,550 be raised and appropriated, and the sum of $138,000 be raised from ROC revenues, and to authorize the town accountant to allocate said sums to the appropriate operating budgets. Union, Duxbury Police Union, MCOP Local 376B, $292,500. Duxbury Public Safety Dispatchers, MCOP Local 376A, 138. Duxbury Permanent Firefighters Association, International Association of Firefighters Local 2167, $285,000. Duxbury Free Library Service Employees International Union, Local 888, $39,050, for a total of $754,550. Select Board voted 3-0-0 to recommend. Finance Committee voted 7-0-0 to recommend.
Second.
Any discussion with respect to Article 8, funding of collective bargaining agreements? Hearing none, we'll move forward with the vote. 1 for yes, 2 for no. Motion carries, 183 in favor, 6 opposed.
Electronic balloting. I move that the town appropriate the sum of $20,000 to fund the cost of operating electronic balloting at town meetings, and to meet said appropriation, transfer the sum of $20,000 from free cash, said funds to be expended under the direction of the town manager. Select Board voted 5-0-0 to recommend. Finance Committee voted 8-0-0 to recommend.
Second.
Any discussion with respect to Article 9, electronic balloting? Hearing none, move forward to vote. 1 for yes, 2 for no. Article 9 passes, 183 in favor, 8 opposed. Article 10.
Subject, Duxbury Beach lease, 2/3 vote required. I move that the town raise and appropriate the sum of $1 million to be expended under the direction of the town manager for the purpose of leasing Duxbury Beach, being that portion of land in the towns of Duxbury and Plymouth owned by the Duxbury Beach Reservation, Inc., south of a line running approximately east to west along the northerly edge of the northerly parking area and the east end of the Powder Point Bridge, subject to an area of land excluded at High Pines used by the Duxbury Beach Reservation, and to authorize the Select Board or its designee to execute a lease on behalf of the town for the period beginning July 1st, 2026, and ending June 30th, 2027, on such terms and conditions the Select Board deems in the best interests of the town. Recommendations, Select Board 5-0-0 to recommend, Finance Committee 8-0-0 to recommend, Fiscal Advisory 6-0-0 to recommend.
Second.
Any discussion with respect to Article 10, Duxbury Beach lease? Hearing none, move forward to the vote. 1 in favor, 2 opposed. 2/3 is required, yes. Article passes 93% to 7%, 187 to 14. Article 11.
Subject, 4th of July celebration. I move that the town appropriate the sum of $25,000 to fund the town's 4th of July parade, ceremonies, and related activities to be held in 2027, and to meet said appropriation, transfer the sum of $25,000 from free cash, said funds to be expended under the direction of the town manager. Select Board voted 5-0-0 to recommend. Finance Committee voted 8-0-0 to recommend.
Second.
Any discussion with respect to Article 11, 4th of July celebration?
Okay.
Mary Lampert, 148 Washington Street. I have one question. What about 2026?
We already paid for last year. It's always a year ahead.
Okay.
Yep. I know, it's confusing.
Further discussion, Article 11?
Article 12.
Nope, we have to vote.
Oh, sorry. Oh, God, I'm just, train's going, train's going.
Move to vote. 1 for yes, 2 for no.
Good attitude.
Article 11 passes 186 to 17. Article 12.
Okay. 2/3 vote required. Alden School feasibility study. I move that the town appropriate the sum of $1,750,000 for the Alden School feasibility study, including the payment of costs incidental or related thereto, which school facility shall have an anticipated useful life as an educational facility for the instruction of school children of at least 50 years, said sum to be expended under the direction of the Alden School Building Committee, and to meet said appropriation, transfer the sum of $200,000 from the School Building Use Fund, transfer the sum of $100,000 from Article 6, Line 7 of the March 9th, 2024 Annual Town Meeting called DHS Open Classroom Renovation, and borrow the sum of $1,450,000, and further, to authorize the treasurer, with the approval of the select board, to borrow said sum under Mass General Law, Chapter 44, or any other enabling authority, that the town acknowledges that the Massachusetts School Building Authority, MSBA, grant program is a non-entitlement discretionary program based on need as determined by the MSBA, and any project cost the town incurs in excess of any grant approved by and received from the MSBA shall be the sole responsibility of the town, provided further that any grant that the town may receive from the MSBA for the project shall not exceed the lesser of 35% of eligible approved project costs as determined by the MSBA, or 2, the total maximum grant amount determined by the MSBA, provided that any appropriation hereunder shall be subject to and contingent upon an affirmative vote of the town to exempt the amounts required for the payment of interest and principal on said borrowing from the limitation on taxes imposed by Mass General Law 59, Section 21C, Proposition 2.5, and that the amount of borrowing authorized pursuant to this vote shall be reduced by any grant amount set forth in the project funding agreement that may be executed between the town and the MSBA. Recommendation: Select Board 500 to recommend, Finance Committee 800 to recommend, Fiscal Advisory 600 to recommend.
Second.
Dr. Klingerman, they have a presentation on behalf of the schools.
Good afternoon. Hello again. We are here now to talk about another important concern we're facing as a community, and that is the Alden School. I'm here today with John Lemieux, and I think did he follow me up? Okay. A Duxbury resident and a parent to 2 very successful Duxbury Public School graduates, who has generously agreed to serve as the Alden Building Committee Chair. John has spent his 30-year career in the field and is able to bring a high level of expertise to the issue we are facing. Over the past years, we have been doing the best we can with limited resources to address the aging facility of Alden School. Despite best efforts by our facilities department and custodial staff, it has been a constant battle to keep the building dry and safe for our students and staff. Roof issues, HVAC, humidity, excessive cold, excessive heat, and other repairs have been a significant expense. And with the support of the school committee and select board, we have submitted 2 statements of interest to the Massachusetts School Building Authority for consideration into their core program. This has been a public discussion, and we are now at the end of the eligibility phase at an important juncture in this process of finding out the best solution moving forward for our community. We can do the next slide. So our first step was to assemble a building committee. To do this, we advertised the need for this group in emails to our parents and families, as well as an advertisement in the Duxbury Clipper. To Together with Rainey Reed, Katie St. Clair, our facilities director, and several members of the district administrative team, we interviewed approximately 20 individuals who expressed their interest in serving on this committee. And as you know, there's many people in Duxbury that have expertise in engineering, architecture, design, and the people that you would want to come forward and be on this committee. So you see here on the screen the list of individuals who were selected and have volunteered their time to work with us on the preliminary steps of this process. So we've been meeting for about a year now as the eligibility phase, John will get into a little bit more detail, but we've had, our eligibility period began on June 1st of 2025, and we are now at the very end of that eligibility period where our community needs to make a decision about whether to support the feasibility study that we're here today. So we have been meeting regularly. All of our meetings are publicly posted, and we welcome public participation as this process really needs to be collaborative with much input from the community about what the best steps forward are for Duxbury. So before I turn it to John, turn it to the next slide, please. I just wanted to kind of highlight what brought us here and the next steps we're looking for your support in order to proceed. So the problem that we've been facing, and some of you have either attended school in Alden or have had children go through the school, it's an aging facility. It has frequent costly maintenance issues, and many systems are aging. Many age systems are beyond their useful life. We have some layout concerns and some space issues. Most recently, in the storm we faced last month, we had a power outage in our community, and for 4 days the power was out. And we thought once the power was restored that we could start our dig out efforts. We had our whole custodial team here with shovels and snow blowers in hand. And as the building began to warm up, we realized that several heating coils had frozen during the power outage. We don't have backup generators, and then we were facing some flooding. So this isn't unusual after big storms. We have a lot of leakage. We have a lot of issues with the building systems, and despite being able to predict what might need repair, we're constantly trying to address those issues. In order to study, we have to study the problem and develop options. A feasibility study will allow us to work with a designer and their team. We would have dozens of sub-consultants that will be looking at all parts of the building. John will get into that detail. And at the end, we will have a preferred solution that we will be able to bring forward. From those options, the town would be involved with selecting its preferred solution, and we'd, at the end of this feasibility study, have 20% of a full design option to move forward. So I'll turn it over to John, and we will be available to answer any questions that remain after our presentation.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. John Lemieux, 291 Standish Street. As Dr. Klingeman said, I'm a professional engineer in the Commonwealth. I've spent the better part of 30 years in municipal construction, specifically the last 20 years managing public construction projects for cities and towns just like Duxbury. And I'll answer the question before someone asks it. No, my company won't go after this job. I am a volunteer for the town to do this. I run a group, as I said, of about 45 people that do this 40 hours a week, currently working on an elementary school in Situate, helping the city of Marlborough through the very same process we're embarking on here. So why do we work with the MSBA? Well, in order to be eligible for reimbursement dollars, you have to go through the process that they prescribe as part of the feasibility study. As Dr. Klingeman said, we submitted a statement of interest twice. We didn't get in on the first time, but on the second time we were invited in. And what's different, and we'll ask some of the frequently asked questions in a little bit, but people always say, well, why is this feasibility study so involved? It's really because unlike any other building we've studied in this town, aside from the middle high school, you actually come up with the option and then start the actual design that's going to go out on the street. The MSBA requires that as part of the process. We all pay into the MSBA, 6.25 cents on every dollar of sales tax that's charged. One of those 6 pennies gets dropped in the coffer for the MSBA. Next slide, please. Tough to see map of the MSBA process, but the good news is this is the exact same process the town went through when we did the middle high school. As you can see from, that's kind of hard to read, but as you can see on that top row, we are here. We're at the local vote, and local vote just to approve the feasibility study. It's been a couple-year effort to get here. And again, we'd submitted 2 statements of interest. The statements of interest were supported by the school committee as well as the Board of Selectmen for those to be submitted. Next slide. So a little bit about feasibility studies, explaining the cost. There's deep technical work involved by multiple professionals doing deep investigation into the existing conditions of the current Alden, trying to figure out what the problem is, trying to then suggest solutions. They include an educational needs analysis, again, a deep dive into the existing conditions, looking at sites, not just the one you're on, other places in the town where you could possibly build a solution if that's where you go, design options, and then development of a preferred solution. And to be clear, the MSBA makes us look at just repair the building, just update and renovate what you have, maybe do an addition, maybe move some walls, do a complete new building. They will make us look at every single one of those options to make sure that ultimately we develop the most fiscally responsible and educationally appropriate solution for Duxbury. There is no one plan fits all. Next slide, please. So what costs are included in the appropriation that's being asked for? Well, as I said, started with the dollars for your owner's project manager. A firm like mine, again, who's not going after this, but folks that I'm aware of in the market that basically take us and help us shepherd through the process. Professionals that do this every day. The designers that really do the lion's share of this work. Again, all of the planning, all of the studying, really the physical looking into the walls and above the ceilings. If we're looking at different sites, looking at the, moving to the next category, looking at the geotechnical analysis of the new sites. Can we build something there? Hazardous materials in the buildings that we're in. What's it going to take if we're actually going to renovate the building that's there now? Administrative costs like legal and advertising, printing, and then a contingency for funding anything that's unanticipated. And to be clear, this is not a bid process. It is a qualifications-based process. So if the town says yes today and then again at the ballot, we'll then embark on the process of doing a request for qualifications for an owner's project manager. We'll get those qualifications, we'll meet them, we'll shortlist them, we'll interview them, we'll pick our highest ranked selection and then negotiate a fee with them. If we can't reach a fee that we think is reasonable, we'll move on to the second. Similarly, we'll do the same process with a designer. The MSBA participates in that process, so we don't get a choice, but we get a lot of input into the process as well. Next slide. Well, why can't we just do this ourselves? Much like we've done maybe for some other studies for other buildings in the town. Well, to be eligible for the MSBA's reimbursement, which for us for this study is 35%, we have to conduct it in accordance with their regulations and how we do it. And again, we say feasibility study, but we also mean and schematic design. The MSBA doesn't accept previously completed assessments, independent studies, or other reports that we have. However, that any work that we do have, that will be provided to the designer that comes on to be part of the process as, of course, very good information that's already been gathered. Even if it was permitted to do this ourselves, as Dr. Klingeman referenced, there will be at least a dozen specialty subconsultants. It's not just one architect. It's specialists in, HVAC, electrical, plumbing, fire protection, acoustical engineers, baseline architecture for, just for the, coming up with the space plans for the building. Basically a substantial team to do this work for the MSBA. Next slide. So into some of the FAQs. Are we approving today or giving the green light to a costly new building project? No. Today's vote is only for the study, to be able to go in deep to understand the problems at Alden and identify what some of the solutions could be. As I referenced earlier, repair only, renovation, addition, or new building. And the important piece to this process is community input. Right at the end of the day, the building committee will be meeting quite regularly with the project team that's selected and going through all of those options. And those options will include looking at other areas as well. What are the other pieces of property? What happens if we just repair it? Where do we put the kids if we just repair it? Really a thoughtful approach to look at each and every opportunity to try to fix the problems that are going on at Alden. Again, as the earlier flow chart showed, whatever that preferred solution is, that's when we come back for the next vote. This first vote is just for the study. And again, it's about 18 to 24 months of work before we would be coming back in front of you with that next ask. Next slide, please. So why were other towns able to do their feasibility studies at a much lower cost? We looked at some data of recent elementary schools. We looked at some data of some projects that my own firm had worked on, and really looked at taking the total values of those studies and dividing them by the numbers of students or the enrollment. And the range of feasibility study costs for available data was between $1,000 and $4,600 per student. Ours, as you can see, is $2,500. The problem with data, especially the data on the MSBA website, is it is not inflation adjusted. So it's really easy to look back 3 years ago and say, hey, this town did one for $2,200 a student. Well, sure, if you apply the inflation that happened over those 3 years, that 22 becomes 25. So we felt very confident that having a number that was in the middle of the pack, and you can see we're not at the far low end, we're not at the far high end, we're right in the middle, even using just current data without adjusting for inflation. Next slide, please. What happens if we say no? Well, bottom line is no harm, no foul. We tell the MSBA no, and ultimately we go to the back of the line if we ever want to do this process again. As you can see, we didn't get in the first time, so there's no guarantee if we said no today and said, well, let's try again next year. The statement of interest period runs from roughly January to March. You get notified in December, and then the eligibility phase starts again, and that's 270 days. So basically, you're looking at a couple of years to get back to this point once you get invited in again, with no guarantee that it would happen, next year if we said no today. Next slide, please. As the article talked about, the estimated cost for this is $1.75 million. We're looking at our reimbursement of 35.4%, removing the two in-hand sources of funding. So basically, we're looking at the net proceeds to borrow of $830,000, borrowed for 3 years at an interest rate of 4.5%, with an impact to the average single-family tax bill of $65 a year for 3 years. If you have any questions on these numbers, I'm pointing to Mary, and I'm going to ask her to come up and answer any questions about that. Do you want to wrap it up, or you want me to?
So in summary, as John so eloquently stated, I'm going to take the microphone off here. In order to be eligible for the reimbursement, and when you look at the middle and high school project, you're talking about tens of millions of dollars of potential project reimbursement. You must work with the parameters of the MSBA in terms of how you proceed through this process. It's a temporary debt exclusion that you'll be voting on today and at the polls in a few weeks. This isn't a permanent tax increase. We're eligible right now for 35.42% towards the feasibility study, and that reimbursement is not at the end of the feasibility study. As soon as the project started incurring any costs, the owner's project manager would be able to submit those costs for reimbursement. So you do have your reimbursement coming back to you throughout the process of this feasibility study. And it's not a final decision. This is really just the beginning phase that will allow us an in-depth look at what's really happening at Alden School. And I think what we are really seeking in this process is we want to be able to proactively predict where we need to look at in terms of building systems, potential leaks, vulnerable spots. We know we need a backup generator. The issues that we're seeing with the building right now are reactive because we're seeing issues when water's coming in or when systems are breaking down. At the end of this study, we are going to know exactly the vulnerabilities and where we might be able to, as a community, do some repair ourselves, or whether a more economical decision would be a partial renovation or a full building rebuild. And we'd have that information to be able to share with you. So we feel as though at the end of this, we're going to have a lot of our questions answered right now because as it goes. We just heard from the Fiscal Advisory Committee. There are a lot of capital needs in the community and only so much funding. And the Alden the Alden School itself is becoming really overwhelming with the level of repair between HVAC systems, boilers, roof replacement, and other issues. So that's really what brought us to be in this process. And so with the moderator's direction, we are happy to answer any questions that weren't part of the presentation. Thank you.
So I will open it for discussion on Article 12, Alden School Feasibility Study.
Colleen Pryor, Toby Garden Street. The 35.42 reimbursement rate for the feasibility study, is that our reimbursement rate for the whole, if we went through the whole project and built something new, or is that just for the feasibility study? Do we get additional points for other things? I know with our past project, there's, you can get a .2
Incentive
here
points.
and a...
Yeah, no, it's a great question. The MSBA only reimburses you for your base rate at this phase. If you do decide to move ahead with a more in-depth project, there are incentive points that get added to it. You get between 0 and 2 additional points for how well you take care of your buildings. It's the maintenance score. And then between 0 and 4 points if you decide to try to comply with the state's opt-in energy code. So you can increase that 35 up to about 6 points. Under the middle high school project, those incentive points were lower. It used to be for the environmental incentive, it was only 2 points. It was a baseline of, I think it was if you achieved LEED Silver, you could get 2 points. They've now made LEED Silver the standard. So if you want to try to, now they say, okay, you can get more, but they push you even further from an energy standpoint.
Thank you. And I'm not sure who this question goes to, but you were talking at the end when the preferred solution has been decided by, I guess, or we've been given choices for the preferred solution and the town will get another vote. Does that come back to town meeting? Does it have to have a ballot question, just to even decide which route we're going? Not once, we need to spend millions of dollars, but just to decide the final choice.
No, it's a great question. So what will happen is throughout the feasibility study, there'll be a number of waypoints along the way. The first one is the preliminary design program. It's really when the designer looks at it and says, okay, here's all the options for this site. And again, just for the sake of this discussion today, let's assume we said we're going to put a school in the middle of Train Field, okay? Don't shoot me. But using that as an example as another piece of property, you would then look at the options on Train Field. And if you said, well, let's go ahead and build one out back on the lacrosse field, you would look at the options at that place as well. So really what they're challenging you to do is to say, okay, you're going to look at the project from an educational standpoint and develop your space program. How much space do you need for these kids? And then where does it fit? And you would look through that. That's one whole submission, and there would be a big, as we're getting ready for that, let's say there's 15 options there. We then boil those 15 options down to 5 at the end of that report, and we would want consensus to say, we're going to move ahead. You then do the preferred schematic report, which takes those 5 and tries to figure out what that best option is, right? And come to the end, and that's your preferred solution. And then it's that preferred solution that gets that 20% design, and when that's done, that's the vote. It really comes down to community engagement and coming to the meetings when we say that, hey, we're giving a presentation on the PDP or the PSR to get feedback so that we can show you what the project team has said, the input from the building committee has said, and says, look, this is what we think that winnowing down from 15 to 5 should look like. This is what we think that 5 to 1 should be. The 5 to 1 is really the important one, right? Because that's the one that says, this is what we're committing ourselves to. Is it a repair or is it new, right? But there's no votes associated with that. But once we start moving with that recommendation, that's the one we come back and say, here's a vote. It reads almost just like this, but it's, obviously a significant number if it's a new building, or a less significant number if it's a repair.
So basically, if we do this feasibility study, we're relying on whatever comes out of your once one thing comes out of your committee, that's what we're voting on. We're not voting to say, oh, yeah, well, the repair cost is this, but a new building is this,
It's not
unless
a-
we come to your meetings and somehow give
Correct.
input.
Correct.
Okay, how do we get on that mailing list? On that email list? I'm not kidding.
She'll get you on it.
Thank you.
We advertise all of these meetings. It's on the town meeting calendar, so the meetings are all publicly posted, and we welcome community input. I believe when we get to some of the larger decisions, if this is ultimately supported, we'd be advertising that we have a big decision to make at a meeting, and we'd give people plenty of notice to be able to attend. The meetings that we've had so far have been really to complete the preliminary steps, so it hasn't been a great need for community feedback yet. But I'm hoping that you're all looking at some of these pictures and saying, yes, I would like to know a little bit more about how we could address this building in the best economical manner. And then we will work really hard to make sure the community is aware of forums and making sure that we have space and places that people can come and participate in the meetings.
Thank you, and a nice presentation. Thank you.
I'll take from over here.
Hi there, Carla Jaspers, St. George Street. When was the last time Alden was eligible for feasibility, or like this state survey process? Has this happened before where Alden's been eligible and we've foregone that?
So this is the first time, to my knowledge, that recently a project has been proposed, or we applied twice to a statement of interest, once in 2023 and once in 2024. Is that correct? And then yes. And then our statement of interest was accepted in 2024 at the end of the year, and that's when our eligibility started. So we haven't gone through this, this particular project yet. This is our first time.
Got it. And I know you mentioned before, if we didn't get this on the ballot and just sort of kicked the can down the road, no harm, no foul, but it seems like it's kind of both harm and foul, knowing that we'll be put to the back of the list and not eligible for any amount. I mean, do we have an estimate of how many years it would take before we'd be eligible again for this
Yep,
study?
I'll start, and then if I forget anything. So right now, we're at the end of our eligibility period. We're actually on a 30-day extension with the MSBA because we told them our town meeting was today, and the town election is March 28th, so they'll be waiting for me to reach out that evening.
Yeah.
We're completely out of the process at this point. If we don't have local authorization for a feasibility study, then we're out of the pipeline. We would need to reapply at the next open, and I don't know that we would. If the community is not supporting this, we would be able to apply again in January to re-enter our statement of interest, and then we would wait to see if we were accepted again. So the earliest would be 2027 from January to April. We'd apply again if we were to do so, and then we'd hear back in December. So it's just that when you go through this process, and MSBA has come out to visit, they've done a walkthrough of Alden School. They saw some of the areas that we were concerned about, and they agreed that our project was worthy of entering into the eligibility phase over other applications that they had across the Commonwealth. And so every year it ranges how many districts apply for consideration, and so there would be no guarantee. We'd be going right back to the beginning and having to begin a new eligibility phase again if we were accepted.
Right,
Did I
right.
forget
So
anything?
I guess just like ballpark, if you would estimate like 3 more years, I guess, for example, do we have numbers on like what we've put into Alden School patchwork repairs over the past 3 years?
We do have, we have a list of all of the repairs, and we have a list of the costs. We have had, I think, 4 insurance claims that, due to storm damage, most recently with the storm that we had a couple of weeks ago. A few years back, we had a large rainstorm, and we had some roof drains that malfunctioned, resulting in the whole wing, that office wing, flooding. So that was an insurance claim. So we've had, I believe, at least 4 insurance claims, plus the work that we've done to address issues as things have come up. We had in one of our entranceways, the overhang facade was dangerous when we had a building inspection, so we had to close down that entrance for several months. We've had people doing sections of the roof, as you've all driven by and seen people up on the roof. So we do have numbers I could have Lisa or Katie give, but we probably have had $2 million worth of repairs that we could give you as a ballpark, not counting the insurance claims that the community has had to file because we've had different storms or other issues.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm going to give this gentleman over here a chance to speak.
Thank you. Paul Valella, Lincoln Street. more of a statement than question. In actually answering the lady's question, the MSBA only accepts about 19 to 20% of applicants every year, and so on average, 50 to 70 school districts try to apply, and of those, 8, 9, sometimes 10 get accepted per year, sometimes a little more. I actually sit on the MSBA's OPM review panel, and we see OPMs every month. I'm 30 years in the construction field, and I have a daughter who goes to Alden. And what I'd like to say is, I hope we can move forward with this project. As it's my understanding, after the storm, the students were without a library because it flooded. You know, my daughter likes to read, 3rd grade, and we all hope that for our children. So, and to try to keep the standard that Duxbury has with their education, we need a new school. It's just run its course, and this is the first step. And so I would hope that people will vote for this. Thank you.
Up here.
Jen Burns, Simmons Drive. I'm also here to ask that you vote yes for this feasibility study. I've been a teacher at Alden School for almost 20 years. I am unfortunately the owner of the flooded library that moved down the hallway. And just this past Thursday, as I walked down the hallway to get into my temporary classroom, I saw a puddle on the floor from a dripping pipe. 620 students are about to enter behind me. I have to find the custodian. They have to flag it off so that nobody slips and falls. Water is a major problem at our building. It comes down, it comes up, it comes in from the side. It is not the learning environment that I want for my children, and I don't think it's the one that anybody else here wants. We need to do something before this becomes a bigger problem. Thank you.
Are we ready to move to a vote?
One more.
Article 12, Alden
Do
School.
I have a question, if that's okay?
Where's, yes?
Sorry. Alicia Babcock, Ocean Road South. I think this is a really important study to do for all of these obvious reasons, but I'm just curious, as part of this study, due to the extensive water damage, will there be any investigation regarding mold in the building? Because if there is a decision made to make repairs, we want to make sure that our dollars are being spent on a healthy building and that the staff and the children are going to be in a safe place.
Yeah, it's a great question. They will do, as I mentioned, extensive look at the building from an environmental standpoint to make sure that whether it's, whether you're digging into the walls to repair it or abating the walls because you're going to knock something down, either case you need to know, is there asbestos, is there mold, all of, all of those things will be checked for.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yep.
Yes, up above.
Hi, Kip Doble, Western Way. Just a very quick comment, because I don't think this has come up yet in the presentation. Just want to remind folks the impact of this study on the typical family in Duxbury is $1 per week. That's what we're talking about here. This is, candidly, this is the lowest cost, highest return decision in the entire warrant today. This is not a commitment to do anything. This is a decision to do homework, right? And so, no, if we vote no here, it doesn't save us money. We're flying blind on a 77-year-old building that was built in '49. And most importantly, we're walking away from a whole bunch of money from the state of Massachusetts that would really help us get to the preferred solution. So I strongly encourage you to vote yes. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you.
I'm not seeing any other commenters or questions, so we will move forward with the vote. 1 for yes, 2 for no. And it is a 2/3 vote. Motion passes 93% to 7%. Article 13.
Subject, grant utility easements on town property for the purpose of serving the new DPW facility. I move that the town authorize the select board to grant a utility easement to Eversource on and under a portion or portions of town-owned property located at 878 Tremont Street, identified by the assessor as parcel 092-500-016, and described in a deed recorded with the Plymouth Registry of Deeds in Book 1697, page 292, for the purposes of installing, operating, and maintaining electric infrastructure, subject to all applicable laws and regulations, and authorize the execution of all necessary documents to effectuate this easement on such terms and conditions as the select board deems appropriate. Recommendation, select board voted 500 to recommend. Finance committee voted 800 to recommend.
Second.
Any discussion with respect to Article 13, granting a utility easements on the town property for the purpose of serving the new DPW facility? Move forward to the vote. Two-thirds required. We have 169 in favor, 4 against. Article 14.
Subject, dog license fees. I move Article 14 as printed in the warrant. Select board voted 500 to recommend. Finance committee voted 800 to recommend.
Second.
Discussion or comment with respect to Article 14 on the subject of dog license fees? Move forward to the vote. 1 for yes, 2 for no. Article 14 passes, 148 in favor, 12 opposed. Article 15.
Proposed amendment to the general bylaws, section 7.1, animal control. I move Article 15 as printed in the warrant. Select board voted 500 to recommend. Finance committee voted 800 to recommend.
Second.
Any discussion with respect to Article 15, proposed amendment to the general bylaws, section 7.1, animal control? Seeing none, we will move to the vote. 1 in favor, 2 opposed. Article 16 passes, 156 in favor, 10 opposed.
Article 16, proposed amendment to the general bylaws, section 6.6, dissolution of the beach committee. I move Article 16 as printed in the warrant. Recommendation, select board voted 500 to recommend. Finance committee voted 800 to recommend.
Second.
Any discussion with respect to Article 16? Yes.
Alicia Babcock, Ocean Road South. I am not in favor of disbanding this committee. I don't think this is just a housekeeping item because the committee hasn't been meeting. The bylaws, the committee is an important committee, and it's so important that it's actually incorporated into the town bylaws. And it's very short, but I'd like to read this to you so that you understand what it says. The Duxbury Beach Committee shall consist of 12 members appointed by the moderator, which shall include the police chief, the harbor master, shellfish warden, and the conservation administrator or their designees, 3 designees of the beach reservation, and 6 members at large, one of whom shall be a Duxbury Beach year-round resident, to 3-year staggered terms. The Duxbury Beach Committee shall have the following powers and duties. The committee shall advise the Select Board, the Town Manager, the Finance Committee, and any other relevant agency of the town on the use and management of the town-leased portion of the beach, and make recommendations to the Town Manager for the coordinated management of the beach so that its use will be a safe, sanitary, and enjoyable recreation experience, and for the proper maintenance of the Powder Point Bridge. The committee shall consult and cooperate with the Duxbury Beach Reservation, the Gurnett Saquish Association, and the Duxbury Beach Residents Association for the protection and preservation of the beach. I think that over time, for whatever reason, the committee maybe was maybe not as active as it should be. I can only speculate as to the reasons why it fizzled out. I really don't know. But I think it is a very important committee, and I think by dissolving this committee, we are giving up a very big opportunity for robust public input on a lot of these things. As we know, the bridge is a very big topic of conversation lately. This is a vehicle to work cooperatively with the reservation. There are bird issues, there's bridge issues, there's sand and restoration, there's all sorts of things that would be, I think that the town would benefit from by keeping this committee intact. So I encourage you all to vote no on this, and I would ask that the town reinstate this committee and let's breathe some new life into it because I think it's very important. Thank you.
Mr. Reed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. As you'll note in the explanation of the article itself, for many years prior to the creation of a full-time professional staff positions by both the town of Duxbury and the Duxbury Beach Reservation, the Beach Committee served in an advisory capacity to make recommendations for the coordinated use, management, and operations of the town lease portion of the beach and for the proper maintenance of the Powder Point Bridge. That was back in 1988 when they were first formed. Beach operations have required in-house professionalization due to the increasing complexity of the nature of the work. The town of Duxbury has employed full-time beach operations manager working under the recreation director in the town's recreation department, who oversees the part-time staff and works closely with the DBR on daily operations while navigating through the varied and increasing environmental regulations associated with beach use. Further, several years ago, the town hired a third-party engineering firm to consult with and assist in making recommendations on requisite repairs to the Powder Point Bridge. Also, with the advent of the proposed Mass DOT project to replace the bridge and the town's Powder Point Bridge Advisory Committee, the Beach Committee's responsibility on making recommendations on the bridge have become moot, and the committee is now a vestige of governance prior to all of the foregoing changes. I should also point out that the last time that the Beach Committee met was in 2021, and the item on their agenda was to discover if they had a future. So what we did was myself, the recreation director at that time, the chair of the Beach Committee, we all got together and met and realized that that time had come. This is not unusual. The town has also gotten rid of or disbanded other groups and taken them out of the general bylaws. The personnel board comes to mind almost immediately. There were times when these things were necessary, but with the professionalization of the different departments and organizations we have within the town, they really serve no purpose other than to be, like I said, a vestige of a time past.
Thank you. Gentleman over here.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Stan Wheatley, Tremont Street. I agree with the prior speaker that it would be a mistake to dissolve this committee, primarily because of the 6 at-large positions on the committee. I think that the beach needs that level of direct citizen oversight. I understand Mr. Reed's comments. Basically what he's saying is that the citizens are adequately represented by the town's employees, the town's representatives. But in my opinion, agency capture is very real. And over time, you get a situation where the town employees become too familiar with the people they're supposed to be overseeing, and things slip through the cracks. I've seen that happen in this town in other contexts. For exactly that reason, I think it's critical that you keep the 6 at-large, you keep this committee and the 6 at-large positions so that you have that direct citizen oversight. The beach needs that, in my opinion.
Thank you. Any further comment with respect to Article 16? Seeing none, we'll move forward to the vote. 1 is in favor of disbanding, 2 is opposed. The motion fails. 83 in favor, 95 against. Article 17.
Proposed cemetery development. I move that the town appropriate the sum of $800,000 for the design, engineering, permitting, construction, and landscape improvements to the Mayflower Cemetery. And to meet said appropriation, transfer the sum of $800,000 from the sale of lots and graves fund, said funds to be expended under the direction of the town manager. Select Board voted 5-0-0 to recommend. Finance Committee voted 8-0-0 to recommend. Fiscal Advisory Committee voted 6-0-0 to recommend.
Second.
Funding sources. Sale of lots and graves fund, estimated amount $800,000. The expendable balance as of February 2026 was $816,345. The use of those funds requires a town meeting approval. Perpetual Care Fund, $1,200,000. No town meeting approval is required. The balance in that account is $1,498,571. Mayflower Care and Improvement Fund, the estimated amount is $380,000. No town meeting approval is required. The balance in that fund is $470,528. Estimated project cost is $2,380,280.
Mr. Hayes, on behalf of the Cemetery Commissioners, presentation.
First thing is, make sure that you can hear. Is that all right? Is it all right? It's been a problem. Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Bob Hayes from Potter Point Avenue, and I'm a trustee of the cemeteries. Chip Lochetti, whom you all probably know, superintendent of the cemeteries and of the crematory, is unfortunately unable to be here today. However, I'll try to present and briefly review for you Article 17, which relates to the proposed new development for burial space of a portion of Mayflower Cemetery. I'll go through some slides displayed on the screen, but I won't read them. Rather, I'll just outline some relevant points in each one. Here's a very, very brief summary of the historic background and the fundamentals of the project. First slide. Next slide. Where are we? Yeah, okay. As you may know, under state law, a town, every town, must maintain public cemetery facilities. Duxbury has 4 public cemeteries, but only Mayflower Cemetery on Tremont Street is active and offers graves for sale. Next slide. The primary active portion of Mayflower Cemetery for burials runs southwest along Tremont Street, from the First Parish Church Universal all the way to the fire station. That's about 2,300 lineal feet along Tremont Street. As a quick overview, and you're probably not, you're going to get tired, but the first burial in Mayflower Cemetery was in 1787, which happens to be 2 years before George Washington was elected president. Until the early 1900s, the cemetery property ended at the current main entrance road of the cemetery called Mayflower Ave. In the 1920s, the cemetery property was expanded by transfer to the cemetery for burial purposes of adjacent lands southwest of Mayflower Ave along Tremont Street to a then new road called Mayflower Street. The cemetery expansion was approved at the time by town meeting action. Next slide, please. Following this expansion, development to the added property was pursued over time by the town, and the extent of active cemetery use along Tremont Street currently ends at the existing road in the cemetery called Woods Ave, which runs north of Tremont Street, parallel to Mayflower Ave. Next slide, please. To orient us further, in this map, which I hope is there, yeah, property currently active for graves is to the right of the vertical roadway distinguishable with some difficulty, I must admit, in the map, which is in fact, that is Woods Ave, located immediately to the right edge of the white box. The land for proposed development is outlined in the map by the white box. The senior center, you can see, is located to the left. Next slide. The development project has been in the works for a while. Beginning in 2012, the cemetery undertook substantial improvements in the cemetery southwest of Mayflower Ave, and in 2018, the trustees commissioned a master plan for the area. Included in the 2018 master plan was envisioned the development project presented today. And the project has annually since 2022, as required, been placed on the town's upcoming 5-year capital projects list for fiscal year 2027, which is this year. In 2024, after a search process, the town approved a contract with Halverson Design Studios of Boston, in-house design studios of the Massachusetts firm, which the town uses in other areas of Tie and Bond, and Halverson is to lead the development project. Next slide. Halverson Design Studio is a well-regarded Boston landscape architect and engineering firm with active major cemetery clients. If Article 17 is approved today, the timetable of the development project envisions finalizing of the permitting and design, much of which has been done, public bidding, contract award, and then construction, with the opening for burials hopefully in late 2027. The development project is timely. Based upon historic rules and figures, burial space in the currently developed cemetery area is unfortunately running out. There are no columbarium spaces left in the cemetery. Next slide. The project's parameters emphasize 3 principles. 1, aesthetically harmonizing the development with the historic cemetery. As you all know, Mayflower Cemetery is one of the significant historic assets of the town. 2, minimizing to the extent practical the number, I'm sorry, it's a big mistake, maximizing to the extent practical the number of burial spaces made available. The development will occupy most of the unused cemetery land along Tremont Street. Further development for burials will need to go elsewhere, and that is something we'll have to decide in the future. 3, conforming the project to the available budget. The funds to be used will only come from cemetery funds. As said, from interest available from the Perpetual Care Fund and the Mayflower Care and Improvement Fund, and as appropriated by this Article 17, from principal available from the cemetery's sale of lots and graves fund. Next slide. And an important slide, I think. In developing the budget, the project does not use any tax-generated funds, and it will aggregate approximately $2+ million. Certainly, as we all know, global turmoil and its economic effects, among other things, could affect the planning and the ultimate form and timing, but the development project is critical and needs to go forward. However, we must admit that one possibility is that, subject to public bidding pricing, which of course we don't have yet, for the project, full development may be completed only in stages over a period of time. As another example, the columbarium is likely to follow only later. There will now be five slides of the proposed project showing renderings of the concept design of Halverson from different perspectives. We'll run through them quickly. Next slide. Make sure I'm on the right one. Yep. Okay. This is an aerial view looking west. Woods Ave, which we talked about, is the road running diagonally in the lower right-hand quadrant. The senior center building, screened with vegetation, is partially visible in the upper left. Note the proposed future columbarium location in the upper middle, abutting at the top there, Mayflower Street. Okay, next slide, please. This is just an illustrative plan of the 8-hour parcel divided into conceptualized planned or phased developments. And that's really what that's showing different. Next slide. This is viewed toward the west. Here is a portion of the cemetery addition simulating ground level viewing from Oak Ave Extension, which many of you know is in the current cemetery. Next slide. Again, viewing from the west, here is the concept landscaped walking path, which is an integral part of the proposal, simulating ground level viewing from Locust Ave in the current cemetery. Next slide, please. Here is a rendering of a future columbarium concept with Mayflower Street behind it and screened with vegetation. Just as a comment, each niche in a columbarium wall holds up to 2 urns with cremated remains. Next slide, please. The DPW, the cemetery, and the cemetery trustees are pleased with the proposal and the design and are excited to bring it to the town. We hope you will continue to support the cemetery, and today we'll support Article 17. If there's no questions, I want to thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you. Any discussion or questions with respect to Article 17, the proposed cemetery development? Hearing none, we'll move forward to the vote. 1 is in favor of the transfer of funds, 2 would be opposed. The article passes 167 to 5. Article 18.
Amend Town of Duxbury Protective Bylaw, zoning bylaw, new section 622, battery energy storage systems. I move to indefinitely postpone this article.
Second.
Recommendation, Select Board 500, Finance Committee 800 to indefinitely postpone.
Is there any discussion on the subject of the indefinite postponement of Article 18? Can you come to the microphone, please?
Hi, I'm Ann Malowitz. I live at Lincoln Street in Duxbury. Been a resident for 35 years, and I value your knowledge. I appreciate you. I did want to see if you could put a moratorium on the bylaw until we can develop something that's appropriate for our town. I'm putting that idea out to you now because the bylaw, as you very much aware of, is inadequate for our community. So I'm just going to convey that to you. I want to thank everyone for a wise decision. Thank you.
Gentlemen?
Hi, my name's Stu McEntee. Can you hear me?
No.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Excellent. Hey, this is kind of interesting. I was not aware of the bylaw until about a year ago. And make a long story short, there's kind of a process that goes through this. Once we pass this bylaw, it then goes to the state. The AG then has to approve what we do. The issue right now is the state is dictating what we are doing in our town. So they bypass pretty much our zoning and what we are here for and has overturned or basically pressed on us to put a battery storage facility in places. Now, it went to legal and it went to the legislation of the state, and the state overrode what we recommended as a town. My concern for this is if we do not get any type of bylaw in, that it will be an issue and the state can dictate where these go in our town. So I'm very concerned about saying, hey, put a moratorium in place. A year ago, we tried to get a moratorium and stop the battery storage farms, and we could not do it. Having a bylaw in place gives us the ability to at least have a vehicle to contest what the state is pushing on us. So I encourage people to not defer on this and get this on our calendar for next, I think, when's it going to be voted on? When's it supposed to be voted on? It gets on the town, whatever it is.
I'm sorry, when is what?
Yeah. So thank you for everybody's time. A year ago, they tried to put something in somebody's backyard. The battery storage facilities are targeted, or at least on their application, they're supposed to go in what they call commercial or industrial zones, and they put it in, or they plan to put it in, a residential wetlands. So quite frankly, it's coming, and it's coming fast, and I believe as a town, we have to stand up and put something in place, and if it's not going to be perfect, we live in an imperfect world, but the bottom line is, no matter what bylaw we put in place, it's not going to be perfect, but we got to get something in place so that we can stand up to what the state's pushing on us. I thank you, everybody, but I encourage you to vote to keep this thing moving on.
Yes.
Colleen Berry, Toby Garden Street. Can someone speak to why we're indefinitely postponing it, please?
Good afternoon. Amy McNabb, Vice Chair of the Select Board. Let me try to take a stab at this. There has not been a proposed moratorium put on battery storage.
There was a case last year in which we were not successful. And you're right, the state is pushing this upon the municipalities. Our planning board took a swipe at trying to come up with with a bylaw that would protect us, and they simply ran out of time. And as a result, we grappled as a board with the indefinite postponement or trying to bring something before you today which would provide some protections town-wide instead of picking certain districts in town versus others. We were looking to try to really protect the town as a whole. What ended up happening this morning was that the town moderator looked at the proposal and deemed it outside of the scope of what this town meeting can vote on today because of the advertising and the notice that everybody gets. So, and it was a completely reasonable decision on his part. So unfortunately, as was our intent, to try to provide protections that I know that a lot of people are looking for, we simply weren't able to do that at this town meeting. But the planning board is committed and motivated to get something before you as soon as possible, as we are, because we know that this is a concerning issue for everyone in town.
So is this something that can be done in a special town meeting? Is that what you're looking to make sure we've got all the proper protocols done?
I'm seeing heads shaking yes. I particularly try to avoid special town meetings because they're costly and they don't get the turnout that sometimes we hope to get. But if we can get it before a special, we will do that because it is of importance.
Okay, and if we passed this, that is apparently not appropriate to do, it would be thrown out by the courts? Is that what you're trying to tell us?
Well, right now, we can't vote on the amended, the version that we were looking at because it's outside of the scope. So the town moderator said that we cannot amend it in the way that we had hoped to do and provide protections for the entire town. The way that it was originally drafted had significant concerns that were raised during the discussions as it drew closer to town meeting. The planning board recognized those concerns. They voted to IP it, and the select board, again, we were trying to find some way to get something before you, but we simply can't do that at this point. So that is why we are recommending indefinite postponement with the idea that we are going to get it back before town meeting as soon as possible.
Okay, just one last question. Just to play devil's advocate, we can't approve the whatever appropriate one is and then make the changes on the floor here?
We believe, I'll let Jim speak to
Okay.
that because he is
Again,
in the
just
trenches, so.
Maybe trying to avoid a special, I don't know.
Answer that question. The moderator decided that to make the type of changes that would have to be made were beyond the scope of the original article, which means that they cannot be made at this town meeting.
Thank you.
Short and simple. The town, let's face it, the town is in a very unfortunate situation. We clearly don't want battery electric storage systems in town. We are a residential town. We are not an industrial town. Fortunately, there is a very strong state policy in favor of these storage systems. The Attorney General is in favor of them. State law says we can limit them and restrict them only to a very limited extent. We have to live with that. The decision to postpone this indefinitely is to give all of us who are working toward the end of hoping that anybody who wants to build one of these goes somewhere else, the opportunity to develop a bylaw that the state will let us have, and that will provide us with as much protection as state law and that state policy makes possible. The present, printed in the warrant, unfortunately doesn't do that. We have already lost once in land court when we tried to stop the West Street project. I've had a lot of conversations with Amy Questle, who is the partner at our town council office, whose area of expertise this is. The bottom line that she gives me is that if this present provision went forward, any developer who wanted it could challenge it, and it is not likely that the land court would change its mind.
I feel like it would be appropriate to just mention that the ruling as to scope, this process is required to take place in the form of public hearings, which it did with the planning board, that developed into the proposed bylaw that we are now looking to indefinitely postpone. The scope change of the overlay district from a limited number of districts to basically the entire town is something that really needs to be vetted out in the public forum at a public hearing in that assessment process. And so the decision was made that we would not accept the amendment that would change from a limited overlay district to an overlay district that approximates the entire town. So that was the reasoning there behind that decision. Is there any other discussion on the motion to indefinitely postpone Article 18? Hearing none, I would move forward to the vote. To be clear, 1 is to indefinitely postpone, 2 is to not. The motion to indefinitely postpone passes 162 to 12. Article 19.
Funding for the design, engineering, permitting, and bid for the water quality improvement projects for the town's public drinking water supply. I move that the town appropriate the sum of $1,600,000 for the design, engineering, permitting, and bidding of water quality improvements at the Depot and Tremont Street well sites, and to meet said appropriation, transfer a sum of $1,600,000 from the water retained earnings, said funds to be expended under the direction of the town manager. Recommendation, Select Board 500 to recommend, Finance Committee 800 to recommend, Fiscal Advisory 600 to recommend.
Second.
Do we have a representative from Tigam Bond who's going to present on that today? Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Brian Weiner, manager and civil engineer with Ty and Bond. I'm here on behalf of the town to continue the implementation of the prioritization plan for water quality improvements. So this is for funding for the design, engineering, permitting, and bid for water quality improvements at the Tremont and Depot wells. This is primarily driven by PFAS, but it's also iron and manganese removal that's being implemented and proposed for the Depot and Tremont wells. If I take you through the, so there was a, next slide, please. So there was a prioritization plan from November 2024 that we're following. We're currently in the stages of the recommendation for the Tremont and Depot to implement, primarily driven by PFAS removal. The compliance deadline, we're on track for it, which I'll show you in a couple of the next slides, which is 2031, continuing with the program. So in the previous years, in 2024, funding was approved in the amount of $1 million. Then there was a special town meeting in 2025 where $500,000 was approved for funding. And this request is to close the gap that was noted of the $1.6 million for the complete program of the engineering, design, permitting, and bidding. So that work is proposed to start at some point during March, and it'll continue through the end of next year. And then we'd be in construction following the design process in July 2027. You can go to the next slide. So where we are now is we've completed the piloting, which has set the stage for the design work that's set to proceed. So we have contracts that were authorized for the piloting and the OPM services. And so, as I noted, we completed the piloting. The compliance window for PFAS removal pushed out slightly, so the current compliance deadline is in 2031, which we're on track for. We're expecting, based on our current state, that we'll be able to have the treatment plant online by the first quarter of 2030. I know there's a handout, it said late 2029, so we're on that same schedule. Next slide, please. There's a lot of information on this next slide, not that you can read it all, but the key takeaway is that we have a program that we're following. We have the different tasks that we're following, and what we're showing on here is that we're planning to start the design very soon, and that we're on track to complete the construction of the first treatment plant by early 2030. That's the conclusion of the summary to supplement the Article 19. If there's any questions, I'm happy to answer. We've been working closely with the town and its staff to get to the stage we're at right now. That's correct. So we still have the same dollars. That hasn't changed. The only change to the schedule is we've shifted a couple months with the start of design, but we're still showing the same completion for construction.
Hi, I'm Stephanie McGarry from Winslow Road. I just had a question about this. Will this process completely remove the PFAS from our drinking water?
It will for the wells that we're providing treatment to. And
Okay.
then ultimately, there's additional projects down the road that any of the wells that are over the limit will be treated. So this is the first project. When we treat it, it's down to non-detect levels for the sources that receive treatment.
Okay, so this is just specifically for certain parts of the town? Like, not everyone will benefit from this?
This is specifically for Depot and Tremont because they're over the PFOA limit.
And how do we know if we're part of that, if our neighborhoods are part of that?
So the town has regular sampling to demonstrate where we are right now with compliance, and so they've had a series of quarterly samples that have showed they're over the limit that requires this treatment for compliance.
Okay. And then, just so I understand, is there a plan to continue so that everybody in the town has the PFAS removed from their drinking water, or are there still neighborhoods that will have to worry about this concern?
The requirement, and I can't speak for everyone, but the town has to meet compliance for PFAS removal, so all sources need to be in compliance. This is the first of the wells that's going to receive treatment. Ultimately, they all have to be in compliance with the requirement.
Okay. If we have an in-home filtration system, we invested in Blue Drop a while ago. So after this is all done, do we still have to continue with something like that, or does that mean that our water's like good to go?
After the treatment plan is constructed and online, it meets the requirements that are set forth by Mass DEP and EPA, so I don't know your individual host circumstances, but we're ultimately have water that meets all the standards.
Okay.
You wouldn't need it if you're
Happy with the
Yeah.
numbers that you're providing? Okay, got it. Yes.
The gentleman in the front here, by the podium. Water and Superintendent, did you want to add something there?
Hi, Mark Cloud, Water and Sewer Superintendent. Were there any further questions?
Any other further questions on Article 19?
Hey, Mark. Could you just make clear that people on Tremont Street and Depot Street aren't going to have clean? I think
Yes.
Gary.
Yes. So the main reason that we're taking, going to build treatment at the Tremont and Depot wells is because that we need to take the Lakeshore Drive well offline. That's trending up on PFAS, so it'll be easier to take that one offline and put these depot in service at this time.
Mark, we're a unit system, right? So
Yep.
these wells come in.
Yep.
If you live next to depot, you don't get depot water, right? It goes into
No,
gets circulated around and we assure ourselves that our residents are getting water that meets the standards, right?
Yes,
Yeah?
yes, the whole system mixed together. Nobody gets one specific well pumped to their house. It's all combined in the storage tanks.
All right. Thank you very much. Seeing no further commenters at the microphones, I think we can move forward with the vote on Article 19. One is for the approve the appropriation, and two would be opposed. Article 19 passes by a vote of 141 to 3. Article 20.
Proposed addition to the Powder Point Local Historic District. I move Article 20 as printed in the warrant. Select Board voted 5-0-0 to recommend. Finance Committee voted 8-0-0 to recommend. Second.
Do we have someone
Yes.
who was going to present on this on behalf of the proponents?
Yes, right here. The local Evelyn Walker, Keene Street.
Thank you.
The Local Historic District Commission recommends the expansion of Powder Point Historic District by adding the Critchett House. It is number 339 Powder Point Avenue on your right as you head to the bridge on the corner of Crooked Lane. The Critchett House and Garage are part of Duxbury's post-shipbuilding era. It is the period in which Duxbury was discovered as a tourist destination, a beautiful seaside town for hotel stays, boarding house stays, visits to tea rooms, beaches, or for enjoying one's own summer home. The house was built by the Critchetts of Watertown in 1897, and it is a wonderful, informal, one-of-a-kind summer house in the Craftsman and Queen Anne styles. Note the porches, balcony, and even a widow's walk. We are very grateful to the owners, 339 Powder Point LLC, Richard and Nancy Kelleher, for volunteering their property for inclusion in the Powder Point Historic District. This inclusion will prevent inappropriate exterior changes that face the public way and will prevent demolition. In Duxbury, all homes in historic districts have been volunteered by their owners. There are more than 40 such homes so far, and the Commission hopes to make that number 100 in the not-so-distant future. Local historic districts protect and preserve our historic built environment. Those streetscapes preserve our history, save the beauty of our town, connect us to our past, and give us our cherished sense of place. If by any chance you live in a historic home, consider doing what the Kellehers are so generously doing for our community, volunteering their home to be included in a local historic district. Please vote to add the Critchett House to the Powder Point Historic District. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion with respect to Article 20, proposed addition to the Powder Point Local Historic District? Seeing none, can move forward with the vote, 1 being in favor of adding and 2 being opposed. Requires a 2/3 vote. Article passes 152 to 4. Article 21.
Article 21, Citizens Petition, Proposed Speed Limit Reduction on Tremont Street. I move to indefinitely postpone Article 21. Select Board voted 5-0 to indefinitely postpone. Finance Committee voted 8-0 to indefinitely postpone. Second.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Stan Wheatley, Tremont Street. I am the proponent of this article, and I just want to briefly say that the neighborhood that is covered by this article is about 50% business district and about 50% residential. And you may have seen in your clipper that on Monday, the Select Board voted to establish a 25-mile-an-hour speed limit for the business district part. And I think I speak for the rest of the neighborhood, are satisfied with that. And I just also want to thank the Select Board for their consideration and for their vote. I want to thank Mr. Reed, and I want to thank Ms. O'Connor for their help with this. I also want to call out the Highway Safety Advisory Committee. You don't hear much about them, but they've been extremely helpful in giving me information and guiding me along this process. So I wanted to thank them as well. With that said, I am in agreement with the indefinite postponement, and I urge you to vote for it.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions with respect to Article 21? And yes.
I am just kind of getting filled in on this, so I don't know all the details, but Just I guess my question is, if we reduce the speed down to 25 miles per hour, how are we going to, like, enforce that on such a busy street? I mean, I live off of Toby Garden, and the speed limit's 30, but people drive 50. And even though there's police presence, it doesn't really do much. People don't respect the signs in this town, and I feel like there's more things that we need to address than just a simple sign that says people need to slow down. So I'm wondering if there's any plans behind that.
Yes, Mr. Reed.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. We will enforce it with the police department. In the instant case of this location, over the course of a year, we had a total of 54 stops, 45 of which were for speeding, and 9 were for erratic behavior or other issues. So the police department does its best to run traffic stops when they can, and that's actually about the average ratio is 50 some odd stops in a given space or a given area. And this is a heavily trafficked area, as many of you know.
Right, and so I guess and maybe this is not the place to be talking about this, but Toby Garden, I walk down every day with my dog and pushing my dog off of the side of the road so that we don't get hit by cars going too fast. I just think that having a speed limit sign, and we have so much police presence, I've actually been dealing with the police about the speed problem on Toby Garden, but it's still not doing anything to slow people down going down Tremont or Toby Garden. So I guess my ask is to really focus on this topic and do like a little bit of a deep dive and not just put a speed limit sign up to hope that it fixes everything and keeps people from making a big deal out of it in the future.
Duly noted. I'm glad you mentioned it, and I'll be happy to bring it forward with the chief and the officers. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. The gentleman over here.
My name is Donald Wheeler from 99 Millbrook Way. Those stops, were they all on that particular stretch, or were there other stops in that area?
They were all in that particular stretch.
Yeah, because the problem isn't that particular road. It's the problem north-south on Tremont Street to Enterprise Street. The traffic there has caused a number of accidents, including about a year ago, one lady that went and got hit once, came back the next week, got hit again, and somebody rolled over a car this last year in that area. The problem is the speed limits go from 30 to 35 on 3A in that stretch, and then back to 30. So I don't, I've been watching this. I've come close to getting hit myself. My wife came within inches of getting T-boned in that thing because the visibility is bad and the speed is bad on 3A.
I'm glad you mentioned it. In fact, I'm empathetic to that plight, particularly with your wife's situation, because the same thing happened to me when I was towing a boat one time. Somebody decided to blast through the stop sign that's there and plowed right into me, and I thought the boat was going to go over, but it didn't. I mean, that's a first world problem, towing a boat, but the accident still happened. So I do understand the concern. We've reached out to Mass DOT. We're still waiting to hear back about some kind of improvement to that intersection, because we know it's dangerous. We know people go through there like a shot, and we don't want that to happen. The reason that we had only examined this particular road is because that's where the request was. So it was specific data for that portion of the road. But I completely understand and agree with you. Thank you.
Thank you. So the motion that we have before us is to indefinitely postpone the article. Not hearing any further discussion on that subject, I would move forward with the vote. 1, to indefinitely postpone, 2, to oppose. Motion for indefinite postponement passes 144 to 8.
Yeah.
Article 22.
I know, not yet.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Okay, Article 22, proposed moratorium on the construction of new nuclear power plants in Plymouth. I move that the town authorize the town clerk of Duxbury to forward the text of this article to Governor Maura Healey, the Massachusetts Attorney General, congressional and state delegations representing the towns of Plymouth, Marshfield, Kingston, and Carver, the select boards of the towns of Plymouth, Marshfield, Kingston, and Carver, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, Holtec International, Holtec Decommissioning International LLC, as printed in the warrant. Recommendations voted 5-0. Select Board voted 5-0 to recommend. Finance Committee voted 1-7-0 to recommend.
Second.
A presentation from Mrs. Lampert.
Yes. Some of you may not know that we may have a new neighbor in the neighborhood. 6 miles from where we're sitting now, Holtec, the owner of the Pilgrim Nuclear Power Plant, they're currently decommissioning the plant, but would like very much to build 1 or 2 what are called small nuclear reactors on the site. This is being talked by the Plymouth Board of Selectmen and others in Plymouth who have shown some have shown some interest in it. But whether you are pro-nuclear, anti-nuclear, or do not have an opinion, I think there's common ground between both sides of the issue that reducing any risk to the town of Duxbury is important, and to other communities that are impacted, and that's simply what this article does. Duxbury does not have any jurisdiction over whether reactors will or will not be built in Plymouth. However, we can have an effect by influencing some common sense prerequisites to the town of Plymouth, to decision makers, and to the public. In other words, to try to influence opinion, and that is what this article does. This article contains and asks for no money. Next slide, please. Why is this article needed? Holtec claims that the new reactors are perfectly safe, as does the President of the United States. However, they could be safe in design, but none of the very different types of reactors, small nuclear reactors, have been built in the United States. So there's no experience to base the confidence upon. And second, risk is elevated by President Trump's May 23rd orders to the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. They included, in summary, to increase allowable radioactive emissions, to not require any off-site emergency planning, to not require robust containments, to revise regulations governing compliance with the National Environmental Policy Act, to reduce security and NRC oversight at reactors, and a rushed approval license of 18 months. I think it's important to understand that nuclear reactors are still designed, are still built, and are still operated by human beings. And human beings make mistakes. Witness, TMI, Chernobyl, Fukushima, at base, they were all caused by human error. All it takes is one bad day. Slide 3, please. This article responds to these risks. It says we cannot support construction of new reactors in Plymouth unless the state, and contrary to the president, establishes tougher radiation emission standards and also a robust air and environmental monitoring program paid by the licensee. And the state, contrary to Trump's order, establishes an off-site emergency preparedness plan, again paid for by the licensee. Also, that there be an operating off-site, out-of-state, federally licensed facility to store spent nuclear fuel. And last, the state, which means the ratepayers, you, does not subsidize the construction of operation of Holtec's proposed new reactors. The states of Connecticut, New York, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and there are a few others have passed state laws that add to their citizens' bills to pay for many of the costs of new nuclear reactors. Slide 4, please. To show the importance of these common sense recommendations you'll vote for, contrary to Trump's orders, we need less rather than more radiation allowed to be released to protect us. All we have to do is look, and I encourage you to do so, to Mass Department of Public Health, Massachusetts Cancer Registry, which town by town from the years 2000 to 2020, and they're working on the next, give the numbers of cancers reported in that particular town. And they list those that are significant, i.e. they have less than 5% chance of being due to chance, and those that are above expected, and those that are at expected. Up there, and this was a summary, you can see that radiation-linked diseases in Plymouth, in Duxbury, and I could have put up the other communities directly impacted by the plant, essentially 5, within a 10 to 20 mile radius, have above expected or significant cases. Plymouth has statistical significance in every cancer, and also in thyroid, leukemia, and brain from 2026 up to 2026, and above expected in multiple myeloma and lymphomas. Duxbury above expected in thyroid, leukemia, multiple myeloma, non-Hodgkin and Hodgkin lymphoma. So check the cancer registry yourself, and that is the same pattern since the cancer registry began in 2020. You can also go to studies that confirm that we need less, not more, radiation. For example, the Southeastern Massachusetts Health Study done by the Department of Public Health, a case-controlled study controlling for all the other causes of cancer, found that in Plymouth, in Duxbury, in the 5 communities, there was a 4-fold increase in adult cancer the closer you lived to Pilgrim or worked there. Subsequent and prior statistical studies said the same thing. So I think it's pretty clear. We all understand that the effects of a toxin are cumulative, and clearly it is to our interest to support not having more radiation released. Then slide number, what are we up to? 5. It is also clear that we would support having an off-site spent fuel storage system. Wait, we're not that far. I almost step ahead of myself. Slide number 4. It's also clear that what we need is, no, the next slide. Oh, sorry. It's clear that we need, I should have eyes back here, that we clearly want an off-site spent fuel storage, and we want this because we know that canisters like we have on Rocky Hill Road in Plymouth are vulnerable to a terrorist attack, and the consequences would be severe. They're also vulnerable to corrosion, and once there are cracks, there's no way to currently fix them. And we know the decade after decade that they sit there, that they're bound to experience institutional neglect. We also clearly want an off-site radiological emergency plan. We know accidents can happen, and we know what it's like if you try to drive to Boston in the commuter hour, and so just imagine in a nuclear accident. And the Massachusetts Emergency Management Agency had testified a few years ago when there was a change by the NRC to off-site emergency planning, that our current all hazards emergency management plan was totally insufficient to deal with a radiological disaster. Next slide, please. We also understand that our electric bills, I know mine are among the highest in the nation. And therefore, it does not seem reasonable to have the costs of new nuclear plants in Plymouth, part of the cost added on to my electric bill. If you look at your electric bill, the transmission aspect, you will see there are these added costs for different types of energy production. We are already paying a lot of our tax money to support the nuclear industry. For example, President Trump gave Holtec, the owner of our Pilgrim Station, $400 million in order to build 2 small nuclear reactors at their Palisades plant in Michigan, and also is planning to subsidize the same for the Holtec's plant in New Jersey, number one. Number two, about $2.7 billion of our tax money federally is going to expand fuel production. So I know I've spoken too long. People have other things to do, but I would appreciate if you would consider a yes vote, and all a yes vote does is to start the conversation on 4 bare-boned, common sense prerequisites to reduce safety in our community. Any questions? And Becky? I only started. So there, no questions. Fine, appreciate it.
Thank you. We have one person up here.
Yes.
Mike sounding all right? I'm Lucas Allen from 12 Greenleaf Drive, and I greatly admire and support the 3 provisions regarding safe disposal of the nuclear waste on the warrant. However, the part regarding subsidies and tax credits kind of alarm me as a pro-nuclear individual. I really respect you trying to get everyone involved on I agree, common sense safety requirements. However, I feel like including line 2 on the warrant about the subsidies and tax credits kind of takes away from the I don't want to say bipartisan, but like bipartisan on this issue sort of nature of what you're trying to propose here.
I appreciate your thinking. I'm old enough to realize that nuclear reactors were sold in many ways as being too cheap to meter. And if you're going to be too cheap to meter, does that really mean that others pay, for example, for your insurance costs? Does it mean that others, i.e. the federal government, pays to get rid of and babysit your nuclear waste for millions of years? Does that mean that your state would add an added fee to everybody's electric rates to further support? And so it's a difference of opinion, and I appreciate it, because I know the industry appreciates all this economic support because they realize, and if you look at the figures, you realize it is the most expensive way to boil water, the most expensive way to develop electricity. But appreciate your opinion, which I appreciate, is it's more expensive for the public, but far less expensive for them.
Thank you.
But thank you for your thought.
All right, thank you. I think we are ready to move forward on the vote on Article 22. We shall move forward to the vote. 1 in favor, 2 opposed. Article passes 130 to 28.
Article 23, CPC Operating Fund. I move that the town, upon recommendation of the Community Preservation Committee, appropriate the sum of $314,963 from the Community Preservation Act Fund FY 2027 anticipated revenues for the purpose of meeting the requirements of the Community Preservation Act in accordance with Mass General Law, Chapter 44B, for the administrative expenses and charges for operation in the amount of $120,138 and for debt service in the amount of $194,825 for the Community Preservation Committee, all for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2026, and ending June 30th, 2027, inclusive. Select Board voted 5-0-0 to recommend. Finance Committee voted 7-0-0 to recommend.
Second.
I'm going to recognize Holly Morris on behalf of the CPC. Holly's presentation is going to go a little broader than I think just this article to address the overall structure of where we're going here. The bulk of the articles that we have covered today are CPC related.
Good evening, afternoon. I'm Holly Morris. I'm the chair of the CPC. And other members of the committee are Tony Kelso, who is the town historian and member at large, Tag Carpenter of the Planning Board, Kathy Cross of the Open Space Committee, Chris Andrew of the Historic Commission, Bree Ling, Housing Authority, myself, Conservation. And I'd also, at this moment, I would just like to recognize Kathy Palmer, who recently stepped down from the committee, and I just wish to thank her very much for her contributions for so many years. Thank you. That being said, we have a vacancy on the committee, so if you are at all interested, please fill out those talent bank forms and get them into Town Hall. Thank you. Okay, I also want to thank Mary McKinnon. She is the finance director and has just provided tremendous support to the CPC. Thank you. In 2002, the voters adopted CPA at 3% based on the strong recommendation of the Land Acquisition Task Force study. This is a surcharge on your property tax bill. Our local receipts are matched by the state CPA Trust Fund, which receives money from the fees at the Registry of Deeds, and only 3% towns receive multiple rounds of funding from the state CPA Trust Fund. CPA enables our town to protect open space so we can protect our most important resource, and that is drinking water. Redundancy in well sites and using land as a buffer from development is essential for protection because we have, as we've seen, wells have been contaminated. Open space is also important for recreation, protects biodiversity of plants and animals, and serves as a buffer to roadways and developments. We use CPA funds to preserve the historic character of our town, buildings, structures, graveyards, and landscapes. And this draws people to Duxbury to live and spend their money. CPA funds are used for affordable housing, housing for young families, veterans, seniors, and for people with disabilities. And many of our residents of all ages enjoy the recreational facilities that have been built and upgraded to meet safety standards with CPA funds. Can we go to the next slide, please? Yeah, let's move on. Next one, please. CPA exemptions. In fiscal year 26, the value of the median household is $1,011,000. The CPA surcharge for the median household is $272 per year, or that year. Duxbury voters approved 2 exemptions, and those are the exemptions up there. We had, I think at least 24 people applied for the exemption this past year. And the first 100,000, this happens every year. Sorry, I need water. The first 100,000 of the taxable value of your real estate is exempt. Next slide, please. So here are the hard facts. Surcharge receipts in fiscal year 26. Surcharge receipts are at an estimated $1.96 million. For fiscal year 27, surcharge receipts are projected to be just over $2 million. State match, remember the state match comes from fees at the Registry of Deeds. But matching funds have declined due to a weak housing market and the increasing number of towns that have adopted CPA. This past November, our state match was 19.5%, or $387,684, because we are a 3% town. Towns that did not have the 3% surcharge received a 16.9% match. Administrative expenses are capped at 5%. This is for staff support, legal appraisals, consulting, and any money remaining in this account at the end of the fiscal year goes back into the CPA general account. We've had to borrow for the acquisition, debt service, excuse me. Debt service is the borrowing for the Harrington or Simmons farm and the Pink farm off of Old Cordwood Path, which the voters approved. Everything we do must be passed by the voters. We had to borrow for the acquisition of the Harrington farm because the CPA surcharge was reduced to 1% in 2013 due to sizable capital projects. This was the new middle and high school, the new police station, and the fire station. Then the 65-acre Pink farm in Old Cordwood also came to market, and this included land around the Wright Reservoir, which has been targeted for preservation since 1969. The voters approved the acquisition, and again, borrowing was necessary. And then the 36-acre Ricker Farm on Mayflower Street across from North Hill came to market. This cranberry farm surrounds the Elm Street wells, and the voters approved its acquisition. Short-term borrowing was needed for that property. In 2023, 2/3 of the voters approved returning the CPA surcharge back to 3% and paid off the short-term note for the Ricker Farm. We still have around $2.2 million in outstanding debt. That's Harrington and Pink, but there's possibly a call in 2030. The 10% allocations, the statute mandates that 10% of our receipts must be deposited into each of the 3 accounts. That's open space, affordable housing, and historic preservation. $241,275 is going into each account. The net surplus is projected to be $1.7 million for fiscal year '26, which is added to the undesignated fund balance of roughly $4.2 million at the end of the fiscal year. This could rise to nearly $5.5 million at the end of fiscal year '27 if no appropriations are approved. And I'll come back to this shortly. The next slide, please. This just shows you what the deposits into the 3 accounts and what the total will be at the end of the fiscal year. Next slide, please. Bar graph, here we go. This is a demonstration of what has been collected for annual surcharge receipts in blue, state matching funds in yellow, and expenses in green. Remember, 2013, the CPA surcharge was reduced from 3% to 1% as demonstrated. If we had continued as a 3% town, we could have received roughly $2.4 million in state matching funds over that 10-year period, but we didn't. We put CPA money to work each year, but when threats to a neighborhood and opportunities arise, town meeting approved borrowing, as I mentioned earlier. And I'm imagining that you are wondering why we have over $4 million in the undesignated fund balance. We have not been spending money. We've been waiting for opportunities to rise, and we're confident that there are a number of opportunities on the horizon. We need affordable and accessible housing. Our open spaces are heavily used, and there's a need for more accessible trails. Duxbury's extraordinary history must be preserved for the next generations. Sorry. This has happened when I got older. I don't know. And our playing fields and courts are heavily used and must be safe. In farming, small farms provide fresh food, educate kids about the source of food, protect our natural resources, improve soils and attract wildlife, and they attract community engagement. Next slide, please. Since 2002, voters have approved $30 million for over 100 projects. $11 million in funds have come from the state matching funds, and $4.9 million from state and federal grants and donations. The lion's share has gone to open space, and we've protected over 900 acres of land. 17.7% has been used for historic preservation for town buildings, cemeteries, historic structures, historic farms and fields and documents. 9.7% of this money has gone to private nonprofits, such as Duxbury Rural and Historical, Alden Kindred, Crossroads, and Duxbury Legion. 11.5% has gone to housing in the Duxbury Affordable Housing Trust. This has been low because other sources of fund were available to them. But CPA can play a much greater role in this responsibility, and we need to address housing for seniors, first-time buyers, veterans, and people with disabilities. 4% has gone to recreation for playing fields such as Keene Fields, site work for Steel Field, playgrounds, including the Laney Ladd Playground, and thank you all to those who contributed towards that. Pickleball courts, baseball, softball dugouts, and tennis courts. We're an active community, and it's important that we remain healthy and socially active. This year, we received 12 proposals. 2 did not meet the requirements of the CPA statute. 1 project did not have sufficient information, and 1 project was removed from consideration. Therefore, we have 8 proposals for your consideration. So we can move right into Article 23. You can change the slide. Thank you. And if you just, oh, you need to do the. We need to vote it. Right. Oh, the first article.
Yeah,
Yes,
we've had a
technicalities
move in a
get
second.
voted. Okay.
Motion in a second.
I get it. So we have to go to Article 23.
Are we ready to proceed on Article 23? Allocation of the CPC operating fund. Let's open the voting. 1 is in favor, 2 is opposed.
I'm not doing it.
Article 23 passes, 139 to 6. Article 24.
CPC allocations. I move that the town, upon recommendation of the Community Preservation Committee, appropriate the sum of $723,825 from the Community Preservation Act Fund, FY 2027, anticipated revenues for the purpose of meeting the requirements of the Community Preservation Act, Mass General Law, Chapter 44B, Section 6, with $241,725 of said amount reserved for open space, $241,275 of said amount reserved for community housing, and $241,275 of said amount reserved for historic resources. Select Board voted 5-0-0 to recommend. Finance Committee voted 8-0-0 to recommend.
Second.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Can you go to, yeah.
Is there any discussion or questions on Article 24? Seeing none, move forward with the vote on Article 24, CPC allocations. 1 is in favor, 2 is opposed. Article 25 carries, 146 to 3.
I move that the town, upon recommendation of the Community Preservation Committee, appropriate the sum of $140,000 from the Community Preservation Undesignated Fund balance to resurface the Ellison Playground, including all incidental and related expenses, with such funds to be expended under the direction of the town manager. Select Board voted 5-0-0 to recommend. Finance Committee voted 7-0-0 to recommend. Fiscal Advisory voted 6-0-0 to recommend.
I'll briefly speak to this. Steve Studley of the Recreation Department made the request of a...
I'm sorry, we need a second on that before.
I'm sorry?
Second?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Say.
Yeah.
Second? I don't know.
Thank you.
I think he did. I think he did.
It was a shadow second.
It was.
Oh, my God. Again, Steve Studley made the request for $140,000 to complete the resurfacing of the heavily used Ellison Playground, which is over near the library, and using pour and rubber for the surface. Wood chips have traditionally been used, and the towns are moving away from this due to safety and cost. Pour and rubber will allow for better access with mobility devices and strollers and make the playground safer. Completing this project now rather than doing it in stages over time, which is how it has been done in the past, should save us $70,000. The life expectancy of the material is 10 to 12 years. Depending upon amount of usage, high-use areas can be resurfaced easily. And I will add that there are other playgrounds in Duxbury that are still wood chipped, and might be prudent to look at those at some point. And the money will come from the undesignated fund.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? Article 25. Seeing none, move forward with the vote. 1 in favor, 2 is opposed. Article 25 passes, 127 to 6.
CPC King Caesar House hand-blocked mural restoration. I move that the town, upon recommendation of the Community Preservation Committee, appropriate the sum of $60,000 from Community Preservation Historic Preservation Reserve to restore hand-painted antique wall covering in 2 rooms of the King Caesar House, including all incidental and related expenses, with such funds to be expended under the direction of the town manager. Select Board voted 5-0 to recommend. Finance Committee voted 6-0-1 to recommend. Fiscal Advisory Committee voted 5-0-1 to recommend.
Second.
Way to go, buddy.
Thank you.
Way to go. Nicely done.
Mrs. Kaplan of the Historical Society.
Good afternoon. I'm Sabrina Kaplan, Director of the Historical Society. The Duxbury Rural and Historical Society is requesting $60,000 from the CPA to continue work we have already started to preserve a significant community asset. This is hand-blocked French mural papers that cover all 4 walls in the front 2 parlors of the King Caesar House. You can see one of them is Parc Français, I don't speak French, which is the west parlor, and the east parlor is below, and that is called Les Incas. And so these are hand-blocked wallpapers that essentially create an immersive experience when you come into the parlors. And they would have been created, they were created by craftsmen in the early 1800s in France that would have started by hand carving hundreds, if not up to 1,000 for each of these parlors, wooden blocks that then would have been painted over the way you can think of silk screening today, with each block with the colors appropriate to create the images that you see in the rooms. They are not patterns. They are completely unique images all throughout each of the rooms. So anyway, the mural wallpaper was installed in the 1820s by the Westons. Although other examples of hand-blocked murals like this exist in museums, it is especially rare to have them intact in the house where they were originally purchased for and where they were originally installed. This adds to their historic significance. In the roughly 205 years since they were installed, despite our best practices in caring for them since we acquired the home in 1965, fluctuations in the interior climate of the house have caused buckling and flaking, Not to mention all the cigar smoking in parlors that happened in the 1800s, and the fireplaces and whatnot that has created soot that is accumulated on these papers, so they'll be cleaned as well. So in 2025, the Duxbury Rural and Historical Society was able to invest in a full HVAC system for the King Caesar House. Now that we can control the interior temperature, the humidity in the house, investing in this mural restoration makes sense for us. Like every other thing that you're going to hear about today, the prices are only going, for this kind of work, is only going to go up as the years go by. So we consider the $70,000 we spent on the HVAC to be our first commitment to this project, which is highly specialized work that has a total projected cost of between $225,000 and $250,000. The restoration process involves conservators working through magnifying glasses, inch by inch, to re-adhere the paper in paint where there has been flaking and clean the areas that have accumulated dust and dirt over the years. The DRHS has also committed $20,000 of our fiscal year 2026 budget to mural restoration, and we plan to solicit contributions from donors and other grants to raise the total amount necessary. The $60,000 we are requesting from the town represents approximately 24% of the total, the highest total project cost. These mural wallpapers create an immersive environment, as I explained, surrounding visitors with scenes that reflect themes of moral drama and Enlightenment ideas. They also demonstrate Duxbury's interest in global travel and trade during our successful maritime era. They are significant teaching tools and valuable community assets, which we care for on behalf of the town. I see this as this 24%, this $60,000, as hopefully the community's investment in keeping King Caesar House open, preserved, and well-maintained for the over 1,000 tourists, visitors, and importantly, for free Duxbury public school children that visit us every year to learn our shared local history. That's my whole presentation, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions or comments on Article 26? For which I see none. I think we can move forward with the vote. Open the voting. 1 in favor of the grant, 2 opposed. Article 26 passes, 137 in favor, 11 opposed. Article 27.
27, CPC Affordable Housing Trust Administrative Funding. I move that the town, upon recommendation of the Community Preservation Committee, appropriate the sum of $50,000 from the Community Preservation Housing Reserve for administrative expenses, professional and technical services, and the implementation of the Housing Production Plan, including all incidental and related expenses, with such funds to be expended under the direction of the town manager. Select Board voted 5-0-0 to recommend. Finance Committee voted 8-0-0 to recommend. Fiscal Advisory voted 6-0-0 to recommend.
Second.
These funds will be used to secure a consultant who will be tasked with development request, research property that may be added to the subsidized housing inventory, work to maintain the affordability exemption of a number of units that have expiring exemptions, and review sites for development and write grants.
Any comments or questions on Article 27? Seeing none, I will open the voting. 1 in favor, 2 opposed. Article 27 passes, 135 in favor, 10 opposed.
CPC, Article 28, CPC, DCF, and Brooks Athletic Fields, investigation, testing, and planning. I move that the town, upon recommendation of the Community Preservation Committee, appropriate the sum of $90,860 from the Community Preservation Undesignated Fund balance to investigate, test, and plan for the Duxbury Community Field, DCF, and Brooks Athletic Fields, including all incidental and related expenses, with such funds to be expended under the direction of the town manager. Select Board voted 5-0-0 to recommend. Finance Committee voted 8-0-0 to recommend. Fiscal Advisory Committee voted 7-0-0 to recommend.
Second?
The Open Space and Recreation Plan questionnaire that hundreds of residents completed demonstrate concerns of the safety and condition of a number of fields in town as they are heavily used. The DRC has sent us a brief video on the DCF and Brooks Fields, which is
Do
very
your part on
informative.
March.
Do we have that video?
Do your part on March 14th at 9 a.m. at the town meeting in the PAC.
Yes.
Yeah, there's sound.
Funding is set aside annually through the Community Preservation Act, much of it matched by the state.
Yeah. It's true here. Ah, oh.
May I comment? Drew Thawley, West Street.
To invest in projects that fall outside the normal.
It's on the website. People want to see it.
I didn't even know it was going to be queued up. Anyway, the
Town
DRC is the
budget.
Duxbury
The
Recreation
CPA
Collaborative.
money
It
is
a group
overseen
that
by the
was
Community
formed by all
Preservation
10
Committee,
youth sports
or
organizations in town
CPC. We
a
need to
few
ensure the
years ago
CPA funding
with
is
3 core
allocated to our
priorities.
town
One is
recreation
to,
spaces. Your vote can make
look
that
at our
happen.
shared values and our
DCF and
commitment
Brooks
to youth
Fields
sports in
sit
this
on top
town,
of the old
to
high school
protect those,
footprint.
the integrity
To
of
increase their
those
playability,
sports.
aesthetic
2
appeal,
was
and
to coordinate
safety.
scheduling
We
so
must
families don't
understand
have
our
to make
options
decisions
based
about
on the
whether their young kid has to play softball or lacrosse or this or that because of avoidable scheduling issues. So we all collaborate around that. And the third priority was fields and courts. And so our playing conditions. We conducted a study. We all chipped in a bunch of money, hired a third-party consulting firm. They came in, assessed the entire town, worked with the high school, worked with every youth sport to determine the condition and usage of all of our playing surfaces. It confirmed what we anecdotally as youth sports leaders knew, which is that our athletic fields are in terrible condition, with the exception of the high school turf. Terrible, and they're not ADA compliant. They're dangerous. Kids are getting hurt on them. One little rain and we have a problem. At first we thought it was a maintenance problem. It's not a maintenance problem. It's a usage problem. If we had Fenway ballpark level care, we would not be in a good position even with that. So it's not our maintenance, et cetera. So anyway, there's a lot that came out of that. There's a lot of fields that need to be renovated in town, but the best place to start is at DCF and Brooks. And the issue there is, before we can really figure out how to improve the conditions there and what renovation really looks like, is we need to know what's underneath it. So what's underneath the soil that we see on the top, and that's the site of the old high school. So we need to do some pit testing, so dig holes during the summer when sports are at a low, and figure out what the subsurface looks like. And then from there, we can determine a go-forward plan. But we have to do the research before we can do the go-forward plan. This is probably a little bit akin to a feasibility study, which we heard about before. It's just on a much smaller scale, and we'd like to move forward with that work. That's the context.
Thank you. Yes.
Colleen Bird, Toby Garden Street. Who controls those fields? Is it the rec department or is it the high school? I mean, the schools?
School department?
School department? And then for the future plans, if this is approved and we find out what are the next steps, and are we anticipating funding from here, fundraising? Just curious. Thank you.
Good questions. We don't really know what comes beyond this, other than we believe that if there is an expensive renovation, our strategy is really private funding to make the improvements there. There is an opportunity for the school for this to be a revenue generator for the school. When these particular two fields are renovated, there will be an opportunity to rent those out to third parties, so like your club sports and whatnot, who pay big dollars to rent these types of places. But we'll have to navigate kind of what the future looks like after we get past this threshold. We don't know whether this could be a $100,000 fix or a $2 million fix at this point.
Thank you. Other questions or comments on Article 28? Yes.
Brayling, 1041 Union Street. I am on the CPC. I just wanted to thank everyone. Thank you for your hard work. It's been a long time coming. This really has to happen with kids in schools and using the fields. I know how much they are used and how much they are abused. I do want to bring it to everyone's attention that it's important to vote for this, because our old high school is buried underneath those fields. It's time for us to take a look at what chemicals are in there and take them out or fix it or cap it or something, because our old Duxbury High School is underneath some of those fields. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments on Article 28? And seeing none, we will open the voting. 1 in favor, 2 opposed. Article 28 passes, 122 in favor, 15 opposed. Article 29.
Article 29, subject CPC DiLorenzo Farm Barn Construction. I move that the town, upon recommendation of the Community Preservation Committee, appropriate the sum of $92,000 from the Community Preservation Undesignated Fund Balance to purchase, install, and/or construct a barn on the DiLorenzo property, including all incidental and related expenses, with such funds to be expended under the direction of the town manager. Select Board voted 5-0-0 to recommend. Finance Committee voted 5-2-1 to recommend. Fiscal Advisory voted 7-0-0 to recommend.
Second.
I just want to point out that with regards to the appropriation here, it would be 80,000 is the figure with a 12% contingency in the event that the expenses are greater than anticipated. I also want to point out that this town meeting acquired the 27-acre DiLorenzo farm in fiscal year 19 with the expectation that this could be returned to its agricultural use. It is adjacent to the O'Neill hayfield and has frontage on Summer Street. The voters approved the drilling of 2 wells and the removal of much of the waste that was left from the original turkey farm. The Conservation Commission voted in favor, 6 in favor and 1 abstention, and the CPC voted to use CPA's undesignated funds. Amanda Maximchuk, who's one of the farmers, and Brett Sovic will be presenting.
Do we have the slides up? The PDF. Well.
You guys have to lay on the ground.
Right.
Okay, so if everybody could just
Turn sideways, this way, okay. Amanda Maximchuk, Franklin Street.
Oh, Brett Sovic, same place.
Okay, we're about a mile around the corner from this beautiful piece of property, which, as Holly noted, was purchased by the town in 2019 to restore to agricultural use. And we responded to a request for proposal, for better or for worse at that point in time. And, oh, good, we're up and running. And Foul Play Farm was awarded a 10-year lease for the property, and we are building the airplane as we fly it. We are grateful for the opportunity to redevelop this property to agricultural use. We started backyard farming about probably 15 years ago, and we're looking to expand. So next slide, please. We have a lot of the background already. There's some historic photos that we acquired from the family. They are in the process of trying to sell the house that's adjacent to the property right now. Next slide. The challenges with this property are that there was no irrigation. We now have temporary irrigation, and we're going to have an archaeological survey done so that we can actually put irrigation in. The first produce field was up and running this past year, and we were able to bring fresh, organically grown produce to the farmers markets this past season. We have pasture-raised chickens, turkeys, and quail. Yes, there are turkeys back on the farm again. And we are doing this all through the development of the farm property. Next slide, please. Conservation has put a substantial amount into clearing the property so that it can be restored, and now we're trying to restore it to agricultural use for ourselves and for future farmers. What we're proposing, next slide please. Oh, you can see some of the work that's been done here. So the then and now picture, spring 2022 is clearing all of the overgrowth from the first produce field. And the spring 2025 picture is the actual produce field. You can see in the background, we've also secured NRCS funding for the development of 2 high tunnels. They're like giant greenhouses. One has completed construction, and we are starting to plant it right now, and the other one's going to be completed this spring. So that's on the second produce field. We also, oh, there we go. So some of the contributions from people in the area. Chris Pierce from Pembroke helped install the fence around the first produce field. H. Cole helped us develop that first produce field and did farm-to-table events at the farm this past summer. There were 7 events. There was a Duxbury Troop 62 Eagle Scout. We had our very first Eagle Scout project on the property this past season. He built 3 ADA accessible beds that are going to be developed this season. I'm hoping to do something for Earth Day. Chris and Kingston Ellis of Ellis Electrical helped build those high tunnels, which had to be built, and then they all shifted, so we had to disassemble them and rebuild them a second time, and he helped with all that process. And then South Shore Permaculture, where Brett is an instructor, did 8 events this past season, one of which was building a cob oven on the property, so you can actually have pizza parties on the property now. Next slide, please. So the proposal is for a 900 square foot barn. We do have livestock on the property right now. We have 8 sheep that are on the property for multiple purposes. One of them is to rebuild the soil. This is a regenerative agriculture model that we're using no pesticides, no herbicides, everything's organic, everything cycles through naturally, and that's how we're going to restore the farm to agricultural use using natural methods like that. Those sheep are also going to be helping us secure funding for perimeter fencing around the farm, which will help keep the sheep where they're supposed to be. But also, we would like to start a breeding program, which we will not do unless there's a barn. But this barn isn't just for our use, it's going to be for the community use as well. Other things that we plan on doing are 4-H programs. We already have youth volunteer coming onto the property. Throughout the school year, we had students from the POST program, young adults with disabilities, coming over and helping to plant garlic and feed the animals and take care of the animals, and a number of other things. So this is going to be the community's property where they will come to learn about farming and how to farm a small farm in a regenerative manner. Next slide, please. So this meets both the town's objectives of restoring the property to agricultural use. It also meets our objectives of bringing small farming back to the town. There was a point in time where the entire 53 corridor was all farms. Had turkey farms on one side, you had the produce fields on the other side, and we're trying to build back at least part of that. We have had several pop-up stands over the summer bringing organically grown produce to the farm, and we hope to have a more permanent produce stand down the road. And we also hosted a whole bunch of events in the month of February to bring people to the farm, show them what they're doing, and get them engaged. There are lots and lots of volunteer opportunities, and we couldn't have done a lot of this without the help of our volunteers. Next slide, please. As mentioned, the town is supporting $80,000 with a $12,000 contingency. We know that the barn is going to cost more than that, so there is going to be fundraising involved to meet the additional costs. In addition to that, the farm has one full-time farmer, and that's Brett, and one part-time farmer. I have my usual day job too. And we have lots of support from our community of volunteers. Next slide, please. Oh, that's it. So thank you for considering this. We hope you'll vote yes, and we hope that you come to the farm to visit. Are there any questions?
Any other questions, comments? With regard to Article 29,
Nate Kelsall, 28 Mayflower Lane. I just want to point out that they're leasing the property, and that barn is a community asset that would stay with the property. So it's supporting that, that we should vote yes.
thank you.
The barn stays with the property, it's town asset.
Any other comments or questions? Article 29, we'll open the voting. 1 in favor, 2 opposed. Article 29 passes, 129 in favor, 10 opposed. Article 30.
I'm not going to say a word. Okay. Article 30, CPC, Bay Farm Accessibility Trail. I move that the town, upon recommendation of the Community Preservation Committee, appropriate the sum of $45,000 from the Community Preservation Open Space Reserve to construct accessibility improvements at the Bay Farm property, including all incidental and related expenses, with such funds to be expended under the direction of the town manager. Select Board voted 5-0-0 to recommend. Finance Committee voted 8-0-0 to recommend. Fiscal Advisory Committee voted 7-0-0 to recommend.
Second.
Big recommends.
Let's see. No, keep going down. There it is, yeah. Okay. Conservation is requesting $45,000 from the CPA for the construction of an accessible trail at Bay Farm. These funds will be supplemented with a $40,000 ARPA grant that former Representative Josh Cutler secured. An 8-foot wide trail will run from the parking lot, continuing along the existing central trail to the terminus at the waterfront. 12 inches of topsoil will be removed and replaced with gravel and stone dust. The parking lot will be graded, seating and signage will be included. The Mass Historical Commission was contacted about this project, and they determined that an archaeological survey was not necessary. The Conservation Commission supports this project, and the funds would be coming from the open space account. You have a question?
Jim Lampert, 148 Washington Street again. Bay Farm is one of my favorite walking places. I fully support this article on what it's going to do, but I did have just one question. I understand it, we own the north part of Bay Farm, Kingston owns the south. Our trails are in fairly good shape. Theirs are impassable. And what I wondered is whether there have been any conversations to try to convince them to do something about it. This is Kingston, which is not going to be easy to deal with.
Let me also point out that there's a memorandum of understanding that we are supposed to go through for, because this is owned by Kingston and Department of Conservation Services also, I believe, has some oversight. So we need approval from DCR and Kingston. I agree with you. I'm not sure what to do about that. It can get very wet over on the Kingston side and the Duxbury side. But, yeah, I know. Yeah. All I can say is open space. You've got a nice project on your hands if you'd like to undertake that. So.
Yes, in the balcony.
Colleen Berry, Toby Garden Street. I'm just wondering, we're going to be removing all that topsoil. Can we possibly put it on the Kingston path and remove some of the wet? So, just a thought. Thank you.
Thanks, Colleen.
Any other comments or questions on Article 30? Seeing none, move forward with the vote. 1 in favor, 2 opposed. Article 30 passes. 120 in favor, 4 opposed.
Article 31, subject CPC Polly's Pond Restoration. I move that the town, upon recommendation of the Community Preservation Committee, appropriate the sum of $25,000 from the Community Preservation Open Space Reserve to survey, design, and complete archaeological survey and permit the restoration of Polly's Pond, located at 77 Alden Street, including all incidental and related expenses, with such funds to be expended under the direction of the town manager. Select Board voted 5-0-0 to recommend. Finance Committee voted 2-6-0 to recommend. Fiscal Advisory Committee voted 1-6-0 to recommend. Or not.
Okay. Polly's Pond. Conservation, Duxbury Public Schools, and the library have requested $25,000 for the restoration of Polly's Pond. This is located behind the pickleball courts at the library and looks out onto the playing fields. Excuse me. Formerly, this was owned by Mary Windsor Alden, who was AKA on Polly. And it was used as a watering hole for her animals. This has been used for decades or generations as an outdoor classroom for students in the public school. Many of your kids, or even you, because I did when I was a kid here, If you attended Duxbury, have visited this pond to capture tadpoles in science class. WPA, the Works Progress Administration that was created in 1935 by President Franklin Delano Roosevelt, actually cleared trees to create a skating pond here. An Eagle Scout had constructed a platform on the water's edge, but this has since disintegrated. Today, the pond is frequently visited, but it has been neglected, trashed, and needs attention. The plan is to conduct an archaeological survey, a wetland delineation, a surveyed site plan, and site work to restore the pond. This also includes an accessible trail around the perimeter. The Conservation Commission supports this project, and open space funds would be used.
Thank you. Any further questions or comments on Article 31? And seeing none, I will open the voting. 1 in favor, 2 opposed. Article 31 passes 101 to 20.
Nice.
Article 32. Sorry?
Okay.
32?
Okay,
101 to 20, yes.
let's bring it home. Article 32. CPC Shipyard Lane Beach. I move that the town, upon recommendation of the Community Preservation Committee, appropriate the sum of $15,000 from the Community Preservation Open Space Reserve to design and construct improvements to the Shipyard Lane Beach located at 0 Shipyard Lane, including all incidental and related expenses, with such funds to be expended under the direction of the town manager. Select Board voted 5-0-0 to recommend. Finance Committee voted 8-0-0 to recommend. Fiscal Advisory voted 7-0-0 to recommend.
Second.
Okay, great, thank you. Livable Duxbury Council on Aging and Conservation are requesting $15,000 for the following. If you look at the plan, you'll see that rectangle in green. That is part of Shipyard Lane Beach. It is mowed by the DPW. It is town-owned property. What we are recommending is a low split rail fence and modest signage that defines the site boundary between the beach area and the resident. And we have spoken to the resident. Some seating for people of all abilities within the shade and natural plantings along the seawall. The Conservation Commission supports this project.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions on Article 32? Yes.
Hi, Mike Healy, 25 Shipyard Lane. I'm going to speak in opposition to this article.
Could you speak up? I'm so sorry.
I'll sit a little closer. Can you hear me now?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Thanks. First of all, I do commend the CPC and Livable Duxbury for trying to make recreational areas more accessible in the town. And I know I'm speaking for the residents of our neighborhood, though, when we say that we really enjoy and appreciate this resource, and we love to see the residents of the town enjoying the beach in the way it's intended. It makes our neighborhood lively, vital, and just fun. But there are issues at the beach. It's a very heavily used resource. At times in the summer, it's overcrowded. It's seeing the effects of overuse and misuse. We have problems with overflowing traffic, dog waste, trampled marsh vegetation, and other issues. Our street is very narrow. The houses are mostly small. And close to the road. We have problems with speeding on the street and excessive traffic. The beach and off hours is an attractive nuisance. We have many problems with the amenities there, attracting people at off hours and doing things that they shouldn't be doing down there, which I won't go into detail on. Furthermore, we feel that the hardscape involved in this project, as it's been described, is inconsistent with the natural layout of the lawn area. And finally, I believe that, first of all, you should note that there already is accessible picnic area, and this will be more accessible picnic area. And our observations are that that is very little used as it is. So we feel that the money spent, although it's small, really won't have upside for the town, but downside for the residents of the neighborhood as a continued attractive nuisance. And we would like to request that the CPC withdraw this project or appeal to the voters to help us out as residents of that neighborhood to vote no.
Good evening. Michael Segalini, 31 Shipyard Lane. And yes, we do appreciate the desire to beautify Shipyard Lane. But as my neighbor said, is pouring more concrete consistent with the natural beauty of that beach and parking lot? I go down to that beach all the time. There are, and my neighbor avoided some of the things that you see. There are condoms down there. I'm always picking up nips and cigarette butts. 9, 10 o'clock at night, there are people down there with their doors open, radio playing loud, dogs running wild. We are for the improvement of that area and accessibility. I have a sister-in-law born into a wheelchair who uses that picnic bench every once in a while. It is not heavily used, though. Using those funds to some extent to maybe make better grass or plantings or replacing the tree that was taken down would really enhance the experience for anyone visiting there. But 9 out of 10 cars that go down there do not have a sticker. 20 miles an hour seems like you're on a highway if you're walking your dog, or kids are on scooters down there. So we ask that as we look to improve that area, to say no to this, but maybe come back and talk to the neighbors about how because we see it day in and day out, what could benefit the area and benefit everyone in the town. But that area is really sort of in no man's land in terms of being sort of patrolled. We have, at midnight you can go down there and there could be 4 or 5 cars and people are drinking beers. And if it is a public beach, which it is, it should be monitored like the other beaches and patrolled like the beaches and enforced. So we ask for a no vote on this, but are certainly open to seeing another proposal maybe that involves less concrete and more green. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let me just add, I appreciate both your gentlemen's comments. There is no plan for hardscaping, no pouring of concrete. The natural grass plantings would be on the edge of the seawall where the tree was, just because grasses tend to hold on to soil and may be a little bit more resistant to wind or surf damage. I think, we understand. I know I've spoken to some of you, and I totally understand your concerns. I think this is something that needs to be addressed by the town. If you're having problems with people down there late at night, drinking, trashing, whatever, they should definitely be more aware of that. You should call them, and perhaps something can be done about this. I think this proposal is fairly modest. It's not to draw more crowds. We know the parking is limited down there, and it should be controlled. So it's essentially, this was to allow more accessibility for people that may have some physical challenges. So.
Colleen Berry, Toby Garden Street. I agree with maybe not doing a split rail fence, instead using some native plantings like mountain laurel, something. So I just picture that fence in a number of years it being forgotten and neglected, and it, instead of adding another maintenance item, just do some native plantings. That's my only thought. Thank you.
Thank you, Colleen. We have considered that, and it may be something we could revisit again. The only problem is that house has windows on its ground level looking out. And the idea with the rail fence was that they would be able to see the waterfront.
Yeah. Yes, again, I was thinking mountain laurels maybe not get too big, but maybe speak with the homeowners about something. There's a lot of different native plants that won't grow too big. Thanks.
Hi, good afternoon. Warren Hadley, 57 Shipyard Lane. I guess I'm the resident that lives right next to the park with my wife, Dawn. And first, just a question. My understanding was the plan was a 20 by 20 foot concrete slab with a roof over it in the corner?
That was next.
Oh, okay.
Right.
That's helpful. The other question I had with respect to it was the split rail fence. Our plan was to put hedges up there. When we moved there was a beautiful, large, probably been there for 40 or 50 years, hedge that very well delineated the park from the property line. Unfortunately, when we did the construction, that had to be removed. We put a little rock wall there, and our plan was to put a hedge along the rock wall. We just haven't gotten to it yet because we've got other work in the backyard we need to finish first. Once that was completed, we're going to put the hedge. So I guess I'd like to also recommend kind of a no vote at this point, and then hopefully we can have a bigger discussion about this over the next few months and get the improvements that would be great to see down there that everybody in the neighborhood would like to see. We appreciate everything you do. I echo just about everything we've, but that's kind of our stand on it. Thanks.
Just like to respond to the comment about working with the town on the issues. Because over time, we have tried to, on many occasions, residents of the neighborhood have tried to work with the town to address these issues. We've talked about speed bumps, it's been rejected. So really, this comes down to us not wanting to see more things that bring more people down there until these issues are addressed. So that's what we're looking for.
Breling, 1041 Union Street, on the CPC. I just want to say that we put a lot of thought into this, just like taking the tree down. It wasn't just like for fun because we were bored. There's a lot of work that goes into, is this safe for the community? Is this safe for everybody else? The only reason that we want the picnic table down there or the fence down there is to protect your neighborhood, to put a barrier between this is public area, everyone can run around on this grass versus where your property is. And I grew up in Duxbury, but not a lot of people even know that you can go play on that grass. So it's really important for us to, keep it, we don't want to block anybody's property lines. We don't want to block their view, but I think it's really important for your neighborhood to have this And we're just trying to make it accessible for more handicap and more families. So maybe with them down there, there won't be so much hubbub because there won't be any parking because all the families and stuff will be down there. So we're just trying to protect you guys. And we thought a lot about the plants and stuff too. It's not just like, woo, willy-nilly. Thank you. Good job, Holly.
Mary Lynn Carson, 21 Washington. I think one of the beauties of town meeting is having people come together from all the different parts of our town. And we get a chance to hear what is happening in their part of the town. I was all prepared to vote for this today, but I would like to ask Holly a question. How can this be put off and still happen, but take in the members of that particular community, that little beachfront there? And what do you suggest at this point?
This is a town property. I'm looking at Rainey right now. It's just, I mentioned some of the issues to Rainey and some of the select board members. Years ago also, I presented the article about all the kayaks that have been left on that beach. I'm very concerned about the quantity of material that is just abandoned down there. And the intention was to have this removed in the fall each year. People were supposed to remove their property and, then bring it back in the spring. I see that this area is being neglected, sadly. And the intention of this article was to improve to some degree. That if the town, since the town mows it, hopefully the town will keep an eye on this and make sure it's being run properly, checking on the traffic, checking what's happening there in the nighttime. Certainly, my mother used to live on Shipyard Lane. I know what it's like down there. And it's a beautiful spot. It needs attention. The marsh out there, I think the owners of the marsh need to, put up signage and get people off that marsh because they're destroying it. And I just think, just walking away from this is not a good idea. It needs attention. Those are just my 2 cents on that.
Hello, my name is Jeannie Horn. I'm speaking as a resident, and I'm also speaking as the chairperson of the Municipal Commission on Disabilities. And I thought it would be helpful for people to understand that the commission has currently undertaken an update to our Americans with Disabilities Act self-evaluation and transition plan, and those results will be available to the town in June. The assessment for the self-evaluation will include facilities and open spaces, including Shipyard. So the commission sees this opportunity as a proactive measure that our engaged boards and committees are taking to ensure that our town is increasingly inclusive and accessible. And the findings probably will reveal that there's some work to do in this particular space. So I'm excited that we're getting out ahead of it, and I'm sure that there's some kind of a, I think it's important to hear both sides. I think there's some misinformation that can be dispelled with some further conversation during this meeting.
Another neighbor, Stacy Walsh, 57 Jocelyn. I am so glad to hear you say it's a neglected area that needs attention. I think that's wonderful that you brought this forward, and I do agree with the woman that just spoke. I think more accessibility is a must. One design thing is where we're currently putting the 2 new picnic tables is where everyone backs their car in and keeps their engine running. So I think a concern on that. I am nervous. Lastly, safety. I love that you're talking about helping that coastal embankment get stable. When the tree came down, I know it was a risk, but between the riprap wall and the dirt, there are huge gaps, and I think that's a real safety issue. I know it's not part of the piece on this, but I
Oh, it is.
appreciate, oh, it is? I really appreciate the care and attention that you're bringing, and I agree with the marsh and everything you're putting forth on that. I also agree with the neighbors who are saying it's been an area that hasn't been supported. So I do think there's a win here. I do think there's a win.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions on this article? If not, I think we're ready to move to a vote. Open the voting. 1 for yes, 2 for no. Motion passes 92 to 29. So that's a long day with a lot of business. I would like to now entertain a motion to adjourn the annual town meeting. Sine die.
Can't say second.
Second.